morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, sweet Friday. The sweet nectar of a Friday. A reggae Friday. A 49er football Saturday. That's tomorrow. But we can talk about the 49ers on a Friday. Everything about a Friday is good. Everything about a reggae Friday is good. There's just this problem of this smoldering wreckage of a baseball franchise that might be marring our Friday. Our job is to somehow enjoy our Friday despite the Buster Posey Giants putting on some of the worst displays of baseball you'll ever want to see. Other than that, happy Friday, everybody. Marcus Boucher, the Waterboy, some call you on the streets. Happy Friday, brother. How are you, man?
Happy Friday, my man. You are correct. It is a reggae Friday. It is a 49er Friday as we preview their last preseason game of the year. It's a Sky Moore Friday. Maybe we can celebrate that, young Tony.
Sky Moore Friday. It's official.
Or maybe we
official.
can phrase it this way. It's a forget about the Giants Friday.
Wow. Man, oh, man. So I tell you guys, my North Star is one of my favorite athletes I ever covered is Julie Inkster. She's one of the greatest women's golfers in the history of this nation. She really is. She's one of the greatest winners I've ever been around, too. And she's our own, the Bay Area's own. She went to San Jose State. She lives down in the South Bay, and she's a huge Giants fan. And she doesn't come online often. But last night, I woke up this morning, and I saw a reply to a tweet, and the great Julie Inkster, who is my North Star for all things. When you need Julie on that wall, you want Julie on that wall. She said, I forgot the exact, she said, I'm suffering an emotional crisis. Oh, no, pardon me. I need emotional support.
Oh, yeah.
I need emotional support. I told her maybe we can set up a hotline.
Yeah, we're here for you. 808 KNBR.
In fact, we are the hotline.
Yeah, we have a hotline.
We are the hotline. It's the hotline bling, except not the hotline bling, right? I need emotional support. I do feel like what they did yesterday in San Diego, there's certain times where we're just going to get to a part where we just ignore these guys. We're just going to move on to the Niners, move on to the NFL. Fantasy football. Little Rory Murphy was drafting his team last night.
Nice.
And, of course, nothing like an 8th grade fantasy football draft for kids just clowning on each other.
Oh, dude, it's some of the best trash talk that you'll get.
Well, actually, it's some of the best because it's some of the worst.
Yeah, exactly. It's so bad that it's good.
They're so not polished in their trash talk, you know? It's like,
and guys don't really know what they're talking about, but they have the confidence. The confidence is key.
How do you feel about if you got Christian McCaffrey and Derrick Henry at running back? Would you be feeling good?
Oh, you're feeling pretty damn good.
Yeah, they said when he took Derrick Henry, you just lost the league, loser.
Wow, yeah, you're a loser for drafting Derrick Henry.
Do you think Derrick Henry still got gas in the tank?
Of course he does. Yeah. Did you see him last year with Baltimore? I mean, we were watching the same NFL, right? He was fantastic last year.
He is one of the better running backs we've seen in the last 25 years, isn't he?
Freak of nature.
Fantasy football. There will come a time when we get into fantasy football and we'll get into the Niners, but I kind of feel like yesterday's game deserves some time because I feel like again, it's the Julie Inkster rule. When she checks in and says, I need emotional support, I'm just kind of want to throw this out there and we can kick it around and not kick it around, but how is Buster Posey overseeing this? Buster Posey's exactly the opposite of everything that we've been seeing for the last 2 months. Buster Posey was a pro. They're not playing like pros. Buster Posey was a winner. They're not playing like winners. Buster Posey took the game seriously. The Giants don't look to be taking the game seriously. As Overnight Dave himself said, they look like they're going through the motions. I don't think we ever saw Buster Posey go through the motions. So I just kind of wondering how Buster, it's less than a year, bro. Yeah. October 1, he took the job. So I'm just kind of wondering. We asked Javi that yesterday. He said, no, he's ticked, but it's I don't know how he can oversee this and not I don't know. I'm fearful that when he took the job on October 1st, people were like, wow, what if it goes wrong and we turn on Buster? It's wow, why are we talking about that now? He just got hired. We got time. We got time to do that down the road. Well, it's less than a year, and we're already seeing terrible stuff in the Buster Posey era.
Yeah, and we've had a few texters and callers already slightly turn their back on Buster Posey in year 1. Which is why I like to remind people this is a lot different than year 6 of Farhan Zaidi last year. There should be different expectations. And I know nobody wants to hear that because the expectations for the Giants, including from Buster Posey himself, is to win. And we saw those expectations are also change when they went out and traded for Rafael Devers. So I guess that's the question here is when we're looking at the future of the Giants with Buster Posey, I've actually thought that Buster has done a good job this year improving the roster because I think 99% of Giants fans will tell you that this is a roster that is better than last year's baseball team, but they're not living up to the expectation and they're not getting the most out of the roster. So is that on Buster Posey or is that on Bob Melvin? Is that on the coaching staff? Is that on the players? That's the big question for me, not so much just to focus on Buster Posey, who I'm sure is not happy about losing 10 of 13 games against the San Diego Padres. You went 3-10 against the Padres. We're over here talking about how you can catch the Dodgers. No. You got to worry about the Padres, and now the D-backs are ahead of you too.
Unbelievable. The D-backs who openly, not even mildly, openly tore it down. They just traded everybody, and they're ahead of you too. No, you're right. Of course, it is. It's not on Buster that he has done things that we all approve of. I guess what I'm saying is I'm wondering how he's going to react to this. Like, is it going to be a nuclear winter where he's just going to make massive moves? You know, as you mentioned, the manager. You know, I mean, start with the manager right there. Is it time to get rid of Bob Melvin? I mean, I know so many people think it's well past time. And I think what you're seeing on the field is probably telling you, yeah, it is. It is past time. It's hard for me to think, though, that they added Jung-Hoo Lee, Willie Adames, Justin Verlander, and Rafi Devers and are producing this.
Yeah.
So, he went out and made, concrete. I mean, Jung-Hoo Lee was just a return of an injury from the Farhan era. But he signed Adames, he signed Verlander, and he traded for Devers, and they're that much worse. Make it make sense.
That's the math. That's not math in Murph. Mm-hmm. And that's why I think they're going to evaluate everything this offseason, from the coaching staff on down. And it's a big reason why we're seeing some of the young guys get opportunities. I know Luis Matos bobbled a ball yesterday after Casey Schmidt made an error, but it was good to see him back in the lineup with 2 hits yesterday. Carson Whisenhunt is scheduled for today. So that's what you're going to figure out down the stretch now is who can be a part of Buster Posey's plan moving forward.
Joel Pagero?
Yeah. How about Joel Pagero?
Yeah.
Out here throwing 101, 102.
Signed, read the story, signed as an 18-year-old with the Rays in 2015. Took him 10 years to get to the bigs for various reasons. Just couldn't kind of crack the AAA grass ceiling. Had a couple injuries, but finally got his chance and seized it yesterday.
Well, it's crazy that you can have a fastball that hits triple digits, and it still takes you a decade to get to the major league level.
It's totally crazy.
How crazy is that?
Nuts.
What kind of world are we living in?
What kind of world are we living in?
Dude, we got 102 just sitting in the farm system. He's been there for a decade.
What do you got, 102? Yeah, just mind your business.
Yeah, exactly,
Why don't you stay down there for a little bit? Yeah. Until you get to 107, then you can come up here,
unreal.
man. So anyway, I do want to kick that around at some point, and I guess the very obvious answer is the manager. That's the very obvious answer, is just to say what they're doing out there. When the Padres laid down 3 consecutive bunts, it was almost like they were just clowning the Giants too. I mean, just clowning, like, look at this. This is what you guys can do. We can do this to you because you guys are so unprepared and you guys are so unaware. And, oh, by the way, we can execute this better than you can. Yeah. Things that Bob Melvin hasn't even begun to try this year. I mean, he's been so unimaginative in trying to get things going offensively and playing that small ball that I thought they were going to play that they're not. He just hasn't done what I thought was going to be home baby baseball.
No, and instead, it's his former team, the Padres, who are now competing for the NL West, dropping bunts on them.
Clowning them.
And again, you lose 10 out of 13 to your former team. That's got to feel bad for Bob.
It is what it is. You know what, Marcus? It's where it's at. It's where we're at right now.
It's where we're at.
That was
right
yesterday's
now.
phrase. Where we're at. So, how was the rest of your Thursday? Good.
No, it really wasn't. Because after that, I went and watched the Yankees-Red Sox game.
Oh.
And the Yankees blew that one, too. So, yeah,
Did you guys have the lead in
back-to-back
that game?
games. Yeah, they were up by 1 at one point.
Yeah.
Shout out to our guy, Camilo Duvall, who tried to pick off a guy twice at first base and then step off for a third time, not knowing that would advance a runner to second base.
He did not.
So that was fun. But that wasn't the reason why they lost
Was there something
the
about
game.
did the Red Sox trigger you?
I mean, Roman Anthony, the super prospect, showing up for the first time in Yankee Stadium and launching one into the second deck.
Kind of flipping the bat.
Yeah, that triggered me a little bit. Yankees making 4 errors. It's just it's so tough right now. The Yankees have been playing a little bit better, but for the last 2 months or so, they've been playing terrible baseball just like the Giants. So that's how I reward myself for a hard-working day. I go watch 8 hours of bad baseball every day.
That is bad.
Yeah.
That is really, really
Fun.
bad.
This is what I do. I'm an addict. I can't quit it.
Yeah, there you go, man. All right, well, listen, hopefully everybody's Friday will be better than everybody's Thursday, right? Well, it is a reggae Friday, so we do feel better, right? Niners tomorrow at 5:30. Overnight Dave will be holding the parabolic mics. Look for him down there on the Chargers sideline. By the way, Trey Lance is going to start the game. I did see a tweet that I agree with. He is going to play well against the Niners backups. and fans are going to lose their minds.
Absolutely.
Let's call it right now. All right? Just put it in ink right now.
Monday morning, baby.
Yeah.
Trey Lance. Here he
It's gonna
comes.
be Trey Lance. So get ready for that. Get ready to lose your mind on that. College football starts tomorrow. I'm very excited.
Week 0.
Starts in Ireland. They're called. I heard this Farmageddon. Iowa State, Kansas State. Iowa State, Kansas State. Farmageddon.
Nice. That's
All
the
right.
first I'm hearing that.
Fresno State plays tomorrow against Kansas at 3:30.
Let's go Bulldogs.
UC Davis is on ESPN tomorrow at 4:00. That's cool.
UC Davis is on ESPN?
Yeah,
Wow.
taking on Mercer.
Wow. Okay,
and then
Greg Silver.
Stanford and Hawaii at 4:30 on CBS and on 1050. KNEW 1050, right? Is that it?
Yeah,
KYA
yeah,
1050?
You got it. You got it.
Yeah. KSFO 1050. I don't know. It's on 1050. I'm just going by numbers these days. I can't go by letters. And we do have an early crisis sign in an attempt to rush out this morning. I don't know why, because it's really just a matter of 30 seconds. I forgot my Yeti.
Oh, no.
My Yeti keeps my coffee at a certain temperature, a nice piping hot temperature. And so I'm able to sort of my body is used to the Yeti coffee pace, and it's gets me through these shows. That's why I'm so good, Marcus, is the Yeti, right? Well, guess what? You're going to get some bad Murph today.
Uh-oh.
Because this Dixie cup that you're seeing on the camera right now does not contain heat. So as a result, right now, this coffee that I poured a while ago is now lukewarm, borderline coldish.
Uh-oh.
So now it's starting to turn on me, which means as soon as we sign off, I got to go refill. But, of course, when we go to many breaks, I got reads.
Yeah, you got reads.
Now we're going to talk about a caffeine deficiency situation. I'm just warning you now.
Ooh, stay tuned.
I'm warning you now. Does that mean I'm going to snap? Does that mean I'm going to have worse takes than usual? Does that mean I'm going to have some sort of in a bizarro world, great takes?
Ooh.
I don't know. All I know is it's unpredictable.
Stay tuned to
Stay
find
tuned.
out.
You would rip off the dial.
Exactly. It's Dixie Cup Murph.
On the sports leader.
Are you guys enjoying Bob Melvin, by the way? We sure miss him down here.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. It's a Sky More Friday, and today's the last day of this contest. We're still giving away a $50 49ers Team Store gift card, and if you win, you get automatically qualified to win a pair of stadium seats from Candlestick Park. So stay tuned through the 7 a.m. hour for your chance to win both the gift card and those iconic red seats. Maybe go get yourself a Sky More number 6 jersey. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by KNBR, the sports leader. And you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Now here's the square to bunt, and it's bunted up the third base side. That's a good one. In to pick it up is Schmidt. He throws the ball down the right field line. Coming in to score, Laureano to third, Cronenworth, and he scores before they get the ball back in. Man, what a catastrophe. Now here's the bunt. Third base side by Tatis for a base hit. Still nobody out. 4 straight Padres have reached as the walls are starting to come tumbling down for the Giants. Luis Arraez will come up. Now here's a bunt up the third base side. In to get it. Schmidt, the throw to first, and they finally get an out. Third straight bunt by the Padres, and the first time the Giants get an out on one. Now the pitch. Line drive, base hit, left center field into the alleyway. Fermin scores. Tatis around third. He scores. The ball is retrieved on the warning track in left center by Lee as Machado goes into second with a double, and now the Padres have started to break it wide open here.
Johnny Miller. What a catastrophe. Good word. Catastrophe. Spelling bee. Can you use it in a sentence, sir? Yes. The Giants are a catastrophe. Now spell it. The walls come tumbling down. That was another good one, too. Shout out to Susan Slusser and mine's sort of obscure 80s group Style Council. They had a song called Walls Come Tumbling Down. That was a little bit of a banger, Tony, but I don't know if it fits a Reggae Friday. Maybe another day.
Well, we do play Style Council on a Reggae Friday for Susan, so stay tuned.
This is true. Bob Marley sounds much better than the description of that game right now on a Reggae Friday. Young Tone, what you got here, bud?
Yeah, so this is give thanks and praise because the Giants and the Padres are done for the year. I believe they went 3-10 versus the Pods, so it's all over now.
It wasn't the 3-10. It was the clowning. It was the clowning. It was the we are like, you guys are so bad at baseball. We're just going to decide to expose that right now, including by the way, Casey Schmidt. What happened to him at third base? He made 4 errors in this series.
Yeah, he's not Matt Chapman. I'll tell you that.
Nobody
is.
One of the beat writers is pointing out, is it unfair to move him to different positions constantly? And he hadn't played third in a while. Is that a decent excuse, or is that not an excuse? Do your job, as Bill Belichick would say. Do your job. Do your job.
Yeah.
Was it, we're still here. We're still here. No days off. No day. All the Belichick chants.
You got it.
Is it fair to defend him?
I would say that, yeah, maybe it's a little unfair to Casey Schmidt, but guess what? Life's not fair. This is baseball.
Wait, is that another
this is what you
Belichick?
need.
Life's not fair.
Life's not fair.
Life's not fair.
I mean, yeah, you could use that to justify, but this is also a guy that's a natural-born third baseman. I'm sure he still feels more comfortable at third base currently than he does at second base. That's a good excuse if he boots the ball over at second, but at third, not so much.
Yeah, I'm with you. Now, listen, here I go. Stick to Little League. Oh, by the way.
Stick to Little League.
I was about to give you my Little League coaches primer here. And by the way, shout out the game last night between, who was it? Nevada and South Carolina. Ooh, the ump played a big role in that game. Oh, baby. Anyway, point is that I'm going to give you a stick to Little League coaching tip. But the guy who told me to stick to Little League, Marty Lurie, guess what I'm doing?
Great job, brother.
Guess what I'm doing Monday? I'm going to the sold-out premiere of baseball mensch.
No way.
No way.
You got a ticket?
At the Vogue Theater.
That thing got made?
Dude, that thing got made and sold out. Sold the F out. Don't try to come, buddy.
Did he pay people to go?
Don't try. Oh, dude. In fact, we should have Marty on.
We should.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sold the B out.
Mm-hmm.
Sold it out, B.
They had to build a new theater for me.
Gone with the Wind called. It's jealous. Yeah. They said from here to eternity. I said from here to Marty eternity. Yeah. I'm naming old movies, young Tone here. The Godfather. Coppola wanted to go.
You heard
Couldn't make it.
You've heard of Casablanca. Come to Casa Marty. Come on down.
That's good. Anyway, I am going to that. I think it's Monday. Is it Monday or Tuesday? Let's check my days
you
here.
should know when it is because you also star in the movie.
Well, that's what he told me. He called me and he asked me to go. He said, "You're a big part of it, man." So I guess
I'm gonna make you a star, Brian.
250 people. 250 people.
250?
250, bitch.
Is it like a nice theater? Where is it at?
The Vogue Theater's great. It's
wow.
on
Vogue.
Yeah. There you go. Do a little Madonna. Do we have a reggae cover of Vogue by Madonna?
Guaranteed.
Oh my God. Can you imagine if there's a reggae cover of Vogue? Vogue Theater, SF. It is on, it's on Sacramento Street. It's a really nice one. Really good one. That's like up in, you know what they call, Marcus? They call Presidio Heights.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
The
You know what
Heights.
that is? That's like Steve Kerr, Draymond Green territory. I
Yeah,
believe.
that's a nice area.
Yeah.
That's Marty Laurie area.
That is Marty Larry.
Uh-huh.
Only the nicest area, B.
Mm-hmm.
Where is this thing?
Marty
Yeah.
Heights.
Marty, is it the 25th or the 26th? I better, if I just talk long enough, Billy from San Rafael. Bro.
Kind of like an EDM mix. I don't know.
Let's hear it. It's a slight Justin Bieber vibe to this thing here.
Yeah, a little poppy.
Yeah, here we This isn't Vogue.
It
Oh,
says
is it?
Madonna Vogue
Wait.
Reggae Remix.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, it is. Yeah, my bad. I want to just get to the...
Yeah.
Here it is. This is incredible.
Is this reggae, though?
I mean, no.
Not really.
Ish, not, yeah, sort of, kind of, no. It's pop, sort of EDM-ish with a slight...
Come on, Tony.
That's pretty good, Marcus.
You know how to Vogue.
Have you done that before?
Do you know about the voguing?
I do, yeah.
All right, good man,
Yeah.
good man.
She's performed Super Bowls, man. Like multiple, I believe.
Not what young Tony learned today. He already knew.
The Madonna Inn, shout out that in San Luis Obispo. They have different rooms. Every room's different. Like
You ever stay there?
different feng shui. No. I saw there was a beer fest over there.
My dad was an attorney for the state of California, and he won a case for Cal Poly, and they had us down for a weekend to thank us. We went to what was called Poly Royal. It was their festival weekend, like where it's like, a big festival. There's all these booths and stuff.
Big field right in front of Madonna.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just called the Poly Royal.
All right.
I don't know if it's around anymore. It was 1979 or whatever. Anyway, we stayed at the Madonna Inn.
All right, hell yeah.
And you go into the restroom in the restaurant, and it's like a gigantic waterfall, like a huge rock wall that you pee into.
Whoa.
Yeah. And the waterfall's coming down to encourage your bladder.
That sounds encouraging.
You know what I mean? There's like a psychologically pleasing thing.
It
You're
helps.
Like, ooh, I want to join the waterfall.
Sometimes you have to turn the water on. A little encouragement.
Some people remember Cheech and Chong was the first time I ever heard the phrase stage fright.
Ooh.
They were guy went to pee in the urinal. It was either Cheech or Chong said, "What's the matter, man? You got stage fright?" When you're there.
Some people do.
Oh,
Yeah.
Some people do.
That's why Cheech and Chong riffed on it. It was a bit.
Yeah, that's why you got to break the ice and walk in and say, "Ooh, water's cold."
And deep.
Yeah, and
There you
deep.
go.
My dad used to make that joke all the time.
There
Man,
you
the
go.
water's cold down
Yeah,
there.
there you go. All right, guys. Well, anyway, so in my stick to Little League world, when there's runners at first and second, and we think they might bunt, we call that B3.
B3.
And the 3 is the number is the side that the pitcher goes to. It's also the guy who stays home. So we would have Casey Schmidt stay home. Verlander has the third base side of the mound. The first baseman charges. Second baseman covers first because our primary consideration is getting the out at third.
Tell him, Murph.
That was our so when I saw both Verlander and Schmidt converge on that, I'm like, that's not how I would have coached it. But then again, stick to Little League. Because
Great job,
Verlander
brother.
kind of had to jump into Schmidt's eye line, which caused him to played a role in him chucking that thing up the right field line. That said, when it got past him, Luis Matas could have picked it up, much to Dwayne Kuiper's dismay.
This is a good bunt. Schmidt's got it, and he throws it down the right field line. Matos couldn't pick it up. Consequently, Cronenworth scores. Pick it up. Here's the play again.
That is an incredible cut from Kai.
Pick it up.
All right. Guest list on a Friday, August 22, 2025. 8/22/25. 2 weeks away from our first ever Brian and Bobby's bets of the Brian and Bobby's best bets, I should say, from the season. Yes. Yes, bud. Oh, I thought you had something. You had a thought? Oh, you were pointing. Oh, you were agreeing. Thumbs up. Tell me, what do we got, bud?
Brian and Bobby coming up, my man. I'm excited. John Lynch going to replay that for you guys at 6:50 this morning. The replay is going to be all about the receivers. It was the receiver show. Just asked like 6-7 questions about the receivers. Actually heard it again yesterday. It was very good. Good job by you guys.
I'm glad you heard that. You know what? That's good. That's good work by you to go back and review.
Well, I'm out here just editing every quote, just trying to get all our quotes for us.
What did I say? What did I say?
And then going back and listening.
On that text to my old high school baseball teammate, Super Street, I said, he said, how's KNBR? Diesel. He's one of those few guys who still calls me Diesel.
Murph Diesel.
He said, how's KNBR, Diesel? I said, Street, I said, I'm working with a bunch of kids, but they're young and hungry and earnest and show up willing to work every day.
I went back. I heard Javi, too. Daniel Jeremiah. I was just making some chicken. I just popped on YouTube and just heard the whole show.
How about that? Him and John Joe Curley both going with the re-rack yesterday of the John Lynch interview.
Curly did, too?
Even Curley said driving home, he re-listened to it again.
Okay.
That's how good our takes are.
We love the show. I mean, like, we can't get enough of Murph and Marcus. All right, Mike Krukow is going to join us at 7:30. We'll have the big hit at 7:50. Cooler content 8:30. Before that, we got Susan Slusser at 8:15. She's writing about all the guys in Sacramento. And then Bob Fitzgerald to close this out at 9:15. Don't forget, he's calling the game this weekend for the Niners.
Yes, sir.
On Murph's favorite station, 810 KSFO.
Don't even do that.
Yes, sir.
And if the Niners score a touchdown late in a blowout game, he said, and the Niners have cut it to 14.
And the Niners have cut it to 21.
I thought about that yesterday. Devers hit a solo home run.
Yeah,
and
the
the Giants cut it to 8-3.
Oh, dude, it was great when he called the Jake Moody walk-off field goal. It was a great call by Fitz, but I wanted him to kind of like channel his inner Steph Curry when he says, like, he hit that one from San Jose. Yeah. I wanted him to go, Jake Moody hit that one from Lake Tahoe.
From Henderson.
Yeah.
From Summerlin.
I was going even further out in Nevada.
By
That's
the way,
how deep that field goal
Speaking of
was.
Summerlin, Little League, they're the ones in the U.S. Championship tomorrow against Connecticut.
USA.
You got a choice. Do you care about Nevada versus Connecticut? You got a rooting interest?
No, I care about whoever represents USA.
Your football team is in Nevada. And nothing worse than the East Coaster kiting in and calling it Nevada.
Yeah.
You want to talk about triggered? I get triggered when they say Nevada. That triggers me. So if you need to, just like, I'm walking down the street and you want to trigger me, just go, hey, Murph, you been to Nevada?
How about, hey, Gonzaga? Gonzaga? People always mess that one up.
Yeah, well, I have to admit, I spent 10 years mispronouncing it too. So it is Gonzaga. That's why they call them the Zags.
The Zags.
To remind you how it is.
Not the Zogs.
Yeah, you're right.
That's like Yaz. By the way, I heard Yaz lost his Marin Land Rover read. Now we got Thin Tim doing it.
Dude, how about that? Thin Tim.
Did Thin Tim get a Land Rover out of it?
Absolutely not.
Well, he's not getting a lot of things.
Oh,
Had to, buddy. Had to.
Yeah. It's tough being Thin Tim.
Trent Williams and Ricky Pierce all spoke. Let's hear what they said next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
I think Brock and Ricky have been connecting a lot. I think Brock's got a real good rhythm going with him. I think he's had a good one going with D-Rob. I mean, those have been our two most consistent guys who've been there pretty much every day throughout camp, minus Ricky that first week. So when that happens, you only get better. They're really in rhythm right now, and hopefully that can continue to week one.
There he is, Kyle Shanahan. He likes a Reggae Friday, too. Talking about quarterbacks here. We are sponsored by Marin Health. With top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay, Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Richie Aurilia on those Giants this afternoon at 3:30. What's old Richie going to have to say? Richie's going to say, give me a glove, man. I'll go play for these guys. You know what I mean? So there you go. 49ers tomorrow, 5:30, and then cut-down day Tuesday, and then we get ready. Yesterday, did not practice. Brandon, I'm going to give you receivers only. Brandon Ayuk, Jawan Jennings, Jordan Watkins, the rookie at Ole Miss. Jacob Cowing, the second-year kid who is not seizing his opportunity.
Nope.
And Russell Gage, who John Lynch, which you'll hear in a few minutes, thinks would be ready by week one, which means he's expecting Russell Gage to be in uniform week one, which means he's part of their plans. So that's the situation at receiver. My God, it just continues to be crazy. Sky Moore did show up. It's a Sky Moore Friday. He passed his physical. Shout out Carlos Correa. And apparently did some exercises or some mobility and stretching and speed stuff and then joined the scrimmage late and didn't have a pass thrown his way. So there you go. Yeah. That's what a Sky Moore Thursday sounds like, making it a Sky Moore Friday.
Yeah, but will it be a Sky Moore Saturday against the Chargers this weekend? Keep your eyes out for number 6 on the field this weekend, Murph.
Yeah, number 6. I wonder, I'd maybe get him out for some returns, see his thing. So, listen, big Trent Williams, is obviously not playing in the preseason, and so it makes the team look a lot worse. So when he plays, the team looks a lot better. Mm-hmm. So when he speaks, by the way, he took apparently a tumble, maybe 2 tumbles yesterday that caused everybody to lose their breath. Yeah. Hold their breath, I should say. And he got up and said, no, I'm good.
Yes, stay the hell away from the legs of Trent Williams.
37-year-old guys falling to the ground, not good. Oh, by the way, 925 says they love the slightly stupid.
Ooh,
so there you go,
a little
Marcus.
closer to the sun.
There you go.
That's one of my favorites.
Well, closer to week one
hey.
and the sun, right?
I see you working.
So Trent Williams speaks, and it's been, he's the guy, the self-proclaimed silverback about this team, about this locker room in this transition as the Niners try to funnel a bunch of young kids into a team while maintaining. The Niners are the 2-timeline team. They're doing the 2 timelines like the Warriors. How'd that work out for the Warriors? Actually, it's funny. 2022 technically was kind of a 2-timeline year.
They won a championship.
Exactly, right? So Trent Williams on the nucleus of this team. What's he seeing in 2025?
Yeah, I think to answer your question, we pretty much got a guy in every room, every position room, so that, we basically take it upon ourselves to uphold the standard, to continue to push the culture on to the new guys. But it's not something that we have a collective effort. You just know, Nick got the D-line, I got the O-line, vice versa, Fred and Brock, Kittle, Juice, so forth, so on. So, we really do have a good core nucleus of leaders, and I think it does help us continue to keep the culture in the locker room.
All right, I'll buy that. I was thinking about the DBs, and I guess Lenore.
Yeah, it would be Demo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would be the guy because the safeties are young.
Yeah.
Jason Pinnock's a vet, but he's not been around. So, it's like they have a plant in every room. You know what I mean? Like a guy wearing a wire, and then they all get together and run the tape. But, yeah, they do. O-line, Trent, right? Backfield, CMC. Obviously, quarterbacks, Purdy. Receivers, I guess Ayuk, Jawan.
It would be Jawan Jennings and Brennan Ayuk. Yeah. And you can also throw George Kittle into either conversation on the offensive line or with the group of receivers.
D-line Bosa, linebacker Fred, and DB's Lenore.
But think about that. Like all those players that are not only leaders, those are all pro players. Yeah. Those are guys who maybe are all on Hall of Fame pass. And so that's why, to me, when we get into this question of, is the Super Bowl window still open for the 49ers? Are they rebuilding this offseason? To me, it was all about retooling on that 2-timeline plan, if that's the direction we're going with these young guys, with these first- and second-year players, but still having that nucleus of each and every one of those guys that represent a different position group on this team.
They got good players, man. And when they break that huddle on September 7th, you're gonna see some good players coming out of that huddle. You're gonna see Kittle, you see McCaffrey. Are you going to see Juwan Jennings?
That's the question.
We'll talk about that with John Lynch in the 650 replay. But you are going to see Christian McCaffrey, and here's Trent Williams, cut S, Tony, on Christian McCaffrey, who was where are you going to, I guess before we play the Trent Williams sound, well, let's play the sound, then I'll ask the question.
Obviously, y'all got eyes like I do. Christian looks fantastic. I mean, he looks like Offensive Player of the Year, Christian. So that's really, really refreshing to see, knowing that, what he had to deal with last year, just a little nicks and knacks, and, not being able to do what he loved. To see him out there this year, 100% healthy, treating every play like it's his last, playing with his hair on fire. It really motivates the guys when you got a generational talent like that brings it to work and in practice every day.
Okay, so, obviously that's best case scenario that McCaffrey's all the way back. My question is going to be this. Here's the way how you truly believe in McCaffrey. Where are you going to draft him in fantasy football?
First round.
Okay.
I'm talking about as high as number 2 overall.
Okay.
So
you
really,
believe.
I'm out here giving away my game plan to our fantasy KNBR league.
See, this is my job. I'm posing this as a segment, but I'm just trying to pick your brain.
See, you're prying now.
Remember I tried to pick Kruger's brain the other day, too.
Exactly. And he gave you
He gave me
tip.
a Pearsall.
Yeah, He gave us a trivia question. He said, there's a guy who got shot on the 49ers that I'm thinking about taking.
He said, do you guys know who that is?
Yeah, I was like, I wonder who Larry Kruger could be talking about.
I'm still trying to figure it out.
I'm still trying to narrow it down. But yeah, honestly, I don't think that there's anybody else besides Saquon Barkley that I would take over Christian McCaffrey.
Man, I would sort of tend to agree.
Bijan Robinson, I know, is getting a lot of hype this year as their number 2 or number 1 overall guy off the fantasy board, but I still go Christian McCaffrey. I've been burned by it a couple of years, but any chance I get to take CMC in fantasy football, I draft him every single year if he's on the board.
Hey, Jahmyr Gibbs?
Yeah, I'd still go Christian McCaffrey. Gibbs is great too, don't get me wrong, but CMC, we've seen the last time he was fully healthy, he was a candidate for MVP. He was the best player in the league.
Ashton Genty?
Ashton Genty still, I would not take a rookie over Christian McCaffrey. I don't even really like taking rookies in the first round, to be honest.
You're getting some valuable intel for the draft.
I'm poking him here. I know.
Fantasize this.
Is that back?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah.
Maybe if we get a sponsor.
Maybe if you get a room to record.
Yeah, exactly.
How about that?
Yeah,
By the way, let me throw you a number, and the number is Jeff Samardzja's old jersey number. That's right, I said it, Jeff Samardzja.
We talking Shark?
29. That's Christian McCaffrey's age. Is 29, is that concerning?
As a 32-year-old, the answer is no.
Because I was going to say the other one is 31. Derrick Henry's 31.
Yeah.
So, we were talking about, athletes these days. Tom Brady has redefined what it means to be 40 to 45, right? He completely blew that out of the water. Because George Blanda quarterbacked at 45, but George Blanda looked like that Wilford. When he was 45, he looked like Wilford Brimley from the Quaker Oats ads,
Wow.
dude. So
Wow.
So, but Brady's out here looking sexy as hell at 45, right?
Yeah, but he's got that AI face.
Yeah, but he does have the AI face, and when he picked up my golf ball too.
Yeah,
on 17 at Riviera. That's right. I'll name drop that for years.
Yeah,
for years. I'll name drop that.
Stay away from Murph's balls, Botox Brady.
On 17 at Riviera.
On
Yes.
17 at Riviera.
Where I hit a second. You know what's funny? After he touched my ball. After he touched my
Oh,
Yeah. Where'd he touch it at?
ball. At 17 at Riviera.
Oh,
Everything
that's
went to
where it
hell
was.
because I was laying 2, only about 140 out, and then I made like an 8. I'm going to blame Brady.
That's it, dude.
All right? So I think I topped one, then missed the green, then flubbed the chip. It was a disaster,
You got
right?
those Brady's particles all over
It
your
is
ball.
Brady particles. It is. Brady's balls are bad. So anyway, 29. Does this apply to running backs? And the violence of the NFL, I think you can't sort of I'm going to take care of myself and be in good shape, and I'm going to be really, really good at age 30. I think the violence of the NFL says no. The NFL's too violent to age gracefully. Although Brady did, but quarterback rules, they do protect you. I guess that's a long way of asking. Do you think that the modern era of health, fitness, conditioning, the new rules in the NFL where you can't kill guys as hard, can running backs last longer? Because if you look at the history of running backs in the NFL, 29 is kind of a drop-off point.
Well, I would say the history of running backs in the NFL is once you reach 30, your lifeline is pretty much almost up. It's a lot different talking quarterbacks who are now playing until their 40s, but you won't catch a 40-year-old running back No way in hell. Like Frank Gore was out there for a while, kind of dragging on the end of his career. But we've also seen guys like Adrian Peterson be productive past 30 years old. So to me, there are outliers. And I would put guys like Derrick Henry and Christian McCaffrey in that outlier group. But here's the thing for me about Christian McCaffrey, even for this year and beyond. I think he's going to be valuable until he's 33, 34 years old, because even if he's not your workhorse running back, he can eventually shift into the Darren Sproles type of role where he is your third down receiving back, where maybe you do bring in a different guy on first and second down, and he can still be a complementary pass receiver and also give you some value in real life and in fantasy football.
Okay, so I asked StatMuse, running backs over 30, who's the best? Curtis Martin is the gold standard. Remember Curtis Martin? Kind of slept on Curtis Martin's career. Because I'm not a Jets guy, you know. But when he was 31,
talk more Jets, hombre.
When he was 31, bro, he gained 1,700 yards from scrimmage, bro. That's crazy. A guy who's much maligned in the media circles, Tiki Barber at age 31 gained 1,660.
Okay.
Walter Payton at age 31 gained 1,551. John Riggins at age 34 gained 1,347 yards in 15 games. So it can be done. It can be done.
It's possible.
You can, and those are guys over 30. McCaffrey's 29. So we should expect full bore CMC. All right, look up at the clock. It's 6:45. So it's time to break and get to John Lynch because, listen, it's awesome. Listen, when we get John Lynch, the whole Bay tunes in, man. All the beat writers, all the bloggers, all the aggregators, they're tuning in. So it's your chance. Next. Oh, what did you say, Tony? You got something?
It's just riffing with Marcus in his ear. You know, we'd like the digital team to tune in as well. You know.
Oh, I'm liking this today. Thin Tim, the digital team.
Everybody's catching strays.
Hey, it's a Friday, baby.
Yeah.
It's a hang loose Friday.
It's a Sky Moore Friday.
It's a catch a stray Friday.
It's a catch a stray Friday.
All right, so John Lynch next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Reggae Friday sounded good. Tony going into the classics here. Marsha Griffiths, one of the reggae icons here. Don't Let Me Down. He's talking to the Niners.
Don't let us down, John.
Because the Giants have already let us down.
Oh, man.
And if Marsha Griffiths singing was says, "You already let me down."
You're already down.
Exactly. It's a done deal. They let us down. So Niners, it's up to you now. It's up to you. We turn to you, Niners, to not let us down here. And John Lynch is the man who's architecting this whole thing, and he joins us every week, which is awesome. And yesterday was the John Lynch show for you. Early crowd, you get to hear it right now. So John Lynch, president of football ops, with the final preseason game looming on Saturday at Levi's. Good morning and welcome back to Murph and Marcus. How you doing, John?
I'm doing great. It's we're getting closer to this thing really counting, and we're really excited. And you know, a lot of the stuff that goes on this time of year, you're starting to really put the pieces together as to what your roster is going to look like and the best combination, and a lot of that. The great thing is there's one more preseason game. There's a practice today for evaluation, so the evaluation never stops. And looking forward to seeing what the final product. And even then, the final product is never the final product. It's always fluid. So, but appreciate the way the guys are working and starting to like our team.
All right, you made a trade. Take us through your motivation for the trade, and take us through your conversations with Kansas City and why you picked Sky Moore.
Yeah, I think, first of all, I always like giving recognition and a shout out to, the guys in our pro department. That's what they do. It's what their job is, to know the entire league and to look at other teams, to have discussions with their counterparts at other teams and say, hey, who might be available, who, you guys thinking of doing anything, and those type of things. And then it leads to a conversation. Brett Veach and I have a good relationship, and probably talked for the first time a couple days ago, started talking about this, and it came to fruition yesterday. And I think the bottom line, Sky's a talented guy who probably, a change in environment was needed, and we get a chance to do it this early. What I like about it, it gives us an opportunity to evaluate him here before the season. And very talented young man, was a second-round pick in the 22 draft. Probably has fallen short of the expectations they had for him, but he brings a lot of value in terms of he's a dual returner, meaning he can do punt return and kickoff return. With Jacob Cowing out, that became valuable and important to us. And then we really believe there's a lot of talent, and sometimes talent, in one spot, expectations of being a second-round pick and not living up to it, and the scrutiny can sometimes a change of scenery is just a needed thing. And from all accounts, he's a great kid. I remember during the process, the draft process, we really liked him. So we're excited. He's en route here. He's got to pass his physical for the trade to go through. Never like talking about it like it's a certainty, but we are excited if everything goes well to add him to the mix.
Is it possible that we could see him on the field this weekend against the Chargers?
Yeah, provided that physical goes well. He gets out here. I always appreciate the way our coaches go to work with these guys and kind of a crash course. And you give them enough that they know and they can go run a package of plays. And then as a returner, hey, just go catch the ball and do your thing, and go right or go middle or, that's pretty easy. Yes, there's nuance to it, but a lot easier on special teams. So I think, the good thing with Sky is he's been in a camp. He just played last week. Had a fantastic return, punt return for a touchdown and against the Seahawks. And so it's not like he's not in shape. He's ready, and we'll make sure he's right, but we'll get him in a good place, and we'll make that decision.
So trading for receivers, obviously a position of need. How would you evaluate the need right now? How bad is it in your receiver room?
Well, we like our players. We like our group of guys. It's just who's available right now. That's not great. And so it's we always receivers. It's always a tough room. The guys do a ton of running, a ton of deceleration. We call it snapping down. It's tough on their bodies. We try to account for that. We started knowing with Ayuk, being on PUP. We started with 13 guys, and now we're down to. At one point yesterday, I think we had 7 out there. So there's always attrition there. And you're always weighing that. How do we best take care of those guys? But we need to get better. And we've got a young group on our team, and we've made a decision. Like Kyle and I, we often talk. You never stay the same. You're getting better. You're getting worse. We choose to get better, and to get better, you got to work. Kansas City, where Sky's from, Andy Reid, Brett Veach, and I were talking about this yesterday. They just got hit with a rash. But if you look at it over the last 5 years, they've probably been the healthiest team in football. A lot of people say Andy Reid has the toughest training camp. So, you're always looking for that right mix of work. There is a way to keep guys healthy, and that's to do nothing. But we want to get better, and so, we evaluate everything. But it's where we're at right now. And, we'll have enough guys come week 1 to put a formidable group out there, and then we'll get some guys back throughout the course of the season, and we'll be okay there.
Yeah, and one of those guys could be Brandon Ayuk. I know that the original timeline for him was right around week 6, but John, can you provide us any updates on his current recovery process?
Brandon's done a really good job. I've talked, throughout the process. He had a lot that went on during that injury. Again, we keep talking about the Chiefs, but I think a lot of people remember that hit, and it was vicious, and you could see like, oh no, we might be in trouble, and sure enough, we were. So he's recovered well. I think we feel comfortable saying he's not going to be there week 1, and then probably be some time after that. I'm not going to put exact timelines, but hopefully sometime in this season he's playing the type of football we know when he's out there that he is expected to and expects himself to play at. And it'll be a big boost to our team.
For sure. We're talking to John Lynch, and, of course, we look forward to these conversations all season long. 49ers-Chargers Saturday at 5:30, finale, and then, of course, Sunday, September 7th at Seattle. They made a trade. They traded for Sky Moore, receiver from Kansas City. And one of the needs that you have is Juwan Jennings. He's out. Is this a message to Juwan that you guys can have a body without him And I guess that's a way of asking how much of his absence is his calf and how much is a contract play.
Yeah, no messages. We like the player, Sky. I just talked about that. We love Jawan, and we're getting close to this season. Players got to practice, but if they're not healthy enough to do it, they can't. So it's kind of where we're at with Jawan right now. But Jawan, we're getting there where we got to get out there on that field, and we'll continue to let that thing unfold.
Would you say there's a level of frustration from you on this?
No, like I said, Jawan's a big part of this team, and we're looking forward to the time when he's back out there again, and hopefully that's soon.
John, staying in the wide receiver room, what can you tell us about the DeMarcus Robinson suspension?
Just that there's an appeal process going on. We'll be respectful of that, and when the league makes their final determination, everybody will know right along with us. So I think we're at that stage of it, and you guys will know when we will know.
All right, we're talking to John Lynch here. It's receiver. Is there new news on Russell Gage too? Adam Schefter reported that he has a ligament strain that might keep him out 7 to 10 days. That's accurate?
Yeah, but that's one of those ones. We were out at practice. We were doing one-on-ones, and at first I thought he had his ankle. It looked like he buckled. So I think, given what I saw on the field, Russell's been having a really good camp, and I think given I was standing with Kyle right when it happened, and we just said, oh no, because it looked like his leg buckled, and so I think a slight MCL sprain was actually welcome news. So he will miss some time. We expect him to be ready for our opener, and I think that was somewhat, it's not ideal, but it's better than the alternative with what we saw. So, but he is working through that.
John, with all these question marks in the wide receiver room, it leads to the question about whether or not you guys will continue to add bodies after making this trade for Sky Moore. Would it be safe to say that you guys are still active in the trade market for a wide receiver?
Well, there's still, our cut down day is Tuesday of next week. There's a lot of time. There's a lot of time for guys within our building right now to show who they are. There's a lot of time for us to evaluate the rest of the league, and we're going to put the best group out there, and we're going to be really excited about the group that we ultimately have out there. I think one thing to note, while a lot of teams live in what we call 11 personnel, 3 wides. We're a team that's often in 21, which is the formation the personnel group you all see with Kyle Juszczyk, 2 receivers, tight end, 2 backs, and then also 12. We added Luke Farrell, so Kittle and Farrell, 2 receivers. So, we do have some flexibility and ability to go put really talented players out there in a variety of ways, and that's one of the beauties of the offense that Kyle Shanahan employs.
John, just as we continue to make this the receiver show, Robbie Chosen is kind of hanging around. He's caught balls in an NFL game at a high level, and how would you assess his chances to make the club?
Robbie's done a nice job. Been a welcome surprise. He can still get it. He can still run. I mean, he puts the beauty today, we never had it, but like these guys wear GPS things on their back, and after every practice, and he'll clock some of the highest speeds we have out here. Robbie, he can still go, and he's starting to make some plays. We all saw it at the end of the Raiders game, but we see it out here at practice, and so as long as he continues to do that, there's a place for him, and we got to see how the room shakes out, but Robbie's done a nice job for us, and very appreciative of the effort he's putting forth. He's played in our league at a high level, and it'd be a nice redemption story if it does come back around.
Sort of wrapping up the I don't know if Marcus has another receiver question. I'm sort of done with receiver questions, but I guess in wrapping it up, would you label, like if you had to, like when you have your staff together, say, guys, we have a blank in the receiver room. Is it a crisis? Is it so far as to call it a crisis, John?
No, I mean, I think like opportunity. I mean, it's not. Is it what we'd want? No, we'd like all these guys back there. But like I said, we're going to put a good group out there to start the year, and then we'll start getting guys back, and it will just be kind of like a little blessing each week. Now we got to keep the guys who we have healthy. We got to find a way to get from here to there, but that's what our calling is. That's what our job is. So we'll do it, and we'll figure out a way, and we're going to be all right.
John, I'll move into the trenches a little bit closer to the ball and ask you about the offensive line. We also saw Dominic Puni get rolled up in Las Vegas. Just what's his status, and how do you feel about the depth behind him in case he is not ready to go week one?
Yeah, so, Dom is such a stalwart for us, just a solid player that we plugged and played last year. A really tough kid, too. And so he's not used to not being out there. Had a little bit of a knee injury in that game. He's working hard to try to get back for week one. We'll see whether that comes to fruition. If not, some young guys will get an opportunity. I think Connor Colby, Nick Sikelj, a number of guys there that may get that opportunity, and that's great for them. At the other guard, Ben Barch is nearing return here soon. So, we like the group that we're going to put out there. Puni obviously makes us a lot better. He's a really good player, but we're going to get him right before he's back out there on that field. But he's gunning. He's doing everything possible to be ready for that Seattle week one.
All right, John, finally some good news. Jake Moody, come on now. You guys stuck by. You stood by your man. You went to Tammy Wynette or Loretta Lynn. Who is it? Stand by. I forget. What is that? Loretta Lynn, Tammy Wynette? I always confuse those two. But anyway, you stood by him amid the firestorm, and he then delivered that very memorable preseason game. Now the cynical take is, it's just preseason. The positive take is, man, any positive experience is huge for this guy's confidence and the way the team reacted. Can you take us inside the locker room? Like he made a speech and all that, and just your view of what happened and how you feel about sticking by him.
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, it really was. I sometimes in the sideline, I'll venture down to the sideline early. It's nice to kind of feel the team and see things from a different perspective. And a lot of the starters were out, had their pads off. And Kyle Juszczyk came to me in the fourth quarter, and he go, wouldn't it be perfect, for Moody to have a walk-off? At that point, we thought it might be a walk-off tie, kind of not eventful, but that's NFL preseason football. Juice called his shot, and he got it. And we thought, wow, that's really cool for him and his confidence, and a great thing. And then it got even better when Mahoney picked off that ball and Chase Lucas, tackled him for some reason instead of letting him run, and it became a 59-yard field goal. And such a cool moment. It's preseason football, but man, our team was into it. The Raiders were into it, and he nails a 59-yarder. And did so with some room to spare. And but the reaction of our team, I think it tells you those guys believe in Jake Moody. And, the guy's been through it a little bit. And last year was rough, but he's done a great job of moving forward. I think, we had Greg Joseph in here, and because of injuries, a lot of people said there was no competition. There actually was a great competition, and I thought it made Jake Moody better. And we're very grateful to Greg Joseph for that. But Jake was solid, and he's had a really, really good camp. He missed, and, the one miss in that game was a 53-yarder. 53-yarders are hard to make. He expects himself to make it, but what did he do? He came back and made a number of kicks after that. I think it's huge for his confidence. I think it's huge for our team, and it was a really cool moment to see our team rally around their guy. And, one of the fun preseason memories that I've had.
Yeah, John, you're absolutely right. It was a great reaction by the team, but also a great reaction by the crowd. Now, I was in the stadium too, and I saw a lot of 49er faithful in the building. But, John, it's a preseason game, and it still seems like there's a bit of the Raiders and 49ers rivalry still alive.
That was pretty good. The Raider fans are passionate, man. Just being around Vegas, for a couple days, which, by the way, it's cool for a couple days, and then, get me out of here. I want to go home.
36 hours, John. 36 hours. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. But I do appreciate the passion. We had great work with the Raiders. Pete Carroll. It's crazy to me. He's like 73 years old. He had never done a joint practice in his whole career. He just didn't do them in Seattle. So it was neat. And we had this Where's Waldo going on the film, because you're turning on the film and you see it in person, but Pete runs all over the field. And on one play, he'll be on field one in the back behind where I stand, back behind the safeties. The next play, it's not continuous film. And he's on the other field talking to Kyle Shanahan. And you're like, how is this guy so many? His energy is unbelievable. So that was fun in and of itself. But we had really good work against them. and then the game was the same way. It was a good feel for a preseason game, good competition. We each got better from it.
Do you agree? 36 hours, Vegas. That's the rule, right?
Yeah, I can't take. I might be more of a 48-hour guy.
Okay. Well, 48's more, so yeah, I'm going 36.
Yeah.
I'm going less.
Yeah.
You come into me like you come in. Yeah, there's a way to do it, but yeah, anything over north of 48, we're entering the danger zone, John. By the way, Marcus was there for I think 72 to 96.
Yeah, a little bit too long. John.
So.
I think Marcus is more of a weak guy there, right?
Well, he's one of those quote-unquote, well, he knows the Raider Nation pretty well. Hey, last couple things. One, when are we, I'll meet you at SFO. We're flying to Dublin, Aviva Stadium. College football starts in Dublin this weekend, John. I'll buy the first round. Let's go.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm interested to watch what's going on in Hawaii, Stanford football.
That was my follow-up there. It was going to be Stanford. Andrew Luck's going to be doing weekly hits on KNBR. How about that?
That's awesome. I'm so energized by this guy and what he's doing for Stanford football. I talked to him the other day, and it's so weird, but so much of college football these days is fundraising, and it's been rough. It's been a rough patch. I think we can all agree for Stanford football, and it'd be so nice to see Stanford and Cal to get back in the mix. And I went to an event here recently for a Women's Coaching Alliance. Commissioner of the NFL, Roger Goodell, and his wife were out, and it was a really cool panel with Andrew and Ron. These guys, they're tremendous for college football. They're tremendous for this area. But I'm fired up. I think Andrew's given hope to Stanford again. He's passionate about it. He's not just doing this. He is into it. I asked him the other day, because fundraising is such a big component, how's it going? And he said, John, there's some cool stuff on the horizon. So I'm fired up, man. I don't know if this year will be the year Frank Reich is coming out here to help him out, but I am energized by where Stanford football is going.
Beat the Rainbows, man. Come on. Saturday afternoon on our airwaves, I believe, here. It's going to be on 1050. You can hear that. So. But John, we're going to have Ron Rivera weekly, Riverboat Ron, so it is amazing what you said. Ron and Andrew, Rivera and Luck have sort of agreed to sort of join forces to raise the profile of college football in the Bay Area in this tough environment. They're finding strength in numbers, but I got to say, I'm ultimately suspicious. The lion is lying down with the lamb here. I don't know, man. Who's going to stab who in the back first is my question.
Yeah, at this event, they do have good jabs. I mean, they keep the rivalry alive, but then they talk about, hey, let's bring college football back to this area. It's such a proud tradition, and I think at the end of the day, I take off that blue shirt. Still comes in my head every now and then, but some Cal people are good people too. We can coexist.
Kind of, yeah. But no, you're right. In the new environment, they are smartly forming an alliance there. And then finally, last one is.
I think the Cal people are asking everyone how we got to check this Lynch guy. 48 is more than 36, not less.
There you go.
Just realize that.
Well, maybe you're more of a 24 guy, is what you are. Maybe
that's
25.
I think that's what it was in my head.
Yeah. Last one is
roster spots, not hours in Vegas.
That's right. I know. Will you say hi to Trey Lance this weekend?
Absolutely. I'm a huge fan of Trey. Was class throughout, and I'm really excited what's going on for him down with the Chargers. It seems like a new environment has spurred a great opportunity for him, and he's making the most of it. So huge fan of Trey, his family. Hopefully we get a chance to see them all and pulling for him always.
Yeah, and then last question for me, John, just looking ahead to its last preseason game. There's been a lot of talk about maybe shortening the preseason. People focus on game 2 as the most important game. But when you are looking at the overall evaluation process, how big of a factor does game 3 play for you? And who are some names that maybe 49er fans should be looking out for this weekend?
Yeah, so, the back end of the roster, and when I say back end, every roster spot is so important, and we really believe that it extends beyond the 53. We now have 16, really 17, because every team's allowed an international player, so you're allowed 17 practice squad players. So everyone's fighting for those spots, and Kyle talked about it the other day. Not sure how much we're going to play our starting group, but there's going to be a bunch of young guys on this team this year, so much opportunity. I'm not going to get into names because everyone it's important for. Anyone who's out there, they're fighting for, their opportunity here or somewhere else, and I think it's a really cool thing, and looking forward to being in Levi's again. Good to be home, and then, like I said, we're really close to the start of a new season. I'm excited. I'm jacked up about our team, and it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, and of course Harbaugh too. Maybe he has an interest in Stanford. I don't know. He'll be here. It's going to be kind of fun just to see him back at Levi's too. So, all right. Well, listen, John, and by the way, we figured it out. It was Tammy Wynette, Young Tone. Here we go. This would be a good. It's good karaoke, don't you think, John? Stand by your man.
Stand by your man, huh?
Do you know this, Marcus?
Absolutely not.
Marcus, I work with these kids, John.
Yeah, I don't know this song, John.
I work with these kids.
Come on, Marcus.
Come on, man. John, you'll go country, won't you?
Oh, yeah.
Classic country, too. Country. I like classic country over the new stuff here. This was a big old honking hit, Marcus, and they stood by Jake Moody when he needed it most. So thank you, Young Tony, for this vibe. All right, John, we appreciate it. After all the receiver questions, you're done, and now we look forward to the good stuff on Saturday. I know Tuesday's a tough day, but it is part of the process, and then you guys kind of get set and get ready to go. So appreciate it, and good luck to Stanford on Saturday, too.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Hey, thank you.
There it is. We're back live, and Tammy Wynette, or as Young Tony called her this morning, goes, "Hey, man, do you listen to some Tammy Weinstein?" I said,
hey, close enough. Am I right?
Different type of Tammy.
There you go.
Murph goes, yeah, that's her accountant.
Yeah, no. So here's the deal. Brock Purdy was spoken about by Greg Cosell.
Ooh.
And Greg Cosell, as we know, is no longer on our show. And but we're going to find a way around that and get him on our show. So Greg Cosell on Brock Purdy next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, let's talk about, world-class healthcare. Kind of important, you think? Marin Health. That's where we're going. Marin Health, world-class healthcare. Not just the closest medical care, it's the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
I thought it was awesome. Just getting out there in a game situation and getting ready for a game, third down, getting loud in the environment, like those are all things that are tough to you actually try to emulate in practice. So to be able to come out here and be in that moment and have to look guys in the huddle and break the huddle and be loud with my cadence and drop back, go through my reads and make the throw, like those are all things that obviously are real and you're going to see in the season. So to be able to get that in preseason and that feel again felt really good. So obviously we'll watch the film and try to always find ways to get better, but I thought overall it was pretty good.
Yeah, literally 7 pass attempts will be probably the sum total of his preseason. As Brock Purdy got that in Vegas and faced a 3rd and 18, faced a little crowd noise, and quite likely not playing tomorrow in Levi's Stadium. But if you do want to remember 49ers football, you can have 2 stadium seats from Candlestick Park, the iconic red seats. Now, if you're calling number 10 right now to 415-896-KNBR, you win the $50 49ers Team Store gift card. That's awesome. And you enter the drawing for the stadium seats from Candlestick Park. These are furnished by KNBR. Find the official rules at KNBR.com. So call Curly, 415-896-KNBR. And thanks to 831 for the recommendation. Rita Marley, 1 draw.
1 draw, Murph.
Sounds good.
I'll take a 2nd draw.
What if Brock Purdy has 1 draw, 1 snap to win you a playoff game? Can he do it?
Ooh.
Can he do it in the Reds? 4th down in the red zone. Inside the 10. Well, we saw that in the Super Bowl, didn't we? Yeah.
Murph.
Too soon?
Too soon.
Well,
now
somebody missed their assignment.
He's got 1 draw. Yeah, exactly. Can I get 1 block? I'll take that over 1 draw.
1 block.
But yeah.
That's Rita Marley's next banger, 1 block.
I guess that is a good question, though. If he had 1 draw, 1 play, who is Brock Purdy getting the ball to in that situation?
Well, that's probably, he's going to be locking in on Ricky, man. Ricky's going to catch a lot of balls this year. He really, really is. It's just getting more and more obvious given the injuries and given their improved chemistry. And given the talent that he is, I mean, he's a first-round draft pick for a reason. You know, if he didn't, the Niners didn't take him, he was going to go early in the 2nd, probably. I mean, I can't guarantee that, but probably an early 2nd-round pick. And I mean, this is a guy who was well-regarded coming out of college as a, yes, we'll make the white-on-white comparison, the Julian Edelman, the Wes Welker, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean,
the list continues, Murph.
Okay, who else?
You want a Jordy Nelson? Huh? Want to go Matt
Can
Jones
you come
from
up
the
with
Jacksonville
an African
Jaguars?
American or black receiver that would comp him? So we can get out of this, let's get racial up in this piece here.
I was going to say, is he as explosive as a Deshaun Jackson? That's who his body type reminds me a little bit
That's a
of.
good call, body type. No, I got to say that without looking at the stats, I got to guarantee you that Deshaun's significantly faster in the 40s.
Ricky Pearsall runs a 4.3.
Does he?
It feels like people forget that.
My bad.
Maybe because he's Caucasian. But they were just talking about this the other day. I saw a little viral 49er clip going around. I believe it was one of the practice squad wide receivers. They were talking about who's the fastest wide receiver on the team, and a lot of people answered Slick Rick. Ricky Pearsall is the fastest.
Now, I got a 4.41
okay,
at the combine.
Maybe
you
it was
okay
an
with
unofficial time when he was at Florida. I saw a 4.38. But yeah, still 4.4 speed we're talking about.
Okay.
Ricky can fly.
And Deshaun ran what is AI telling me? Deshaun ran a 4.35.
Yeah,
So what's the difference between 4.35 and 4.41? I mean, it's 0.06, but is that like the world.
It's the difference between separating from a defensive back, maybe.
Yeah, pretty
and
good.
Maybe that's the key with Ricky Pearsall, a.k.a. the separator. You're going back to that one draw, that one play that we're thinking about in the Super Bowl. Well, a big reason why the 49ers went out and got Ricky Pearsall was because of the man coverage that the Chiefs put on the 49ers in the Super Bowl and their problems getting separation and getting wide receivers open back then.
Now, with Brandon Ayuk comes back, will he get separation when Juwan Jennings comes back? If Juwan Jennings. Now, you heard John in there, and we could talk about it. You know, he was very sound, disciplined, did not snap on Juwan Jennings. But when I would interpret when he said no, I said, are you frustrated? He said no, which is probably not true. I'm sure they are frustrated. But his code was, now's the time for players to get on the practice field. That was it. That was what you took away from that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's time to get on the practice field. Well, Juwan would say, well, it's time to pay me. So, man, we're heading toward, it's Adam Schefter check. Yeah. Listen, it's August 22nd. Mm-hmm. I mean, we started saying this about 4 days ago, right? Listen, it's August 18th. Well, it's August 22. Adam Schefter is of the belief that all NFL disputes get settled in late August, early September. Mm-hmm. So we're still days away.
Yeah, but it's getting pretty late in August.
Yeah, it's getting late early out there, as they say.
It is. Yeah, it is.
Just like yesterday's Giants Padres game was a classic example of it's getting late early. Because Verlander blew through the first 3 innings. It was great. And then everything went to hell in the fourth and the fifth. I was like, yeah, it's getting late early out here. Mm-hmm. It's getting late early. Mm-hmm. Once again, 7th inning. What were you doing? I don't know, milling around the house.
Yeah, I went to go get some ice cream.
There you go. Psyched up for the Red Sox-Yankees.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
For my doubleheader yesterday.
Too soon. Doval, huh?
Yeah, Doval. Bonehead decision.
He's not really getting it. He's not exactly Goose Gossage right now, is he?
He tried to pick a guy off twice, and then he stepped off for a third time without attempting to pick a guy off. And it's like he didn't know the rule that you're only allowed to try to pick off 3 times.
That's the kind of thing. If he had done it as a Giant, we'd be like,
yeah,
bro, this guy's driving me nuts.
Yeah, and also it was a 6th inning appearance for Camilo Doval, and we know how he is in non-save situations. So,
man, oh man,
I saw that one coming.
Mike Krukow will try to make sense of it. Those 3 consecutive bunts when the Padres just exposed the Giants. I'm sure Mike was excited about Joel Peguero, which we all were, but we'll talk to Mike about baseball next on The Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher back with Prize Picks on a Friday morning because preseason football is underway and college football is here too. So don't miss out on any action this season on Prize Picks, the best place to win cash while watching sports. And guess what? College football is here. It's week 0, and Prize Picks is giving away a max discount for the first game of the week out in Ireland. That's right. Iowa State is taking on Kansas State. The Wildcats will be in Ireland. And if you want to wake up Saturday morning and win some shekels, why not pick Avery Johnson on the max discount right now to have more than half a passing yard? It's as simple as that. One completed pass in the first quarter, and you'll be able to cash in on Prize Picks. But if you want to wait till the pro football season, that first Thursday night matchup between the Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles, you can take Dak Prescott and his max discount to also have more than half a passing yard. It's as simple as that, and these max discounts are only available right now on PrizePicks. So download the PrizePicks app and use the code word LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, run your game.
I got affection for the Irish. I do. Yeah, Conor McGregor. I grew up with the Irish.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we'll try to have some fun talking to Mike. Obviously, no fun in San Diego. Giants in Milwaukee tonight. The Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Mike, how can we have fun? How can we have fun? Good morning, Mike.
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good morning. I don't know. I mean, but if you ask me one negative question, I'm hanging up.
Well, oh boy, my gosh. Well, was that a dare or was that a...
This might be a quick
No,
interview.
I don't think we could have a conversation without questioning some of the things that went on in the field yesterday. And it all boils down to one theme, and that is when you're playing a team that is a good team at this level, 90-foot mistakes are enormous. And they, even with two good teams when they match up, that is what determines the outcome of the game. You cannot provide opportunity to an opponent that on paper is better than you. Because you're aware of that as a team going into a series with a team like the Padres. They're good. Their chemistry is forged. They're going someplace. So if you want to hang with them, you need to up your game. You can't issue walks. You can't have pass balls. You can't botch bunt plays when they're trying to give you an out. And they put 3 bunts in a row. They're trying to give you an out, and you can't take advantage of it. And not only that, but you create opportunity for them, which they took advantage with a double off the bat of Machado. You can't provide an opportunity to them because they're gonna bust through the door every time. And then there's the dreaded walk away from the stadium. The worst feeling in the world for a professional, that you beat yourself. And that's how they felt. And not just this game, just about the entire series with the Padres. They just felt like they beat themselves. So where do you go from here? These are professional players. These are guys at the big league level. They obviously have played well enough to be a big league player. Well, then you have to play like it. You know, you can't be out there worrying if the ball's going to get hit to you for fear that you're going to make a mistake. You can't have that attitude at this level. There's no way. I mean, you have to play with reckless abandon, to quote a number of writers around the country. And it really is the two words that sum up the difference between the Padres and the Giants. The Padres are a very, very confident team, and they're playing with reckless abandon. They are not afraid to make a mistake because you know why? Because they know they can overcome the mistakes. And that is not the case for the Giants right now. They're a team that is playing in a very protective way for fear that they will make mistakes. And that's a different mindset. And it's suffocating. And, it's going to be the same this weekend with the Brewers. The Brewers are a great team. They're not beating themselves. And they're crashing through the door when you create opportunities for them. And guess what? They come back home and they play the Cubs. And that's another team that is a confident team that takes advantage of mistakes. So bottom line is everybody here has to up their game. And at this point in the season, you say, well, what do you have to lose? You got to loosen it up because that team is so tight-assed right now and has everything to do with how ineffective that they've been against good teams, the mistakes that they've made against good teams. And that's completely eroded the confidence of this club.
That was perfectly. I mean, you just said everything in 4 minutes there, what we would have asked. So you took care of it beautifully. Everything you said resonated, man. It was very well expressed. I'm looking at like this number. Here's the thing that just baffles me, Mike. I just can't make sense of this, that the trade for Devers on Sunday, June 15th, which I loved. I thought it was amazing. That was an incredible move. Did you know that since that date, the Giants have the worst record in Major League Baseball and, as a secondary stat, have scored the fewest runs in Major League Baseball? Mike, as they say, like, make it make sense is that phrase you hear sometimes. I can't make that make sense. How do you trade for Devers and score the fewest runs in Major League Baseball? I don't get it, Mike.
Well, I mean, you look at the first couple months of the season, how well this team played and whatnot, and how they won and how they took advantage of opportunity. And they took advantage of a lot of off-speed stuff. When the league figured out that there was some advantage to pitching this club with high fastballs, then, very shortly in this world of baseball, once one team figures out how to get a team out, other teams take notice. And then it's up to you as an offense to be able to make the adjustment, to be able to cover up that hole that's been so consistent, the high fastball. And, there's two things. When you talk to Pat Burrell and the coaches, the hitting instructors, you watch them work, they identify a weakness for the club immediately. And then it gets down to technique. Now you have to be. You're getting a lot of high fastballs. Like Dusty Baker used to say, stand taller. Use your top hand more. You have to get on top of the pitch. You have to be able to cover that high pitch. The only way you can do that is where you have to have a strong top hand, and that's when the drills started. The drill started back 2 months after the season started. As soon as it got around that the Giants were hitting the high fastball, and they started seeing a bunch of them. When you got to the ballpark every day, they were working on it. There was technique that was being shown them, and they haven't been able to apply it. Now, at that high velocity, and you're seeing chest-high fastballs, it is when they're throwing them 95 to 99. I mean, you have to pull the trigger. I mean, you've got to cheat, and it looks so good to hit, and they can't lay off it. They have not been disciplined to make the adjustment. I don't think I've ever seen a team go this long without being able to make the adjustment. Even if it's just taking the pitch, because oftentimes the one you're swinging at is a ball, but it's driving the pitching coach or the hitting instructors crazy, and it's frustrating because you're talking about philosophy and you're talking about theory and technique, and it's not being applied. And then the other thing that has dogged this team since early on is that they have not been able to put the ball in play. That was the thing that was said day one at spring training. Put the ball in play, and right then you see guys in the cage every day. Okay, here we are, runner at third. You situationally hit, and in order to situationally hit, you have to take swing out. You need to go bat to ball skills, hit the ball behind the runner, hit the ball the other way, put the ball in the air with the runner at third, less than 2 outs, and they work on it every day, but yet they still strike out. Their put the ball in play rate is one of the worst in all of baseball. With all the drills that they've been working on, they have not been able to put it into effect. So who do you blame? You blame the coaches that are going out there and they're talking about this every day. They're talking technique, how to do it. What do you do? And then that's the dilemma. That's what is so perplexing about this whole situation. They're being told, they're being taught, they're practicing, but yet they can't put it into play during a game. They cannot simply put the ball on the ground or put it. That's what's so perplexing, and I can't explain it. I really can't. And this is what's dogging this team. This is what has put him in a tailspin.
Yeah, Mike, I think we would all agree that the record does not reflect the amount of talent that the Giants currently have on this roster, but you are what you are on the back of your baseball card. They're 61-67, and after losing 10 of 13 matchups against the San Diego Padres, the Padres are competing for the NL West with the Dodgers with a 72-56 record. So I guess that's a long ways of me asking, just from a talent perspective, take out the lack of execution and the mental mistakes out of the picture. How far or how close are the Giants away from a talent perspective from competing with teams like the Padres and the Dodgers?
Oh, I think they're close. I think the thing about what has happened this year is that you had a lot of young players now who are getting significant playing time. And, so basically, you have a lot of young guys sticking their finger in the fan. So this should be a learning process. And it is. When you see mistakes made, you see coaches get right to them, and they're talking about, okay, this is what you made the mistake on the base pass. This is what you do to correct that. This is the rule that you didn't quite know that you have to be aware of in these scenarios. So it becomes a learning process. What you do then, once the season is over, you go back in and you do the things that you need to do to adjust your strength level and to be able to compete at a higher speed, which is what the big leagues is all about, being able to exist in a higher speed, because you never see speed like this anywhere else consistently. Not just velocity with the balls being thrown, but the velocity coming off the bats and the speed of the player on the base pass and on the defense that cut gaps and take away hits. I mean, it's just something that you have to make an adjustment to. So this is what this season is going to be all about. It's going to be all about the young players taking what they've learned this year, getting better in the offseason, getting stronger, and then coming back next year as better players. And this is how you elevate as a team. And I do believe the talent's there. Obviously, I believe in the talent that has already established itself, the veterans on this club. But it's going to be up to the younger players to get to that level. And that's the hope as they go forward.
Mike Krukow just taking a long view after the Giants have a humiliating stay down in San Diego. The bunts exposing them. And Matos makes an error. Just a quick word on Matos. You talk about young players. He's one of those guys. I think Giants fans have kind of hoped that he would be a mainstay, and he's still got a chance to be. He's still very, very young. But, he makes a physical mistake, a physical error out there in right field at a bad time. It's a bad look. It looks bad, all that. What do you want to see from this guy to convince you that he's on the 2026 roster?
Well, I mean, I could say the same thing about Ramos. These guys have been in this organization a long time. They've played a lot of professional baseball. They make mistakes that once you make mistakes at the lower level, that should be part of your education. That should be part of what makes you better as a professional player, is you no longer make those mistakes. But I still see those guys making those mistakes. So I think that there has to be a real growing up process that you develop mentally, more so than physically at this point. That's what's going to really put the icing on the cake in regards to maximizing their talent and being able to play consistently at this level. And I think that there's room for both of those players to go. And I throw them in the same group. I think they're enormously talented. We've seen Ramos at times, be as good as anybody in the game. I mean, if you look at his numbers straight up, they're pretty good. But yet there's ways that he can get better. And the same thing for Matos. I think this guy could be an everyday player, and I think this guy could be a major contributor with 20 plus home runs and being able to score 100 runs and be a good defensive player. But there's been a slow down process to his development that I think that needs to pick up the pace. I thought last year when he went to the Dominican Winter Ball and he was the Rookie of the Year, I thought, okay, here we go. This guy's starting to develop out, and yet there's steps backwards. And I just think he needs to eliminate the steps backwards. I've always believed in his talent, but I just am getting impatient with the development, especially the mental side.
Yeah, Mike. And then I guess if we're going to end one positive from yesterday, Yoel Peguero makes his Major League debut. He throws 102. It took him 10 years. Kind of crazy the guy throws that hard. It took him that long, but various things happened in different organizations, and you take your chance when you get it. At least his first opportunity that he seized, he performed. What do you see from his stuff? I mean, I don't almost want to say like 102 isn't common these days. Of course, it's still very, 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 very elite. But you're seeing a lot of 100 these days. What can he do to stay alive? Are there secondary and third pitches that he can use to set up that heater?
Well, that's where you're talking about why this guy's been down there for 10 years. I mean, he's obviously got the velocity. But the big leagues is more than just about velocity. They're not impressed with velocity.
Yeah.
What they're impressed with is a mixture of speeds and location. So if you look at his mixture of speeds, he doesn't really have, or he hasn't in 10 years, had a secondary number of pitches that he could rely on when he's behind in the count. Our old saying, we talk about it all the time, there's no such thing as a fastball count anymore. Mm-hmm. The guys who are successful at the big league level now throw anything at any time. And they've got 5 or 6 different types of movement and 3 different speeds that makes it extremely tough to hit for average, which, I mean, I think it's never been harder to hit at this level now because of the ability to mix speeds and movements. Everybody has them. And guys that can command them and they can throw them behind the count, that's a rough at bat. Mm-hmm. So Peguero just hasn't had the secondary pitches that he's been able to rely upon behind the count. And, he's been having to rely on his fastball when he hasn't had really great location with it. So hopefully, he's finally able. We watched Randy Rodriguez develop. He was kind of in the same boat. Then all of a sudden he found the strike zone and you could throw to a corner and boom, he's in the big leagues because of that velocity. And I hope Peguero can be here for a long time. I do. I mean, he's busted his tail and you're always going to be patient with a guy that throws 102, but he needs to show more if he's going to stay at the big league level and be there for a while.
Last question for me, Mike, is about this series against the Milwaukee Brewers and the news that Carson Whisenhunt will be back on the bump tonight. How do you want to see him utilize his pitches and use that changeup tonight?
Well, I mean, here's a guy I ask him, how do you throw the fastball? Well, I use a 4-seam grip. How do you throw the changeup? Oh, I use a 2-seam grip. Well, why aren't you using the fastball with the 2 and the 4-seam grip? Why aren't you using the changeup with the 2 and the 4-seam grip? He came up with 3 different pitches: 4-seam, fastball, 2-seam changeup, and a breaking ball, which is kind of lazy. Well, he needs to tighten things up. He's got everything he needs to be very good up here. And I really think this guy's going to have a nice career. But he has to make some changes. He has to make some additions. He has to understand why you move these movements and use these movements against certain swing times and whatnot. And so that's going to be in his future. And I want to see if he's using some of these things. I want to see how he pitches in ground ball situations. I want to see what he uses with how he throws that slider. Can you throw it in a 3-2 pitch? Can you throw the changeup in a 3-2 pitch? Can you throw the fastball in and out? Can you use it up and down? So these are things that I'm going to pay close attention to. They're all there. I mean, I love Kai Ting. I love Whisenhunt. I love Roop. I love Birdsong, Keaton Wynn. They're all there. They're all going to be good, but they need to grow. They need to apply what they learn up here. And so it's all a learning process, and I want to see Whisenhunt use some of those things that he's learned here already.
5:10 p.m., Whisenhunt against Quintana, who's a lefty, for the Brewers. The Brewers are 80-48. What a story with Pat Murphy. Did you know him at Arizona State at all, Mike, or did you come across him in past years, Pat Murphy?
Well, he kind of ticked me off in 1994 when he was with Arizona State. He was a guy when the team was going on strike, and he was bad-mouthing professional baseball and said, if you want to see the true sport, you need to come see us here play college baseball. So, and then years later, now he's in professional baseball. But that time when he said all those things, ticked me off. I kind of haven't forgot it. But the job that he's done and the way his players love him, you can't deny that. He's done a great job there. I applaud the effort.
Yeah, it seems like he sort of leads with his chin. Like he doesn't mind mixing it up a little bit.
No. He's a salesman. No, 100%. He's got those guys believing, and that's what good managers do.
Yeah, good stuff, Mike. Well, you really did a good job. I know it was this outset. We were like, I'm so mad, but you identified some really good real baseball things to talk about as Giants fans going forward. So enjoy the heck out of the weekend. Watch 3 baseball games. Hopefully look for signs of improvement, and we'll talk to you Monday. Mike Krukow, very good breakdown from Mike on that. Now, big hit, though. We're switching to the Niners. John Lynch's comments on Juwan Jennings, how we're feeling about this receiver situation. Plus, Trent Williams spoke and Ricky Pearsall spoke on these 49ers as they get ready on the Sports Leader.
Pick it up.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
49ers fans, on a scale of 1 to 10, how concerned are you that Juwan Jennings will not be out there for week 1? They need JJ. How concerned are you that he might not be on the field because of the contract, the calf issue? We're not really sure what it is. But you can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
All right, River Islands, where we start at the boathouse for our little lunch, and then we take a tour of River Islands in Lathrop. All right, River Islands is the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California because of the numbers. 15 neighborhoods now being offered. Wide range of home sizes and prices from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. Here's another number. Seven new lakeside neighborhoods with docks for fishing, kayaking, and paddleboards. 12 dozen parks, playing fields, and playgrounds already open. That includes Islanders Field, which is a very cool place to watch some baseball, the high school kids, the summer travel ball situation. 55 is a number. Some are over 55. And Del Webb has his own master plan. Within the master plan for a private clubhouse. 1 is another number. The very first town center has begun. Shopping, healthcare, entertainment, restaurants. 3 is another number. K through 8 charter schools starting their fall term this month, along with River Islands High School. So much to see and do. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? Go to riverislands.com, and hey, Benny, I'll meet you at the boathouse.
The good life.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, we like our players. We like our group of guys. It's just who's available right now. That's not great. And so it's, we always, receivers, it's always a tough room. The guys do a ton of running, a ton of deceleration. We call it snapping down. It's tough on their bodies. We try to account for that. We started knowing with Ayuk, being on PUP, we started with 13 guys, and now we're down to, at one point yesterday, I think we had 7 out there. So there's always attrition there, and you're always weighing that. How do we best take care of those guys? But we need to get better, and we've got a young group on our team. We evaluate everything, but it's where we're at right now, and we'll have enough guys come week 1 to put a formidable group out there, and then we'll get some guys back throughout the course of the season, and we'll be okay there.
John Lynch on a Reggae Friday talking 49ers receivers. That's our big hit. Juwan Jennings in the receiver room as we go into Saturday's preseason finale. And he said something interesting there. He said they come week 1, they're going to put a formidable group. Are you buying that? 808 KNBR is the phone number.
It's where we're at right now.
Yeah, it's where we're at is a phrase. That's what Javi Lopez said yesterday, too, about the Giants. It's where we're at. Boy, that's always tough. You can look around, things are going tough. Your ladies left you. The bank's calling. Your credit card calling. They're like, your friends are ghosting you, and you're like, what's going on? You're like, that's where I'm at right now.
It's where we're at right now.
That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at.
People are asking us questions. Are you guys still in San Francisco? Are you hosting a show down at Levi Stadium? No, we're in Daly City.
It's where we're at right now.
Reminds me of my buddy. My buddy had a roommate post-college who just couldn't figure out life, man. And he got the call one day, and this is back in the late 80s, early 90s. He got the call. He's like, yeah. He goes, I understand. He goes, no, I have intentions of paying it, sir. I do. No, I do understand. He said, you want me to do what? Okay, I'll do that. You want me to do it? And he has it on the phone, and he gets his credit card out of his wallet, and he takes a pair of scissors. And he goes, sir, I'm cutting it in half right now.
I understand.
When the credit card company makes you physically cut your credit card.
It's like, no, trust me, I am cutting it.
And you know what? That's where he was at that point in time.
Yeah.
It's where we're at right now.
It's a true story.
Damn, we're cutting up credit cards.
Oh, man. You listen to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Good Mike. Good Krukow. He was very, very good. Talking about not keeping up with, not adjusting to the fastball and the fastball. When we asked him why have they gotten so bad, he said the league figured out they can't hit fastballs. They can't hit high fastballs.
Yeah, which is a problem when you're a major league hitter and struggle with the fastball.
Return to that with Susan Slusser at 8:15. But to the Niners, you want to be a Niner.
We got a standard.
Yeah, be a champion. So it's a war between sort of freaking out about these injuries and realizing that it's August 22nd, and you don't need them till September 7th. In fact, Trent Williams, young Tone, cut you as an umbrella about these training camp injuries, and Big Trent giving his perspective from the veterans room here. Check it out.
It takes a toll when you hear this guy's out for the year, this guy. But, the little dings and stuff like that, obviously it sucks to practice without a lot of guys because obviously we got to make up for those reps. But, you want those guys to take a little time off. You want everybody to come into week 1 as healthy as possible. So I'm all for guys getting a little ding, taking time to really recover. Because we're going to need them week 1. Obviously the preseason is cool. It's fine. A lot of people really need the preseason. But obviously week 1 is way more important. So as long as those guys, we're going to still be able to get those guys back in some capacity. I usually don't cross my mind too much.
Okay, so there's a perspective for sure, and it's true. But you start thinking about this. It's a 17-game season, bro. It's August. We're playing regular season games in January, right? So there is that incredible long-term view that includes the Brandon Ayuks of the world, who is already out running routes, obviously doing his thing, and so there is this thing. Do you buy Trent Williams calming you down that it's all about week 1 and beyond and don't freak out on August 22? Or is he just whistling through the graveyard?
I think it's a little bit of both if I do want to split hairs here and whistle a little bit through the graveyard with Trent Williams, because he's right to the point where there hasn't been major injuries. We're not talking about Brock Purdy or Christian McCaffrey or George Kittle or Fred Warner or Nick Bosa or the stalwarts of this team moving forward of these guys dealing with injuries. But it does concern me when the younger guys are missing out on reps, because he's right. Preseason football might not mean a lot to him and Christian McCaffrey at this point of their career, but it means a lot to Alfred Collins. It means a lot to Michael Williams. It means a lot to C.J. West. So those are guys that I don't want to see being dinged up this early on in the career, because that's also going to have an effect later on in the season of these guys not fully understanding the system and getting these reps against opponents in preseason football. So to me, that's the bigger concern, is just the lack of overall reps due to the injuries, not so much as concerns about the long-term effects of these injuries, but the facts in the short term, they're missing out on these reps.
Yeah, throw Upton Stout in that list too.
Exactly.
There's a
The
guy
list
who
goes
was having
on
a
and
great
on.
camp. It's a very good point. I mean, yes, Trent is correct that, for example, Juwan Jennings, who we'll talk about in just a second here, is a guy who knows how to play, knows the system, knows the offense, knows what Brock likes to do, all that stuff. I mean, he and Brock have a fantastic chemistry, right? So, yeah, while you'd like to polish it, we know it's there. Whereas with Michael Williams, C.J. West, Upton Stout, they need to be on the practice field.
Well, even in the wide receiver room, when we're talking about guys like Jordan Watkins, who had a great week one of preseason, he goes down with the ankle injury. Those are valuable reps that he's been missing. Jacob Cowing, for the last 2 years, hasn't been able to stay healthy. This is a guy you thought could maybe contribute as a returner on special teams and maybe as a deep field threat, but he also can't stay on the field. So these are valuable reps that they're missing in the wide receiver rooms and they're missing in the trenches.
I'll go back to those names of Niners that were drafted fairly high at skill positions that you just never. Jalen Hurd. Remember that name?
Yep.
Jalen Hurd.
What the hell happened to him, dude? You're supposed to be really good.
As we talked yesterday, Tone, you can't make the club in the tub.
Ah,
right, buddy?
I gotcha.
And the best ability is availability. These are my bumper stickers.
These
buddy.
are Murph originals.
These are my bumper
Along with
stickers.
the, what was the call sign down the hall? That was another bumper sticker.
K-O-N-E.
Don't touch that dial.
Yeah,
There's
don't-
cum on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
Stay away
there
from
you
that
go.
dial.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more vulgar than me saying ripped a knob off.
I'm just telling you what they said.
It's true. They had bumper stickers.
Do you know who said that, by the way? DJ Dennis Erectus.
Wow.
Yeah, DJ Dennis
Yo!
Erectus.
Come on.
What, you think I'm riffing? You think I'm riffing? I'm
DJ
just telling
Dennis
you,
Erectus?
I'm just telling you that's how we did it back in the day.
I need a cooler name than Waterboy.
Well, dude, we used to go to movies and see Fast Times at Ridgemont High and Porky and Animal House, and all this stuff was just playing out on our screen.
Different times.
Like we watched Stick last night, and there was an episode where the young kid Santi and Zero, the caddy, the non-binary caddy, had a little love scene, and I was a little squirming in my chair a little bit in front of the 8th grader, but I was like, I started thinking about it. I was like, my parents and I, we went and saw Urban Cowboy and Officer and a Gentleman when I was his age, and well, Deborah Winger and Richard Gere, man, they were making the sign of the two-back beast, and I was right there.
Yeah, it's always an awkward moment, though, when your parents are in the room.
Yeah, it wasn't awkward. It was awkward. It's like we showed with Jerry Maguire. We showed him Jerry Maguire a few years ago. I forgot about the scene early on with the wonderful Kelly Lynch. Is it Kelly Lynch or Kelly Preston? One of the two. Dude, there's a raucous sex scene with her and Tom Cruise, and I ran over and covered Rory's
Yeah, I was going to say, do you cover his eyes? My parents always covered my eyes.
He was much younger. He was... So what is he now? He's 13. He was probably 10 or 9. I was like, yeah, no. And at that point, Declan was like 14. I was like, yeah, you can see this.
Yeah, you know what's going on, Deck.
What was your first movie breakthrough scene where you're like, oh, so that's how it is?
Oh, well, I can talk about the time where my next door neighbor, my babysitter, took me and my brother to a premiere of Eurotrip. And this was like an early screening, and I was like a 6th grader, and we had front row seats reserved. And here is me and my brother and my neighbor at like 12, 13 years old. She was like in her late 20s at the time. But she took us, and there were boobs everywhere on the big screen. And
boobs everywhere.
Yeah, they were everywhere, and it was awesome. And yeah, we were the only people under 18 in the entire theater.
So that was it.
Yeah.
Eurotrip.
Yeah, Eurotrip.
What was it for you, Young Tone? What was the...
Just old movies, like growing up, watching TV with my dad, there'd be something that'd come on, Blazing Saddles or some, Godfather, sex scene, and they'd always cover the eyes. Or even going to see movies in the theater, they'd always cover my eyes.
That's hilarious, man. And look what it produced.
Yeah. And now we're all here together.
For me, it was fat. I was christened by the best. Fast Times at Ridgemont High. We were 14 going on 15, and my buddy's mom, Robbie's mom, let us in. She said, I vouch for these guys. And there it was in the dugout out at the point. Yeah, Ron Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then even more to come after that, too.
Dude.
Boathouse and all that, or the pool house. Yeah. Anyway, we digress.
Yes.
What
a digression.
I don't even know how we got there.
Yeah, I don't know either.
But let's get to the Juwan Jennings situation, because... I was thinking about it even after we talked to Lynch. I was like, they're frustrated and they should be frustrated, but Jennings is playing hardball, man. Now, again, is it the calf? Is the calf really hurt? I was like, oh, man, so what are you going to say? You can't dog a guy if he's really injured. It's a very delicate situation. We don't know. I haven't seen the MRI. I'm just speaking from experience. It seems like the contract is playing a role in all of this, right? Let's do the math here, right? 2 + 2 = 4. The guy on the first day of camp said, hey, trade me or give me a new contract, and then developed a calf injury that has kept him out for an extraordinarily long time. Okay, so we asked him, are you getting frustrated here? See if you can hear anything in Lynch's voice here. Yeah.
Yeah, no messages. We like the player Sky. I just talked about that. We love Jawan, and we're getting close to this season. Players got to practice, but if they're not healthy enough to do it, they can't. So it's kind of where we're at with Jawan right now. But Jawan, we're getting there where we got to get out there on that field, and we'll continue to let that thing unfold.
Would you say there's a level of frustration from you on this?
No, like I said, Jawan's a big part of this team, and we're looking forward to the time when he's back out there again, and hopefully that's soon.
Okay, so pretty good. I mean, if you're a Lynch PhD, twice in the first part of that answer, he said, players got to practice, and you got to get out there on the field. So that to me was the real Lynch.
Yeah.
But when he's not going to publicly, he's very savvy. When I asked him, are you frustrated? He could have said, yeah, we are. And then it could have been, oh, all right, it's on. But instead, he played it cool. He said, no, he's a big part of our team, and I look forward to him being out there. So he went very polite on the back end. But in the front end, he said, it's players got to practice. They got to get out there on the field.
Yeah, and that's also what made my ears perk up a little bit, because we've heard this same language used by John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan over the last couple of summers when the 49ers were dealing with holdouts. So now as I sit here and I try to decipher the message and the non-message that John Lynch was trying to tell us about, to me it does seem like he is sending a message. If you're telling a player at some point you have to get back on the practice field, that would lead me to believe that they don't think the calf injury is that serious. Mm-hmm. Because if the calf injury was serious, then you wouldn't be forcing him to get back on the practice field as soon as possible. Mm-hmm. You picking up what I'm putting down?
Yes, I am picking up what you're putting down. I definitely think that we're approaching Adam Schefter land.
Yeah.
Which is, listen, I listen to Schefter on Tuesday mornings on ESPN. Listen, it's August. He would say, it's August 7th. Things don't get done. Things get done in late August, early September. So right now, I'm putting my faith in this is a classic NFL standoff. Hell, thank God we're not dealing in Dallas. My God.
Oh, man.
The Micah situation.
You want to talk Micah Parsons?
That thing's gone so crazy. You see Micah posted last night?
Yeah, I heard he scrubbed his Instagram.
Yeah, and he posted the Bible verse and all that stuff. So, but I'm taking faith that this is going to be one of those deadline Spurs action that come late August, early September. They're going to say, okay, now we're at the point where we've stared off it. We've played chicken long enough, right? And now we come to an agreement. Now we come to a compromise of some sort. That's my hope and belief. That's what I'm going on right now, because this dude is critical. This dude is critical, and that's what he knows. He knows he's critical. Yeah. You think the Niners going to play hardball to the point where they're like, no, we're not going to get you a new deal. Now, we've heard from texters who say, you can't do it. You can't buckle. You can't just give in to players all the time. Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but there's also a point where you're trying to field a winning football team, and players have leverage, and players are important, and you, at some point, have to get the player on the field. I get it. You don't want to lose every deal. You don't want to lose every negotiation. Hell, some guys run their franchise like that. Dan Snyder was like the worst owner of all time. The Bidwills were the worst owners of all time. Bad owners will just play hardball. The Bengals do this a lot. The Brown family does that. So I know you don't want to lose the deal, but you also got to try to win a game. And winning, Jawan Jennings being on the field in Week 1 in Seattle gives you a significantly better chance to win the game.
I'd say just having Jawan Jennings on the field is more valuable than the potential $5 million bonus that you might be giving him this offseason.
That's it. So what we're saying is pay the man.
Pay the man.
We're capitulating for you, Jed, Parag, and John. We're telling you it's more important to get him out there. Now, they're going to wait long enough, maybe see if they can get some sort of deal done. But again, I don't know. Maybe there's sometimes teams draw a line in the sand and they say, this is our test case. We're not going to do it. It's what Jerry Jones is doing with Micah Parsons. Yeah. I mean, he's driven this thing to the edge of the cliff. I mean, they really are. You see it scrubbed his gram, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But that's the thing. Micah's asking for T.J. Watt, Nick Bosa, Max Crosby type numbers. That's my biggest question with this scenario. How much is Jawan Jennings asking for? Because no, I don't think he's a $20 million wide receiver. He's not going to get $25 million. But how much does he want to increase it? Does he want to double it to $14, $15 million? Can the 49ers afford that? Those are all questions that I don't have the answers to, Murph.
559 says third and Jawan, more like time to move Jawan. No more divas. Ooh. See?
Yeah.
925 says, is he really critical, or is he a bit overrated.
See, that's the thing.
And
I
then
don't wanna turn
209
on
says, 209 says Juwan Jennings is a WR3 that had a really good season. Wow.
Yeah, and he's looking to be rewarded for that season.
There's a faction out there. Okay. All right. Well, that was your big hit, everybody. Hope you're all better for it. Susan Slusser on the Giants next on the Sports Leader.
Players got to practice. We got to get out there on that field. It's kind of where we're at with Juwan right now.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
I lost a little sounder. The question of the day is 49ers fans, how concerned are you that Juwan Jennings will not be out there for week 1? If you ask Tacky, he says he's going to be out there for week 1. But you can join the conversation and go at Tacky in the YouTube chat now. No, I'm just kidding. I love you, Tacky.
All right, so if you've been in a car accident, number one, we hope you're okay. Number two, we're going to save you time and money. Call Ted Ray Vaughn, the Giant lawyer. We tell everybody, call Ted. 415-888-1045. Who you call first could make or break your case. Because here's the deal. You hear all the ads on the radio, and they're all saying, yeah, well, if you have catastrophic injury. Well, Ted says you don't have to. You don't have to have a catastrophic injury, Tony.
No bones.
Ted is not a billboard lawyer who never calls you back. He's a local like you. He's a fighter like the red and gold, and he knows how to win. Carlos from the Mission got T-boned on game day. No fractures.
No bones.
Insurance lowballs him. Ted steps in, hits it out of the park. Policy limits, no delays, no stress. So if you're in the Bay, don't wait. Tony, it's a different read. It's a different read. Call 415-888-1045. Again, 415-888-1045. Fast, free, confidential. You got one shot to get this right. Make sure the guy fighting for you swings like a giant. Call 415-888-1045. Again, 415-888-1045.
No bones. Yeah.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Hey, that's Susan Slusser's theme music. Shout out the Style Council. Ever-changing moods, I'll tell you what. But the Giants is not an ever-changing mood. It's just one mood, and the mood sucks is what it is. Hey, Susan's sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop. Give me some bad baseball and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Susan's also sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. This is some bad baseball. Yeah, it is. Susan, good morning on the UMA guest line. How are you?
Hey, morning, Susan.
I'm great. Hey, guys.
Man, Giants are getting clowned by the Padres. Clowned, Susan. That's a bad look.
Yeah.
It's a bad look.
Yeah, it is. This was kind of like maybe like the last gasp, right? If they go in and sweep or at least take 3 of 4, you go, okay, maybe. This, I think now we're seeing this is probably not the Giants' year, you guys. I'm just going to say it.
I think we're there. 61-67. 61-67. I mean, it's so bad. It really, really is. And I mean, it's. I know you know, we can start talking about. I know you have a lot of stuff going on in Sacramento, but just real quick on Bob Melvin. You've known him a long time, and you've seen his teams, and you've seen him win a lot of games too. But right now, it's such a bad look for him and the coaching staff when they blow bunt coverages, when they strike out, when they don't move runners over, when they make mental mistakes, when they make physical mistakes. All this stuff appears. It looks bad on the coaching staff because we know they have talent, but. Given your experience in baseball, how bad is it for Melvin right now? Given what Buster did extending Bob Melvin, I guess I'm asking you for a Bob Melvin heat check.
Yeah, you know, extensions mean in any sport when somebody gets extended at that sort of level, doesn't really mean anything. Teams can absorb those costs if they decide there's any change they want to make. You know, you see them working, but like Buster will see what the team is doing. Sort of at least once a homestand, sometimes even once a series. You see that there's some their pitchers do FPs pretty regularly, guys do infield. Like this is not for lack of work, I think, on anyone's part. And I've mentioned to you guys before the impression I think we all had during the spring, you know, like just over the years. Like I think Bob Melvin and Buster Posey like are on the same page. I think they get along. I think they generally see things sort of the same way. So I don't know where to weigh in with some of this stuff, but it has not been a good season, and that often rebounds on the people in charge.
Yeah, Susan, you know how the optics look. And just the other day, the optics were not great, where it looked like maybe Willie Adames and Bob Melvin were going back and forth in the dugouts. Seems like there's been some clarification, but could you clarify what happened in that situation for our audience?
Yeah, I think that's just, you know, Willie gets very fired up about a lot of different things, and I think things could be kind of misconstrued a little bit when stuff like that happens.
So, I mean, the Giants said that it was about Javi gave us his excuse that he was talking about an umpire, and so that's what you think what it was?
Well, you know, he's very animated when he's talking, so I'll always go with Javi. Javi is as sharp as they come.
Okay. So obviously if it's over, 61-67, then you got to start saying, well, who's next, right? Who's next? And you've written a series of stories on these. Let's start with the first one on my stack, and that's Hayden Birdsong. Boy. You know, Kyle Harrison, by the way, I read it might make a start this weekend for the Red Sox.
Hey, now.
Could be. So
that'll be interesting.
There's an example of they traded him, not Birdsong, and Birdsong went the wrong direction. And it's not even getting better in Sacramento, Susan?
It's not. The walks are still way up. Now, I would say there's some reason for hope. Hayden Birdsong's ditched the windup, which I thought it was weird, right? The beginning of the season, he's working out of the bullpen, and he just added the windup. Well, wait, when you're in the bullpen, those guys usually just work out of the stretch. So that was a little backwards anyway, but he's ditched the windup. He's essentially, I think this was a year of so many changes. It got into his head. But I've never seen a guy who, generally speaking, doesn't have a ton of command issues suddenly just lose it the way he did. This is a guy who did not walk a batter all spring. That's how he made the team coming out of camp. And suddenly he just absolutely lost his own sort of in the later innings. And then that last start he made with the Giants was, didn't get an out, walked 4. He doesn't look a lot better in Sacramento, but I think it's coming. The talent's still in there. A scout I've known forever who was at that start the other night for Birdsong against El Paso said he's a mess, but he said, I have seen him outstanding in the past. It's in there. Like, everyone knows it's in there. He's just kind of got to get through this like blip. And Sam Huff and Dave Brundage, they've seen lots of pitchers go through location issues, and they both said, this is something all pitchers go through at some point. He just happens to be going through it now.
A pitcher that was performing well in Sacramento was Blade Tidwell, who was a piece of the Tyler Rogers trade to the New York Mets. But Susan, it sounds like he's dealing with a bit of an injury. What can you tell us about his situation?
Yeah, a little bit of a shoulder twinge. I'm going to be interested to see what kind of the final verdict is there, because you go with maybe, a month left, even less than that for Sacramento, maybe just sort of shut him down, let him, a huge year for him, obviously getting traded in mid-season. And when I talked to him the other day, he's actually very excited about the opportunity in San Francisco. And gosh, all you need to look is, like, if he wasn't feeling the shoulder thing, he would probably be starting tonight for the Giants. They certainly were taking a hard look at him. He could have gone. This was his spot. So unfortunate timing, but we will see him, if not say here in the next month. I think he's a guy who's very much in the potential plans for the rotation next year.
Man, but we haven't gotten the official word from the MRI, have we?
Not that I've heard, no.
Yeah, man, I'm worried about that one. That one seemed pretty good. Right field remains this revolving door, and you Drew Gilbert. He's a tiny little guy. Well, in the best of all possible worlds, he's Lenny Dykstra, right? Or a new fighting hydrant is what he is. Luis Matos got the call up, made a physical error yesterday. It was a tough one. Marco Luciano remains down there. I don't know, Susan. Grant McCray got sent down to Sacramento. They have how many games left? 128. They've got like 34 games left or something like that. Who's going to play right field for the next 34 games?
Well, I think it's probably Drew Gilbert's spot, the bulk of the time, which isn't that bad. And by the way, he and Blade Tidwell are like besties. How cool is that? You get traded with a guy that's your pal. So, I really
Tennessee
like this
Vols, right? Little go Vols, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go like all the Tennessee crowd. So that's neat. I think he probably now gets, Matos has gotten some good run there at times and just hasn't grabbed it the way we finally saw Elliot Ramos, grab a big league spot. It took him a while. Matos has yet to do it. I think this is Drew Gilbert's time to shine, really. But there's other possibilities at Sacramento if they want to mix and match. The rosters do expand by 2. Typically, though, you're going to take a third catcher and maybe your reliever. I don't know. Given the direction the Giants are going in, maybe that's a spot where you go, let's take a look at other guys that we have interest in. So anyone that's on the 40-man right now, I think that they would probably consider getting it. It could even be a little bit of a rotation.
Another prospect that the Giants brought in this year at the trade deadline is Jesus Rodriguez from the Yankees in that Camilo Doval trade. You just mentioned maybe the possibility of calling up a third catcher. Do you think maybe he'll be on the Giants' radar for a September call-up?
Well, he's very much on the radar. He has not caught yet. He will catch. He's scheduled, I believe, to catch tomorrow. So I think they'll want to see that, make sure he feels good. He had a couple little dings, but he is feeling good. I talked to him. He's delightful. He is incredibly friendly, like great demeanor, and everyone raves about him. He's a hit-first guy. I think that's if you have a hit-first catcher and pair him with like a very, very, very defense-first catcher like Patrick Bailey, you could come up with a kind of a neat combo. So I'd love to see that. But I was really taken with how sharp and how friendly Jose is, and I do think we might see him here in September, assuming full health.
What's our deal on Marco Luciano? The mystery man. Where are we at?
The issue, you guys know, he just doesn't seem to have a real position that anybody's comfortable with him playing at regularly. Probably, the outfield seems like the best bet, but I don't think he's wowed there. The scout that was in Sacramento the other night was kind of for position-wise, and he's not hitting for average. And Buster Posey has been so clear. He wants guys who are getting on base regularly. He wants guys that are bat to ball contact guys, like line to line kind of hitters. Marco's just not that. They do need power, and he's providing a lot of power. But if you can't hit for at least a decent average in the PCL, which is a hitters league, a little bit of a red flag. Now, a lot's been asked of Marco Luciano over the years. I have a lot of sympathy for him. He's changed position after position. He's come up, he's gone down. It's tough to, maintain some things through that. It's a rough go. So I hope he turns it around. I'd love to see him if there's a need and just kind of see where he's at. Tough to see, just from like a quick trip to Sacramento. It's such a different situation. But I hope they have not sort of put him completely off their radar.
Susan, if we're talking about prospects, we are legally obligated to ask you at least one Bryce Eldridge question, but I'll phrase it for you like this. Do you think with the Giants falling out of contention, do you think it makes it more or less likely that the Giants call it Bryce Eldridge?
One thing is he's not on the 40-man. So it's a little bit unlikely. He's 20. I think everyone would love to see him. Every time I'm in Sacramento, I check in with Bryce. He is really fun to talk to. He's always interesting. JT Snow happened to be there when I was there, working specifically to work with Bryce. So it sounds like he is making some strides coming along at first base. Last year, when they brought Bryce Eldridge to Sacramento, it was very much a Richmond season's over. Sacramento's still playing. Would you like to get some more at-bats? And he said yes. Now, maybe when Sacramento's season's over, do they say, hey, we'd just love you to get a little taste of the big leagues or experience a little bit of it? I could potentially see that, but I'd be surprised, I've got to say. I think he just goes and works on some things he needs to work on this offseason, and we see him in the spring, and then he contends for a spot on the roster.
Susan, man, when this thing's over, we're going to have the big conversation about what Buster's going to do. I mean, Buster's been on the job for less than a year. He's been through many iterations, like, signing Adames and great start and then trading for Devers. And so it'd be interesting. We don't know how he will react to this. Like he could be like, I'm blowing this thing up. I'm going to move as many of these guys as I can, or he could be just like, I'm going to run it back. He could just change me. I mean, like, this is going to be fascinating to watch what Buster does.
Yeah, go all young or add another big bat and go for it. To me, if they've got so many first baseman DH, if one of that group can play right field, well, they're set.
Susan,
unfortunately, they've got this kind of clump of guys who are all pretty valuable in very different ways that are all first baseman DH.
History repeating itself. Willie McCovey, Orlando Cepeda, both played first base, and they moved McCovey to left, and then they finally traded Cepeda.
Well,
so
we'll see.
All right. Well, like I said, that's for after the season's over. So, all right, Susan. Well, are you any more? You have one more story on a prospect coming out?
Two more. I've got Rodriguez and I got Bryce Eldridge. So, yeah.
Okay.
I guess I better get writing, guys.
All right, you better get typing there, kiddo. All right, thanks, Susan. Thanks for the time.
Yeah, thanks, Susan.
Thanks, us.
Susan Slusser. Yeah, man. What is Buster going to do? That's this conversation for after the season. We'll have to see how this thing goes. I mean, all arrows continue to point at Bob Melvin. They just continue to. And she said at the start of that conversation, she said, an extension doesn't really mean they can eat it. Mm-hmm. They can eat it. And I think the way the level of baseball they're playing right now, very difficult to run this back. Very difficult to run this back.
I mean, to me, it's simple. They have more talent than what their record reflects right now. So if you're not getting the most from this talent, then something needs to change.
Yep, very much so. All right, cooler of content. Bob Fitzgerald at 9:15. Let's get back to the Reggae Friday vibes on the Sports Leader. Oh, Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria. We know the deal. School is back, baby. And schedules are nuts. It's nuts already. So the busy schedule has already gotten crazy. That's where Amici steps in. The half-baked pizza, 20% off all of August. I hope you all have enjoyed a half-baked pizza. I love them. I'm more I talk about this read, the more interested in getting a half-baked pizza I get. Because you just slide it in when you're ready, and then 5 minutes later it comes out, and low-key, it's kind of as good or better than delivery, quite frankly, because it is fresh, piping hot, man. It's right there. So for the rest of August, if you order any size half-baked pizza online from the menu category scroll bar at Amici's.com, Amici gives you 20% off that pizza. I would do that. 20% off any size half-baked pizza online from the menu category scroll bar at Amici's.com. Helps out with the crazy school schedules and tastes really good coming out of the oven. 2 words, baby. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
Of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
It's the Steve Young, Nick Young, Swaggy P, Nick Turturro trifecta. Really, the only time in life you're going to get those 3 guys next to each other. Steve, he was chucking things around the house, by the way, Nicky T, last night.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he was not happy.
Saw him, he actually physically threw something.
That's what happens when the Yankees blow games to the Boston Red Sox.
A grown man acting like that? Can you imagine a grown man acting like that?
Oh, my God. Grown men temper tantrums, 808 KNBR.
I don't think we know anything about that.
No, not at all.
Hey, we are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians.
At least he didn't throw anything. You know?
Are you sure?
Yeah, you don't know that.
With top physicians, sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Matt Mayoko, 11:50 in the morning. So look at this little promo here. See this thing, Tony, in the cut sheet here, in the run sheet? Says, yeah. Matt Mayoko joins Dirty Work with Copes and Depop at 11:50 this morning.
Oh.
So there's some sort of mishap here.
11:50 is in the morning.
Yeah, he said it joins dirty work.
But also,
dude, that's on me.
Dirty work starts at 2 p.m.
Right, so that'd be Papa and Silver. I made a couple mistakes on the sponsor sheet today.
The disrespect to a Papa and a Silver.
It's no disrespect. It's like 4 a.m. and I'm like just waking up, bro.
By the way, we're still thinking about you, Greg. We love you, buddy. And, let's just take it day by day. Yeah. Take it day by day. And hopefully we'll get some good news, but he's just got to take that thing day by day. Greg Papa, if you're listening, God bless you, buddy.
Love you, brother.
Okay, let's do this. Let's talk cooler of content. Well, do you want to just tantalize yourself with a Bryce Eldridge homer?
Oh, why not?
I mean, why?
I do want to get hot and bothered on a Friday morning.
So here he is last night, Sacramento River Cats. If you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, it's 4-4, bottom 7. There's a runner on, so it's a big moment in the game. And go ahead and analyze this approach, guys, because here's Bryce Eldridge getting you excited.
Saying that he had asked for time. The pitch, a swing and a drive to deep right. Perlaza turns. No, he doesn't. He doesn't even want to watch it leave. But we will. It's the 14th home run of the season for Eldridge. And a 2-out, 2-run shot. And it breaks a 4-4 tie. And how many times has Bryce Eldridge come up big? In the biggest moments, the young star shines the brightest. And it's 6-4 River Cats here in the bottom of the 7th. And it breaks a streak of 7 opposite field homers in a row, but Bryce couldn't care less that didn't go out the opposite way. It was a no-doubter to the pull side.
I mean...
the right fielder, Perlaza, went to turn, and then he said, nope, I'm not even going to turn and watch that thing.
I'm drooling. Now, that said, it was a AAA cookie right over the heart of the plate. He's probably not going to see that in the big leagues, right?
Depends who's pitching.
Oh, man.
I mean, the Giants are out here taking meatballs right down the middle of the plate. They can't hit a fastball. Seems like Bryce Eldridge can.
Look at that freaking Paul Bunyan guy going around the bags, buddy. Look at that body.
Dude, and that's a 20-year-old. Like, there's a possibility that he can continue to put on weight and get even bigger.
Now, we don't play his videos when he goes 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts.
No, why would we?
Those happen. Babe Ruth and Reggie Jackson struck out more than anybody in the history of baseball, right? Now, am I saying Bryce Eldridge is Babe Ruth and Reggie Jackson? Well, yeah, I am saying
hopefully,
that.
yeah.
Anyway, are you just are you tantalized there, buddy?
Yeah, man. I've got the countdown clock ready to go. In about 8 days, I want to see Bryce Eldridge. September call-ups, call him up. Why the hell not?
Well,
that was his 14th home run of the year at Sacramento. That's with him dealing with a wrist injury a little bit earlier this season. 7 more in Richmond. He has 21 bombs this year at the minor league level. What do you got to lose?
Is there something to the old bull and the young bull? Let's just be patient. Wait till 26. Make sure he gets a full spring training because we've seen this movie, buddy.
Yeah, but I just want him to get a taste. I want him to get a taste.
Well, the taste could be. Don't you want it to be? I remember when Bryce Harper got called up, and FP Santangelo, what's up, FP, was doing the Nationals, and I remember him. I think we had the sound or something on the show, and he said to the kid, he said, "Listen, you're not going back." I remember that he did a pregame interview with him, and he goes, "I'm just here to tell you, you're not going back," and that's a big thing, like. For guys like him, am I saying Bryce Eldridge is Bryce Harper? Well, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe
you are.
I am. But
sounds like you are.
But the point is, I want him to come up where he doesn't go back.
Yeah.
So I'm actually, believe it or not, in a perverse way, I'm okay with not bringing him up this year. But, I mean, if you bring him up, it's like you're giving me candy, so I'll eat the candy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like,
well, I'll use this as an example to counteract your Bryce Harper argument. Mike Trout originally got called up when he was 18 years old. And then they sent him back down to the minor league.
Okay.
Then made his major league debut the next year at 19 years old. And obviously Mike Trout has turned into one of the best baseball players of this generation. Now, as you were just saying, I'm not saying Bryce Eldridge is Mike Trout, or maybe I am. But, like, there are different examples. And Bryce at age 20, I don't know. To me, it seems like he can hit big league pitching. So why not let him get a taste so that it's not all rush next year in spring when he does start the season, hopefully on the opening day roster.
And to counteract my own argument, Buster Posey was called up at the end of 2009 and then started 2010 at AAA.
There it is. And so I wonder if Buster will take that into consideration, the benefits of him being called up in 2009 and having interactions with guys like Randy Johnson in his final year. If something like that can help out a Bryce Eldridge maybe going into his rookie season next year.
We'd have to look some more a little bit about the metrics. How is his strikeout rate right now? And I haven't done a deep dive on it, but Man, listen, be honest, man. It would be incredible to see this guy in a uniform.
Yeah.
So, I mean, listen, I'm not saying don't call him up at all. I'm just saying if you want to be disciplined, it's like Nick Bosa walking past the donuts. You know, hey, man, I'm not going to eat the donuts.
Yeah,
like, you're
but
trying to
Murph,
be disciplined here, trying to be disciplined.
But we've been staring at those donuts from the moment that he walked in at 6 a.m. down at spring training this year. I was like, okay, I'll be patient. I'll give him a year to work on his craft defensively, but we're getting towards the end of the school year, and I want to see Bryce Eldridge.
Okay, well, there it is, man. There's video number 1. The video worked. It got Marcus all hot and bothered.
Got me going on a Friday.
All right, what else do we got here? We got another video. You want some Jameis?
Yeah.
Jameis Winston?
Let me get some Jameis.
What a nut. I mean, is this guy the most... by the way, trivia question. What team is he on right now? Do you all know?
New York Giants.
There it is.
Yeah, I saw him on the TV last night, actually.
So they got Jackson Dart, the first rounder out of Ole Miss, who, having a good preseason. They got Danny Dimes, or pardon me, not Danny Dimes. What's his face? Tommy, come on, help me out. DeVito. Thank you, buddy.
Well, you're forgetting QB1, Murph.
Broncos country, let's ride.
Oh, is he?
Russell Wilson is on the New York Giants.
But he's not in this video.
He's not, but he is the starting quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
Which means Jameis Winston is battling for QB2/QB3. Is he even going to be on the Giants roster?
What do you give me for Russell Wilson not being in this video and me just letting you guys all the 25 to 32 crowd at KNBR have their own culture? They go out, they drink, they meet at Giants games, they go out in North Beach, and I'm just like, yeah, you guys do your thing.
Yeah,
you guys do your thing.
Yeah, you're saying you're the Russell Wilson of
I am definitely
KNBR.
the Russell Wilson of KNBR right now.
Yeah, morning
So-
show, let's ride.
Because I did forget that he was on the team because he's not in this video.
Yeah, he's
and
not.
they're calling themselves the Three Amigos.
Yeah, he's not hanging out with the cool kids.
You, Curly, and Young Tone, the Three Amigos.
Three Amigos.
Where's Russ Wilson? So anyway, Jameis is just irrepressible, right? His energy is crazy. They won a preseason game. He's so excited. So here's Jameis filming himself with his two buddies, Tommy DeVito and Jackson Dart.
Hey, I'm just saying, they call us the Three Amigos, but somebody had the hat trick today. We turning up, and we got the Young Bucks, and we eat W's with the Young Bucks. You know what time it is. Go Big Blue. We turning up. We setting this thing out. Where he at? They running away. The Three Amigos, the Three Tutties. Good night.
He's incredible, man.
Where are they at? They running away.
Jackson Dart and Tommy DeVito having like the time of their life. They can't keep 4. Who's gonna? Somebody's gonna be the odd man out there.
Somebody's got to be on the street, but also I'm glad that Jameis Winston was on the team for preseason just to get that screenshot of Jackson Dart feeding him a W on the sideline.
Yeah. Oh, is that what happened last night?
Yeah, he started feeding him a W. Like Jameis Winston was like starting to eat Jackson Dart's fingers.
Jackson Dart started at SC. Don't forget, he was a Trojan, man. Yeah.
Hey, do you know that reference, Eat a W, Murph?
Well, I know it from Jameis.
Yeah. I mean, I have the original clip if you want it.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
Please give it to us, Tony.
Give it to us.
If
here,
you have it, give it to us.
Yeah. Okay.
Say one thing. I want everybody to look at me. I'm going to pass it to corn after I say one thing. Go. Let's go. That's a W. Let's eat one. Let's eat one. That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight? How many eat a W tonight? Come in. That's all I want.
It's so funny. It's so bizarre. His teammates don't know how to react.
No, dude, I wouldn't either.
They're like, wait, what's he doing?
Like he was licking those fingers.
And they'd never seen anything like
finger looking
he had
good.
to explain the bit.
Yeah,
I've been in that situation.
Eating this W.
Where you're like, you think a bit's great, then you have to explain it. Yeah, it's not good.
It happens.
So happens to me almost daily. All right, here's one now to finish on rage. Man, oh man, I think we had this one recently with Tim Lincecum.
Oh.
We got guys going around asking young ball players in the 13 to 16 age group. Those are the kids I've all coached. Rory's one of those kids. And they're showing them pictures of players from not that long ago. So they showed him Lincecum. This is a bunch of Seattle kids.
No.
And they show them King Felix Hernandez's picture. And none of them know who he is. Look at the video screen if you're watching here. It's an image of King Felix, undeniably. And here's a bunch of, 15, 16-year-old kids.
Psst. Can you name this player?
Are you kidding me? No, I could not tell you. I'm not going to lie. I do not know who that is.
That's reliever?
I feel like I've seen him before, but I don't know the name.
It's like a Mariners pitcher.
Good guess, kid.
You know? Never seen. I don't know.
No guesses.
Eugenio Suarez.
Okay, you can tag out there.
Yeah, you
it
get
goes
the point.
on.
Nothing. How many?
I mean, you know.
That's embarrassing.
These kids don't know ball. What are we doing?
Well, at least when we played the Tim Lincecum video, it wasn't with kids in the Bay Area. I think they were from a different part of the country. You're telling me these kids grew up and live in Seattle.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I hope you're wrong. Just for the sake of those kids.
Maybe I'm wrong. Do we know if they're from? It said he asked these kids if they know who.
But still,
maybe they're not from Seattle.
Regardless, though,
my bad.
Felix Hernandez, King Felix from King's Court, was pitching in 2019. That's not that long ago.
He won a Cy Young Award. He threw a perfect game, and nobody bothers to look. Let's see. It's Mariners. Okay, so the guy who posted this was called Jake Rays the Trident.
Oh,
so he only has 1,900 followers. He goes, it's the Mariners off day. So here's a quick video I found on TikTok to keep M fans in it. So it's come from Pitching Performance Lab. Pitching Performance Lab is located in where? I don't know where it is. So anyway, maybe they're not Seattle kids.
There's a kid with a Red Sox hat on as well in there. It's got to be a bunch of kids from around the country.
Yeah.
Maybe. Okay, well, even if it is, if you're a 16-year-old kid at a pitcher's lab, you should probably know who one of the best pitchers of the last 20 years is, in my opinion.
This is how the whole What Did Young Tony Learn Today bit started. So do you think so, Tony?
Usually it's from players from before Tony was alive.
Tony,
These
you were
kids
born
were
in
all alive when Felix
98, and I did know this guy pitched a perfect game, didn't he?
Yes, he
Felix
did.
Hernandez. I mean, how many perfect games were there? 25, 26?
So sort of the equivalent of getting you when you're 16, which would be 2014, and showing you like a picture of Kurt Schilling, something like that.
I mean,
do you think you would have known who he was?
I don't know, man. That's the thing.
Man,
seriously, this is tough. Being honest,
this is tough, dude. But especially with this generation with video games and MLB The Show, you get classic players and classic cards. You should know who the hell Felix Hernandez is.
So you're 16. So 2008. If I showed you a picture of who was a great '90s pitcher, that would have been. If I showed you a picture of Randy Johnson,
without question, dude.
Okay,
I have Randy Johnson T-shirts.
Okay, all right.
That's a household name. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Maybe if I showed you a picture of Dwight Gooden.
Yes, of course I could.
Would you have known?
I'd identify Dwight Gooden.
Would you have?
Yes,
at age
I
16?
would. Yes, I would have, dude.
All right, you're
because
confident.
I know ball.
What about at night? What about Russ Ortiz, guy like that?
Well, I know him because of his ties, obviously, to the Bay Area. Now, that's a more obscure name.
King Felix is greater than Russ
Felix
Ortiz.
is a much higher resume name.
It's also Mariner Q rating. Mariner Q rating is low.
Yeah,
it is. It is.
Guess, but
what about Brian Wu?
He had King's
Shout
Court.
out Mr. Wu, who's listening.
I'd recognize
our good
Mr.
friend
Wu.
Clayton Wu. All right, well there you go. There's a cooler of content. It's very funny, just to get you all raged up. Bob Fitzgerald at 9:15 on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
El Cerrito Honda drove my 2025 CRV Hybrid to work today. Love my 2025 CRV Hybrid from El Cerrito Honda. Navy blue, looks sharp. So you get it washed. It looks good too. Just got it washed recently. I'm like, good car wash goes a long way. End of summer sales event is on at El Cerrito Honda. Savings, selection, service you will love at El Cerrito Honda. You're like the people, good people. Tell them I sent you. Say, I heard the guy on The Sports Leader talking about you guys. And they say, yeah, come on in. We got hybrids. We got Civic, Accord. We got CRV. We got EV. We got the Prologue. Got to do it before the federal tax rebate goes away. El Cerrito Honda, where is it? Spoiler alert, El Cerrito, California. It's right off the 80. Right off the 80. It's not right off the 80. That's I'm going to blame the copy on that one. Throw someone under the bus. It's right off of Highway 80 on San Pablo Avenue. Online at elcerritohonda.com. El Cerrito Honda, go on the lot, enjoy more than just a car dealership. We're family.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think if we expand, it provides us with an opportunity to geographically realign. I think we could save a lot of wear and tear on our players in terms of travel. And I think our postseason format would be even more appealing for, entities like ESPN, because you'd be playing up out of the East, out of the West, and that 10 o'clock time slot where we, sometimes get Boston, Anaheim, would be two West Coast teams, and that 10 o'clock slot that's a problem for us sometimes becomes a real opportunity for our West Coast audience.
There's Rob. Geez, Rob Manfred's voice annoys me. He's got that. I don't know. But anyway, we'll talk about what he has to say. And by the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Bob Fitzgerald, about 15 minutes. Get your Niner fix on at 9:15. It is Reggae Friday, but this almost has like a smooth jazz vibe. Marcus, your call.
Oh, this is one of my favorite Hawaiian reggae bands, The Green. I'm yours, Murph.
I mean, every time you play The Green, I enjoy it, but there's definitely a smooth jazz vibe going on here. Little Friday cocktail lounge here.
Yeah, they're almost like crossing over into like J-Boog R&B reggae style a little bit here.
Yeah. I'm feeling a little Al Jarreau here. I just dated myself yet again. Hawaiian reggae. Is that going to be they playing on the afternoon show today?
Stay tuned.
All right, yeah. So, sorry, buddy. You got to treat these things.
I think I'm just going to leave. Is that cool?
You got to go gallows humor. If you don't, then you're missing the boat. All right, guys. So we just played the Rob Manfred. It's something that's happened this week that we haven't paid enough attention to, and I just kind of wanted to riff on this because it's Friday, and we're having some fun on a Friday. And the Giants are on our mind. It's so freaking bad, so bad. I'm so curious to see what Buster's going to do, how he's going to react to this. I'm guessing he's going to react strongly. I think he's going to do some dramatic stuff. So I think we're going to have an interesting offseason ahead. I don't think he's running this thing back. I just don't. The way George Kittle is like, we're going to run it again. No, I don't think so. I think they're going to make some changes. But
run it again! Run it again!
That's on the play, but in general, too. So realignment in general, first of all, it's a few years away. They're talking about the A's and the Rays have to get new stadiums before everything gets all settled.
Yeah, we got baseball teams playing in AAA ballparks. Two of them.
Yeah, two.
Yeah, right? Two of them.
That's kind of amazing. Well, the Tampa Bay one was because of the hurricane, right? But anyway, the point is you're right. And so they got to get settled. So we're talking like 2029, 2030.
2030, Murph.
Only God knows. I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
Bro, you ready for this? At the U.S. Amateur, the U.S. golf is one of these. No sport plans ahead like golf. they will announce events so far in the future, it'll twist your brain into a pretzel. You ready for this? We were at the U.S. Amateur at Olympic Club, walking around. Shout out Niall Shields Donegan and the Mania, a small town learning to love again, Marcus. And dude, they have these banners up for the future events. They were like, ready for this one? U.S. Amateur 2051.
51.
2051, bro. Are we going to take our spaceships to that? What are we going to do? Are we going to
still be playing golf in 2051?
Are we going to transport ourselves to that thing? My God.
2051.
They have it nailed down. You better start working on the logistics.
What is this, like the Mayan calendar? They're predicting things like 20, 40, 50, 200 years down the road?
I'm not kidding you. The 2051s. I was so blown away. I didn't even look where the site was. I think it was like somewhere in Minnesota.
How can you play?
Will Minnesota be around in 2051, dude?
I mean, half the golfers golfing right now will not be around in 2051.
Yeah, future sites here. You can go. Yeah, half the golf. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it's 26 years from now. It's insane.
That's a whole young Tony lifetime.
20. Here, just quietly, 2042, it's at Ridgewood Country Club.
Oh, great.
2051, Sawson Valley Country Club, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
Oh, go book a hotel, Tony.
We'll get your Marriott points now.
You're going to be the only one alive in 2051.
Hey, young Tone, 2051 is so far away, you won't be young Tony anymore.
No, dude, you'll be old Tony.
Damn. I feel like in my life, just moving forward, I will always be referred to as young Tony.
Yeah. By the way, 2051, you ready for this? 2051, young Tone will be younger than I am right now.
Now, that's some blanket perspective.
There it is, buddy. There it is. I'll see you at Sawson Valley Country Club.
I'll see you at the boathouse.
Nice.
Does Sawson Valley Country Club have a boathouse? They will by 2051, man. Man, that is insane. Isn't that mind-blowing?
Yeah.
So anyway, 2030, they're talking realignment here.
Well, real quick, before we get to realignment, do you have a preference of where the teams should or what cities should get the expansion
Good
teams?
question. I'm going to go ahead and buy the Nashville hype.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and buy the Nashville hype. Even before Nashville became the trendiest city, the pesto of cities for you Seinfeld's
the
fans
pesto
out there.
of cities.
Wasn't that in Seinfeld, girls? Remember, everybody's moving to Seattle. It's like everybody likes pesto. It's the pesto of cities.
All right.
Because Seattle was hot in the 90s.
Yeah, okay.
Anyway, so Nashville is the pesto of cities. I mean, I've never been. Actually, I take that back. I covered. What do you mean you never been? We went in there and kicked some ass. I covered a Raiders-Titans game.
Damn.
In 99. It was ready for this Thursday nighter.
A Raiders. They were playing Thursday night in 1999?
Shocker, right?
That is a shocker.
I know, right?
Huh.
And I remember Al was down. I remember down on the sidelines with Al. There I was. What high school did you go to? Yeah. I've been reading you. I read your stuff.
I follow all the good players.
Yeah.
That's why I never followed Jude, Murph.
I like Nashville. And now Nashville's like,
Yeah.
Look, Brock Purdy lives there.
Everybody.
George Kittle lives there.
Kittle
Bruce
Fest.
Bochy lives there. Jim Nance lives there. Everybody lives
It's
there.
the bachelorette party capital of the world.
Yeah. It would be a fun road. Like if
yeah.
If MLB got a Nashville team, Dream Trip Nashville would be on.
Oh, dude, I'm there year one.
Yeah.
First time Giants go
So
there.
have you
I'm there.
been?
No, I've actually never been to Nashville.
Young Tone, you're near there, Kentucky boy.
I have been, yes.
And the review?
I was a much younger man, much younger child. It was good. It's a nice little downtown scene. There's a lot of, was it the Panthers or the, blanking on the hockey team?
The
Predators. The Predators. The Predators are big there. It's a nice little downtown scene. I've heard very good things. I've not been, since turning 21, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, you got to go. And you might meet a young gal out there.
That's the thing, too. That's what I hear.
Yeah,
Didn't
not just hot
Titans-
hot chicks.
Didn't the Titans do the really, probably the best schedule release ever when they interviewed bachelorette parties on Nashville?
And I think that was kind of the original that led to all these schedule release videos that we get every year now.
Everybody's having a good time in Nashville, man.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, and you know what? You want to find what do you want to find? A young Taylor Swift writing a couple tunes?
Hey, Purdy bought a house out there. Kittle's living out there. Everybody's out there.
Yeah. And a couple. Remember that song by that guy? What was it called? Lullaby or whatever. This town's like Nashville with a tan. About L.A. Remember, everything's gonna be Sean Mullins. Everybody with me on that?
No, I'm not.
Anyway,
Nashville with the tan, though.
Yeah, I just always think about that because he says Nashville. Wasn't there a movie called Nashville in the 70s? It was very, very popular. Anyway, point is that's number one.
Yeah, I would agree. It seems like that's the most likely option. Nashville seems like it's all but guaranteed to get an expansion.
You know which one? So what's your choice for number two?
Number two, I'm a coastal elitist, so I'll take baseball out in Portland.
Okay.
I want Portland, Oregon. I feel like Oregon should have a baseball team.
And I tell you what, those fans will respond.
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee you. The Blazer fans for decades were phenomenal. I don't know how it is now because they've been bad for so long. I mean, I'll throw you at Timbers, Portland Timbers.
Yeah.
Dude, you can't get into the Portland Timbers game.
Yeah, they draw big crowds.
Yeah. So I agree. Now, the only problem is rain.
Yeah.
Although they don't get summer rain. They don't. They get winter rain. It's the problem is it's freaking relentless.
But also, I would say there's rain in Seattle, right?
This is true.
And you have a baseball
So we're
team
going
up there.
retractable roof.
Yeah, let's go retractable roof.
I agree. I think Portland is, Portland's gotten its knocks of late. Maybe there's a couple of things going on up there that maybe need to be cleaned up.
Yeah.
But that said, it is a beautiful city. Are you a Portland vet?
I have been to Portland.
It's a beautiful city. The river's fantastic. It's summer days in Portland are almost, like I've always said, Seattle in the summer might be as good as it gets. The only problem is the rest of the year in Seattle. Summer in Seattle is spectacular. It's gorgeous, man. The water's blue and shining, and the nights are so long and everything. And Portland kind of has that vibe. So summer nights in Portland are awesome. The it can get a little warm, but totally doable. Totally doable. No humidity. I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'd go national.
And I think
Portland.
that helps out Rob Manfred's issue with West Coast scheduling and getting more games in that 10 o'clock window. Well, put them out in Portland, and you got another West Coast team.
Yeah. Okay. So now that we've established that, how are we going to do the realignment? And you have an assignment from Trevor Plouffe, Talking Baseball.
That's it, from John Boy Media, because we've seen Jim Bowden, we've seen Ken Rosenthal, we've seen a couple other people try to realign the divisions. Now, it would be 4 different divisions with 4 teams each. And my biggest problems with most of the realignments were the fact that they were separating the Giants and the Dodgers. Now, I do know that there's a sliver of this fan base that would actually prefer getting away from the LA Dodgers. But to me, that would be sacrilegious to separate that baseball rivalry. We talked about it with Mike Krukow just a couple of days too. So the Dodgers and the Giants have to stay together. So Trevor Plouffe's realignment idea has the Dodgers, the Angels, the Padres, and the Giants in the Pacific Western Division.
That looks pretty good. That looks really good. So it's all California.
All California teams.
And the Dodgers and Giants stay the same. The Padres and Dodgers, the new hot rivalry, stays the same. I mean, we'll throw the Angels in there.
Yeah, you need a team to beat up on.
That's for the Dodgers, too. I mean, the Dodgers have a little rivalry with them, too. And the Giants get to have their Padre rivalry and their Dodger rivalry.
Yeah, so you stick with
what
the
do you
4
lose
California
in that?
teams.
What do you lose in that? You lose Colorado and Arizona. Quite frankly, who cares?
Yeah, who cares?
So where do Colorado and Arizona go?
So there's going to be a Southwest, a Mountain Division, and a Midwest Division. Your Southwest would have the Arizona Diamondbacks, the Texas Rangers, Houston Astros, and Kansas City Royals.
Okay, a little bit of a reach with Kansas City joining 2 Texas, but I kind of like it. I get it.
So then
Kansas City, a flight from Kansas City to Dallas, Kansas City to Houston's not that bad. And that one's the only weird one is I get it. Desert, like Arizona, Texas, Houston all kind of makes sense. Okay, we throw in the Royals. I can live with it.
Yes.
I can live with it.
And then we'll move on to the Mountain Division. That would include Seattle Mariners, the Colorado
By the way,
Rockies.
let me stop you right there. On YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, it's on the stream.
Oh, nicely done, Tony.
Very visual.
Oh,
Okay,
this
so
is great.
Mountain Division
is Rockies, Seattle, the Las Vegas A's, and Trevor has the Salt Lake City expansion team. Now, I think it should be Portland, but either way,
If it is
you're
Portland,
splitting
does it
hairs.
still make sense?
It still makes sense because Seattle's in that same division, and so is Colorado, and those are all close enough. And Las Vegas, yeah, they could join the Mountain Division.
This is unbelievably good.
Yeah.
Rockies, A's, Mariners, Portland.
Expansion team.
So the A's and Mariners, this one maybe, like, listen, the Rockies don't have a traditional rival.
Yeah.
So there's nobody to keep them with.
So who cares?
The Mariners don't truly have a division rival either, other than the A's. A's and Mariners, there's some beef. There's some beef there. So you're keeping an A's Mariners thing alive. Then you're throwing in Portland and Seattle would have a great rivalry.
That would be a built-in rivalry right there.
That's an outstanding. Portland, Seattle would be all of a sudden like destination baseball.
Yeah.
Like that little series there. They would have invading fan bases from each team. All right. I'm hot. Let's go. Let's expand today.
Yeah, let's make it happen.
Take my mind off the Giants. All right, what else we got?
All right, so if you want to continue going on with the Midwest, you would have the Minnesota Twins, the Milwaukee Brewers, Chicago Cubs, and Chicago White Sox. Now, that to me seems pretty simple.
So Cubs, White Sox, awesome. Cubs, Brewers, that's a really good rivalry. Sox, Brewers could turn into a thing. Throw in the Twins. They don't have a true Twins, Brewers. No,
There
that's
it
a
is.
thing. Twins,
Yeah.
Brewers is a thing.
So that's a little Midwestern
This guy's
rivalry.
he's crushing it.
Now, moving over to the the East, Northeast, Yankees, Mets, Red Sox, Toronto Blue Jays.
Okay, this is a big one now
Yes.
because you got to take care of the big boys. The Yankees.
Yankees, Red Sox.
So you got to take care of your Yanks.
Got to keep them together.
Even if you hate the Yanks, you got to put the Yanks in a good spot. So where do we got them? We got them with the Red Sox. Number 1, we got it.
Ding, ding.
Taken care of.
Check it off. Mets.
Secondarily, Mets. Oh, boy.
There's another one.
And then the Blue Jays.
And then here comes Walter's Blue Jays. So I like that.
Blue Jays are sort of the interloper on that, but the other 3 are so strong.
Yeah, I've seen some people try to throw the Phillies into that division with the Yankees, Red Sox, and Mets, but the Phillies would be in the Atlantic with the Baltimore Orioles, the Washington Nationals, and the Pittsburgh Pirates.
This is fantastic because Phillies, Orioles, Nats is a really good geographic cluster. You can drive to all those games. I mean, the Pirates are sort of the interloper there, but they get Pirates, Phillies is a good rivalry, the Keystone State rivalry, and Pirates, Orioles. For those of us who remember the 79 World Series fondly.
There it is. And then just wrapping up real quick, Southeast would be the Atlanta Braves, the Miami Marlins, Tampa Bay Rays, and the Nashville expansion team.
So that feels like a shout out a college football area that's barely paying attention to its baseball teams.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want to lose that Braves-Phillies rivalry, but hey, it is what it is. And then going down to the water side division, Murph, would have the Cleveland Guardians, the Detroit Tigers, Cincinnati Reds, and St. Louis Cardinals.
That's kind of a rando, but it's kind of good. It's a little Rust Belt situation, like cities that thrived in the 20th century.
Yeah, I
St.
think
Louis, Cincinnati, Detroit, and Cleveland.
I think the only thing maybe I'd make a trade between one of the teams in the Midwest and Waterside so that the Cardinals and Chicago Cubs would be in the same division.
Oh, that's a good call.
That would be one rivalry I wouldn't want to get rid of.
That's a good call.
Besides that, I love Trevor Plouffe's idea.
So Cardinals, yeah, dude. You know what? Let's give some applause.
Yeah, nicely done.
Let's go. That was really well done. That says I don't have a whole lot of beef with that. You're right. Cardinals, Cubs, maybe. So we trade out the Twins. So they go with the Tigers, Reds, and Tigers, Reds, and Guardians.
Yeah, send the Twins to the water side.
Yeah. You could and put the Cardinals in with the Cubs.
All right.
Boom. Problem solved. A problem, as the great David St. Hubbins said in Spinal Tap, Young Tone. My problems are solved, mate.
Problems.
Janine, she's coming on tour. All right. Well, that's good. All right, that got my mind off the Giants and keeps the Giants and Dodgers and Padres. We'll have that giant angel hate from 02 in the rivalry. All right, we just have to wait 5 years. At least you don't have to wait as long as the 2051 U.S. Am at Sawson Valley Country Club in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
Hopefully
get your
this
tickets now.
expansion comes sooner than 2051.
All right, Bob Fitzgerald next on The Sports Leader. All right, I'm hot.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
49er fans, how concerned are you that Jawan Jennings will not be out there for week 1? If you ask Tacky in the YouTube chat, he says he's going to be out there for week 1. So maybe he's doing the negotiating for his new contract and then his calf issue as well. You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
4 seconds left. Tied at 19. Snap. Set. Kick on the way. Line drive. It is good! Jake Moody from 59 yards out, and the Niners win in the preseason over the Raiders.
Yeah, Bob Fitzgerald, he said it is good before, usually from the wrist of a Steph Curry, not from the foot of a Jake Moody, but it was good indeed. Bob Fitzgerald, always great to have him back on the UMA guest line. He'll be on the call this Saturday, 5:30 on 810 and 107.7 The Bone, and now he's on with us right now. Good morning, Fitz. How are you, dude?
Hey, what's up, Fitz?
Hey, I'm just glad I didn't say it was Moses Moody from 3. So
Very good, very good. Well, Marcus said he wanted you to throw in a little, what did you say, Marcus?
Well, you know how for Steph Curry, you'll drop a Steph Curry made that shot from Santa Clara. I was hoping for you to.
No, it's true.
Yeah, I was hoping from a Jake Moody from Henderson.
No, that people always ask, they're like, because Mike Breen has bang and stuff like that, is that, Bill King, my idol, kind of had Holy Toledo, but that Marcus, that's good knowledge. I always try to pick a suburb from one of the Warrior Deep Threes, depending on where we happen to be playing. So I probably should have done that. I mean, in Vegas, it could have been from Henderson or something along those lines. So I like it.
Something you can maybe see if something happens this weekend. Maybe if Moody kicked one of those 70-yarders like Cam Little.
He made that one from Los
Gatos.
Gatos.
That's the whole highlight of the whole NFL preseason. A guy kicking a 70-yard field goal. That's insane.
I know. It is insane. And there was another guy kicking 74-yarders in pregame. Fitz, are we, just kind of digressionary first question of the interview here is, kicking, you and I are old enough to remember when a 42-yarder was frickin' nut-cutting time, dude. It's life or death, man. If this guy, Scott Norwood, right? It was only about a 43, 44-yarder, right? Now, Fitz, has kicking in our lifetimes gotten, better than anything? It's amazing what kickers are doing now.
No, you hit on it, Murph, is that a 50-yarder used to be oh, man, 50 yards is even going to... Now they rope 50-yarders like normal, and that's why, Moody last year missed 10 kicks. 9 of them were after he had the high ankle sprain. So, let's see what this year looks like when he's healthy. But 59 yards to win for a guy who's, either struggling with his confidence or at least trying to have a bounce-back year, that's not inconsequential that he ripped it and made it. That's kind of good, but it has changed the geometry of the football field and certainly strategy, and it's kind of like, Murph, right up our alley with golf. Guys now hit drives that are 340 all the time. 300 used to be oh man, can anyone ever break 300? Now guys just do it all the time. So yeah, technology and technique and training and all that, but we're seeing things change in sports for sure.
Yeah, and Bob, to your point, we know that Jake Moody has the leg to make those field goals from 50 yards out and even beyond, but the question has always been about his mentality, so that's something that we've been debating on the show this week. How much does that moment actually mean for the mentality of Jake Moody moving forward?
Well, that's, the team went nuts on the sideline. Even for a preseason game, it was kind of whoa, there's the whole roster going crazy. So I think they're aware of it, and you have to have a quality kicker in the NFL. These games are so tight. Vegas knows because everything is always 2.5 or 3 points. So you have to have a quality kicker to be a good team, and you can't have a guy miss 10 kicks as he did last year. So, I always look at confidence as repeated success, and Michael Jordan always said that every clutch shot he ever took built off of the shot he took as a freshman to win the national championship for North Carolina. And so Moody, 59 yards, man, is no joke. So under pressure to win a game, you hit a 50-yarder to tie it, a 59-yarder to win it. So, hopefully you keep that in your pocket moving forward up in Seattle, for week 1 and see if it matters.
Fitz, you are on the radio for a breaking news. Pretty significant, too. The 49ers just made another trade. Adam Schefter broke this news on ESPN right now, just a minute ago, Fitz. The Washington Commanders are trading running back Brian Robinson, who's only 26 years old, who just last year ran for 799 yards and 8 touchdowns, to the Niners for a 6th-round pick. So the 49ers...
Well, that is not actually surprising, particularly on the heels of acquiring Sky Moore at wide receiver. When you look at how banged up the Niner running back room is, now McCaffrey looks great, by the way. He looks fantastic, and they're going to need him. But Garendo's been banged up. Jordan James with the finger. You end up losing Patrick Taylor for the season. Corey Kiner, you end up waiving. Murph, if you came down there Saturday, you would get carries. So, there's nobody left to run the football. They brought Jeff Wilson back. He's going to make the team. They just don't have a lot of ball carriers right now.
Brian Robinson Jr. is like legit NFL running back. This guy,
for sure.
This guy scored 8 touchdowns last year. So this is for a 6th-rounder. So they've traded now a 6th-rounder to Kansas City for Sky Moore and got a 7th in return, and now just traded a 6th-rounder. I wonder what Washington's motivation was. I haven't dived into their running back depth chart.
Well, to me, when you get a veteran like that, what you start looking at is where was he contractually? What was his money number? What would he want in the future money-wise and stuff like that? That's the whole game now in the NFL is, are you going to play enough compensatory to what you're being compensated?
Yeah,
because you can't have any scholarship money, with this hard cap, especially for the 49ers in particular. They had to make a lot of decisions this offseason. 20 49ers are not here from a year ago because it was Brock Purdy's turn, with the contract, but they've also redone Kittle, and they've done Trent Williams, and they've done Fred Warner, and they all should have. Those guys are amazing. But the money thing in the NFL totally matters because the hard cap, you can't exceed it. It's not like the NBA where you can have a few machinations to go over it.
Well, you nailed it. He's in the final year of his rookie deal. He signed a 4-year deal in 2022. He's due to make $3.4 million this year. His 2025 cap hit is $3.6 million. I had just read that the 49ers had somewhere north of $10 million in cap space. So this fits under their salary cap for sure, and he becomes a free agent next year. Here he is, man, out of Alabama, and a legit running back. Brian Robinson Jr. gets traded to the 49ers. He's 26 years old. Like I said, last year, 187 carries for 799 yards.
That's a nice ad for a 6th-rounder. I like that, particularly given the injury situation. And then, McCaffrey's going to be the bell cow for sure, but you just had nobody. I kept looking at who's going to be the second running back if you need, and just too many guys were banged up.
Isaac Garendo was a guy, he fumbled 3 times in practice yesterday. I'm not saying that's why they made the trade, but it's just a reminder
but
of how...
But he's also had, he had a shoulder now, but he also had a bunch of lower leg injuries before, too. That's you can't just have only McCaffrey active as a running back. That. You just can't have that happen on game day.
No, especially after trading Jordan Mason this offseason, so we'll see if Brian Robinson can maybe be one of those replacements. But, Fitz, you also mentioned the other trade that they made to go out and get Sky Moore, kind of a similar situation where the Chiefs were not sure if he'd still be on the roster, so the 49ers sent a pick swap. Did you read into that more as him as a wide receiver or maybe even a return man to help out the special teams unit?
No, you hit on it, Marcus, is that, you had a situation where Watkins, the draft pick looked really good as a kick returner as well as a wide receiver, but then Jordan Watkins is out. So I think they were kind of naked as far as, kick and punt returners because they're so banged up at wide receiver these first couple weeks. You couldn't afford to have a guy who plays. Even Russell Gage got hurt in practice. So, this wide receiver thing, until Ayuk is ready until you have Robinson come off the suspension. I mean, they got Ricky Pearsall and hang in there for the first couple weeks of the season. And so for Sky Moore, this is, okay, he played, in Kansas City. It looks like he can return kicks. He's at least a speed guy you can put out there. But I don't know how they're going to cobble together the right amount of receivers, on a given first couple weeks of the season. That's going to be something to watch. I think they're going to throw to Kittle 52 times a game, and they should. I mean, George Kittle looks so good right now, but this is going to be Pearsall, Kittle, and McCaffrey, and Kyle Juszczyk, and just the brilliance of Shanahan's play calling to try to get through the first couple weeks of the season.
And now Brian Robinson Jr., too. By the way, just backing up that Washington story, Austin Eckler was their second rounder, but they have a young guy they're into named Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Heck of a name, by the way, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who is a late-round draft pick who they like. So, and again, they running backs are kind of fungible now, man. They move on, and they obviously like this young kid. And with Robinson, they clear a little cap space in their situation, and the Niners needed running back depth. So that's a good get, man. 49ers get a proven pro, scored 8 touchdowns last year.
It's almost like Adam Peters and John Lynch are friends and that they do business back and forth. Oh, wait, they are.
There you go, man. Well, all right. Well, there you go, Fitz. You were on the air for a nice little news drop. Before we let you go, though, just a little word on the young defense. I know you haven't had a chance to see, unfortunately, a Mykel Williams. You haven't had a chance to see, really an Upton Stout with any kind of regularity. So your feeling on this defense? Good news, Robert Saleh. Bad news, a lot of young guys who haven't been getting August reps.
Well, I think Saleh is amazing, by the way, and him coming back, I think, is huge. But very clear-eyed from Saleh and Kyle Shanahan, hey, there could be up to 8 new starters on the defense this year. 8 new starters. Now, going to camp and seeing a couple things, Mykel Williams, C.J. West, Alfred Collins, like the defensive linemen that you drafted, I think are going to be good. But Williams and C.J. West both had hyperextended knees, and so they're, they don't play until the 7th. So this is good. But having them banged up and not getting reps in some of these preseason games is not ideal. I think Kalia Davis has taken a big step forward, but the D-line's going to tell the tale because I like their linebackers. Fred Warner, you could play Fred Warner by himself, and he's as good as 3 linebackers. But you're going to see D. Winters, you're going to see Nick Martin, Luke Gifford. I think the linebackers are okay. And I think safety-wise, if Renardo Green comes back and healthy, but Diamador Lenore, with Renardo Green, and then Pinnock, and then whether you see Marcus Siegel, who I think is a find as in a 5th-round pick, and Chase Lucas and other guys, they're okay. But the D-line and stopping the run is going to be key. But Saleh, and at least his motivation, scheming, history, I think he matters, and I think that's going to be a reason why the Niners defense is going to be vastly improved from a year ago.
Okay, it is going to be really interesting to watch this Saleh and youth experiment. And you're on the call, man. You got your final preseason game. By the way, probably no Brock, right? You're not expecting that?
Yeah, no. The Niners aren't going to play any of their starters, and we're going to see a lot of Trey Lance, but the Chargers aren't going to play a lot of starters, if any.
Are you ready
Harbaugh
for
kind of
Trey Lance to play well and Niner fans to lose their minds?
He's on his 3rd team. He's still young. He's always been a good kid. I pull for him to play well. But the Brock Purdy decision, because I do all the preseason, I will never forget that preseason with Garoppolo, Nate Sudfeld, and Brock Purdy, and talking to everybody going, I think your 7th rounder is the best quarterback you have on the roster. And that certainly proved out. So I don't think they regret getting Brock Purdy in the 7th round. That's one of the all-time draft finds ever.
It is. All right, when do we officially put on the blue and gold cap with the bridge on it? When are you officially diving into your Warrior research?
It never stops. It's 365. You know that. That's once the NFL stuff's done, little college football and some golf, and then heavy duty into the Warriors. I think media day is September 29th, but you always keep in touch with everybody that matters all year long, on that stuff. So Warriors are gonna be good this year. This is going to be fun. It's going to be a build off of the 23-7 to finish the season, and I think they're old, but they got a puncher's chance. They got a lot of experience, and they're going to be definitely interesting to watch. So that's, I think, at this stage of 14 years with only one bad one and the other 13 being playoff or better, I can't wait for the season. It's going to be great.
Okay, 2 hot questions on the way out. Quick answers. Number 1, is Jonathan Kuminga in a Warrior uniform on opening night?
We have a really bad connection right now. Just as I could barely hear you guys.
Yeah, I think the connection just got better for this.
Yeah, but people much higher up the food chain make those type of decisions. That is an absolute no comment.
Here's your better question then. Are you looking forward to your Christmas card from Klay Thompson and Megan the Stallion?
I tell you, I love Klay on a personal level as well as a professional level. I just want him to be happy in his life, and if he finds someone that to share his life with and spend time with, I'm just totally happy for him in any way, shape, or form. And in losing Rocco, he and I went back and forth like for 20 minutes on our dogs, and it's just I love Klay. I miss him every day. So I would look forward to seeing him on Christmas for sure.
That is awesome. Warm and fuzzy feelings there. I love it. All right, Fitz, great hit. Enjoyed it. And thanks for breaking the news for us on the Brian Robinson trade.
Hey, Murph and Marcus, good hearing your voice, man. I'm around if you need.
Okay, Fitz,
thanks,
be good.
Fitz.
Bob Fitzgerald. And if you're just tuning in, the Niners made a trade. Give me a little Fox News chime here. Yes, sir. Niners just made a trade, man. They traded for the very capable Brian Robinson Jr. He scored 8 touchdowns last year, gained 800 yards on the ground out of Alabama, Washington Commander running back, but apparently was kind of being phased out in Washington, if I'm kind of boning up on my Commanders situation. He was in the last year of his rookie contract, and they were looking to move on from him, and so they found a partner. They found the 49ers, said, oh, you don't need him? We do. You like it?
I love it, Murph. I love this move. Like, in comparison to the Sky Moore news yesterday, this is a much, much bigger trade move that the 49ers went out and made because of all the injuries that we've been bitching and complaining about for the last couple of weeks.
And I know we loved Jordan Mason, and I know we loved Elijah Mitchell, but best RB2 for McCaffrey and his stay here?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Jordan Mason led the league in rushing yards last year without Christian McCaffrey. So those are the shoes that he's willing to fill. But we're talking about Brian Robinson, a guy that averaged over 4 yards per carry, had 8 touchdowns last year, is a legit RB2 that I think immediately will hop above Isaac Guerrero.
Even caught 20 balls, too. All right, 808 KNBR is the phone number. React to the Brian Robinson acquisition. Just happened. Brian Robinson from the Commanders traded to the Niners as a running back on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
2nd down 6. They hand off Ryan Robinson Jr. It'll peck right and run for Washington's first down of the ball game. Across the 25 up to around the 27-yard line goes Ryan Robinson Jr. What a story he is. Flip 90 going to Robinson wide left. Turns the corner, runs for a first down, breaks a tackle. Ameniu drops a shoulder on him, but he bangs down to the 49 or 32-yard line. It's predominantly a between the tackle power running game. At that time, they got Robinson on the flip 90 wide out to the left, and he got that edge easily. McLaurin goes in motion right, play action by Howell. Checks it down to Robinson, a block out in space on Warner. A big run into Niner territory all the way down to the Niner 40-yard line. Still knocked down. He spun off the tackle and got inside the 40. 24 yards there to Brian Robinson Jr.
There it is, man. If you're just tuning in, you're like, yeah, man, I don't want to hear about the Giants. Well, you're not going to hear about the Giants because in the middle of our conversation with Bob Fitzgerald about Jake Moody and the preseason finale tomorrow, the 49ers, Fox chime me, baby, made a trade, and a fairly significant one, for Brian Robinson Jr., the well-decorated running back from the Washington Commanders. Scored 8 touchdowns last year, gained 799 yards, caught 20 balls out of Alabama, and, of course, known also for having recovered from a gunshot wound, which led to him making his return to the NFL and walking out of the tunnel for the Washington Commanders with this song, Many Men, by 50 Cent, playing throughout the entire stadium. And I do got to apologize because during a break, I was scrambling, trying to find a reggae remix of Many Men by 50 Cent. And Murph, of course, there is a reggae cover. Oh my God. But it's not clean. We can't play it on the radio, so we got to go back to the original right here. Man, oh man. Listen, it's hard to dislike this trade. I mean, the Niners had cap room. So it's $3 million, Young Tone. You said you had the stats there, bud?
Yeah, Mike Garafolo, NFL Network, they're going to pick up $3.4 million on his contract this year.
They had room. You're getting value for him. They trade a 6th rounder. You know, usually the Niners, actually 6th rounds, usually their best round. So they had multiple 6th rounders going in.
Oh, and also I'm seeing an update from Mike Garafolo right now saying that the Commanders have agreed to take on some of that $3.4 million owed. So it sounds like the 49ers are not eating the entire contract also.
So Washington and Robinson, they were moving on from him. Says he was not at practice on Wednesday. He was not in attendance for the preseason game on Monday that the Commanders played. Head coach Dan Quinn called it an excused absence. But I guess for the last several days in D.C., in the nation's capital, they've been speculating about Robinson's future with the Commanders. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, his name has been popping up on trade rumor mills for a week or so now. I mean, we talked about it with Larry Kruger on Wednesday, and he agreed with us that he thinks it's a perfect fit, Murph. I can't disagree with my own assumption that he is a perfect fit because they needed an RB2 with the uncertainty about the health of an Isaac Guerendo. I know he was back at practice yesterday, had a couple fumbles, but he's not a guy that I can rely on to take on that full workload behind Christian McCaffrey if something does go wrong with CMC.
So why would the Commanders trade him? It said that they were going to go with Austin Eckler, veteran, and then youngsters, Chris Rodriguez and rookie Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Love that name, by the way. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. So it says here that the decisions, according to a report out of Washington, that they kept him out of Monday's preseason game. It was agreed to between the player and the coach. So they've been looking to move him. And as Fitz told us, don't forget, Washington's general manager is John Lynch's right-hand man, Adam Peters, who was here for years.
Yep.
So they call each other up, say, hey, buddy, what you got?
Yeah.
He says, I got a running back. We're going to there's actually one report said maybe we're going to cut him. Because, man, oh, man. So,
well, that's what I would assume when the asking price is only for a 6th-round draft pick. Kind of similar to what we saw the other day with Sky Moore and him being a 6th, 7th-round pick swap. Essentially, the Chiefs were going to cut him, but this is, once again, the 49ers cutting in front of the line so they don't have to play the waiver game.
Is this truly like finding a good bargain? Like you go shopping. Like some people go shopping and they pay, they pay the wrong price. Other people go to a yard sale and get a TV for $5. But this is John Lynch saying, listen, man, right now, we talked to Matt Mayoko yesterday. And I said, is Isaac Guerendo RB2? And he said, yes, he is. Yeah. And I was like, okay, I can live with it. Honestly, I could have lived with it. I had hopes for this guy, but Brian Robinson's better. He's more proven. At least he's more proven. Maybe Guerendo one day can be better than him. But no, Guerendo's also a natural receiver who's not a traditional running back. He fumbled 3 times in practice yesterday. I wonder if that hastened the trade.
Maybe a little bit, but Murph, that's a really interesting point. When you are looking at it through that specific perspective, it does feel like the Washington Commanders are the guys selling the TV for $5, and John Lynch is the guy that just went out and bought the TV, Murph. Like, I think this is a great deal for the 49ers and a great value.
By the way, I'm getting crushed by the Krosky Merritt Mafia.
Uh-oh.
I didn't know that Jacory goes by his casual name, Bill. I did not know that. That is on me, man. I'm doing push-ups.
I don't think any of us knew that.
Did any of them know that? But the guy's like on me. He's like, LMAO, bro.
Come on, bro. It's Bill.
He's a 7th rounder. But hey, man, to you texters out there, I defer to you. You have out Krosky merited me.
I love that multiple people.
Inquiring minds want to know, what did OG Murph learn today?
Yeah, I mean, did anybody know this out there? I mean,
No.
a lot of people did. 408 did. 707 did.
Jeez.
Another dude did too. Yeah. So sorry, Bill.
What was that? Adam Peters on the text line?
Yeah. And by the way, nobody goes by Bill anymore.
Yeah.
You don't meet any Bills anymore.
Yeah, no.
There are no Bills.
Yeah, you're right. Not too many Bills.
I've coached every youth sport in the world for the last 10 years. Not a single kid was named Bill.
Not even a Billy?
No.
Yeah, no.
I drive in the morning listening to Sirius XM. One of those hosts has a son named Billy. It's very odd. You miss it. A good Billy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come
So
on,
anyway,
Billy.
shout out my man Bill Merritt doing his thing out there in
Bill.
D.C.
Well, shout out to Bill for leading to Brian Robinson now suiting up in the red and gold.
Is he going by Jacory now? Brian Robinson Jr.?
He might be.
Yeah.
B-Rob.
Anyway, after I took my beating from the Bill Merritt crowd, we're back to the Brian Robinson Jr. move, which is just, wow. What can you say? This is finding it's the right fit, right guy, right shopping price, right. You pushed your cart down the right aisle. There's really nothing negative to say about this guy. Everybody's texting in about the fact that he and Pearsall are both gunshot wound victims. I don't know if that's something you really riff on.
I know.
I'm not looking to riff on that, guys.
But
There's a lot of people riffing.
If you don't want to riff, we can read some of these texts because they say,
ahead,
look,
buddy.
Brian Robinson and Ricky Pearsall really do represent Bang Bang Niner Gang now.
Oh, boy, here we go.
Bang Bang Niner Gang.
And look, I didn't
So you're
say it.
going
The
there.
text line said it, all right?
You're going
Don't
there.
shoot the messenger.
Man, oh, man.
Literally.
All right. So thank you very much. And, do you want to keep reading them? 916, Pearsall and Robinson are going to ball out with Glock, Purdy.
Wow.
Oh, I like that one, actually.
Are we making
Purdy at
jokes? Come on,
quarterback.
Gunfire's a little.
Yeah.
That's a little.
Yeah.
On 209.
That's his nickname. People riff on Purdy's nickname.
All right. 209 says, line up Guerrero outside, former wide receiver. Runs well enough. 818 says, Robinson will allow Kyle to use McCaffrey more in the passing game, which takes pressure off the lack of wide receiver depth. 707 says, I love the trade, especially for a 6th rounder. 209 says, another running back. Is CMC okay? Well, that's definitely that would be a strongly negative interpretation of the trade.
Yeah, I would think so too. It seems like Christian McCaffrey is healthy and ready to go. He's not going to play in the preseason. I can all but guarantee that, even though I don't have any sources or anything that does confirm that. But I don't think we see CMC this weekend. But it's all about replacing Jordan Mason to me. And yes, there is a lot of hope for Isaac Arendo, who showed some flashes last year. But it seems like me and that texter is on the same page because, Murph, I've been saying this since the Deebo Samuel trade, that I think you can use Isaac Arendo in more of a gadget type of role where he can line up in the slot. He can run some of those jet sweeps. He can move around a lot because of his prior history playing wide receiver.
Yeah. Okay, man. There you go. All right. Well, and 415 brings it back to Seinfeld. He says, in an episode where a dog bites a lane, George scores women's glasses at a 30% discount, courtesy of Kramer. And Kramer says, only suckers pay retail.
Yeah.
So that's what the Niners did. They got a little wholesale price on Brian Robinson Jr. And I apologize to the Jacory crowd out there. I'll never mistake Bill Krosky Merritt again.
Yeah, it's not the Jacory crowd. It's the Bill crowd.
Bill Boucher.
Hey.
Bill Farias. Bill Murphy.
Maybe that's what I learned. This guy must be a huge fantasy guy.
There's multiple texts on it.
Multiple?
Yeah, multiple texts. Wow. 510 says, the Bill thing was a thing because Adam Schefter tweeted this update before their last preseason game. He was getting roasted too.
That's it.
Okay.
They came for Schefter, then they came for Murph.
All right.
And I said nothing. Then they came for me. Now what?
415 214 says CMC needs to move to slot receiver in a couple years to prolong his career.
Nah, I think it's fine. You can still use him out of the backfield a la Darren Sproles to extend that career.
650 says, let the games begin. I'm so happy they can complement each other. CMC as a versatile running back, Brian Robinson as a bruiser. 707 says, when Greg Papa comes back, it's thunder and lightning, Robinson and McCaffrey. And 530 says, y'all should look up the video about a fantasy league drafting in person, and the person with the first overall pick that picked Brian Robinson Jr. He picked Brian Robinson Jr. instead of Bijan Robinson because they were using B. Robinson on the board.
Dude, I saw this video going around the other day on Twitter. Well, sounds like he just got a steal with San Francisco 49ers RB2 with the first overall pick.
Oh, man. Good stuff, man. All right, well, listen, Brian Robinson Jr., welcome to town, man. That's Niners making moves. Sky Moore and Brian Robinson Jr.
It's a Brian Robinson Friday.
It's a Brian Robinson Jr. Friday. There you go. On The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, before we get out on a Friday, one last word on life insurance. It's important for your family. Don't use excuses to get in the way. It's not too complicated. It's not too expensive. Check out Ethos Life, ETHOS Life. It's an online, easy way to get life insurance in as little as 10 minutes. They hook you up with life insurance providers. They rates you can afford. How about a $500,000 term life policy for a 40-year-old male, starting at just $30 a month, which, if you do the math, is $1 a day. All right. Rates increase the longer you wait. Don't put it off. How about no medical exam? You just enter a few health questions online. You could get up to $3 million in coverage. We got to ask the serious questions. What if something happens? Got to take care of your family. You got to pay the mortgage. You got to pay the kids' education and all the bills. Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the better way to get life insurance. For your free quote, visit ethos.com/leader. That's ethos.com/leader. Not available in all states. Rates vary. do you want to go with? Bill?
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. Well, listen, a little excitement to end the show. If you're just tuning in, the 49ers made a pretty significant trade. They acquired running back Brian Robinson Jr. from the Washington Commanders. He's a good player. He's only in his 4th year out of Alabama. He came back from a gunshot wound, crazy enough story, and had a pretty good year last year. 799 yards, 8 touchdowns. No joke. He's the kind of guy you draft in fantasy as like an RB 3 or 4, maybe even an RB2 sometimes, depending on your week, right?
Yeah, he had a lot of value last year out in Washington because of his ability to get into the end zone with those 8 touchdown scores. There was a lot of talk in the fantasy community that he would eventually take over as RB1 out in Washington.
Yeah, well, the Commanders had made a decision that they were going to do something else, and they made him available. They have, of course, Austin Eckler, the veteran. Can't believe he's a veteran now. They got a kid named Chris Rodriguez, and they had a guy who, by birth, goes by Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, but much to my education, apparently he likes to be called Bill.
He goes by Bill.
I almost need a laugh track.
Yeah,
of
I
that.
mean, where the
He
hell
likes
does
to
he
be
get
called
that?
Bill. Thank you. I mean, again, how many buddies do you have named Bill?
Not any, I don't think, to be honest.
Young Tony, how many Bills in your life, bud?
So my friend Tyler, who's the manager at Canyon Lakes in San Ramon, I think it's a bit. He goes by, jokingly, he says he goes by Bill.
There it is.
So Bill Roller.
Who does this guy think he is? Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt? Thank you very much. By the way, Marcus, if you're looking for, I know you've been missing Jordan Mason.
Yes, I have.
Well, guess what? Jordan Mason last year rushed for 789 yards. And Brian Robinson ran for 799. You got your Jordan Mason.
Oh, look at that.
You got your Jordan Mason.
Mom, I want Jordan Mason. We have Jordan Mason at home.
Mason only had 3. They're the same age. They're both 26. And Jordan Mason only ran for 3 touchdowns last year, whereas my man B. Rob ran for 8.
See, that was an issue last year. As great as Jordan Mason was between the tackles, they stalled out a lot in the red zone. And also, some of those red zone issues were due to not having Christian McCaffrey. But now B. Rob might be able to be the guy to punch it in.
Now, Mason did have 34 fewer carries, so his average per carry was better than Brian Robinson's. But this is the Kyle Shanahan run scheme with George Kittle blocking for you.
Exactly.
And Luke Farrell blocking for you, too.
Yes, and Kyle Juszczyk, who's back in the building, too. And, yeah, I love the fact that you have a reliable RB2 that can play in between the tackles, that can lighten the load a little bit off of Christian McCaffrey.
All right. Well, listen, a perfect way to end the show and a perfect way to roll into Young Tony.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, well, listen here. It's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. I just gave Tony an assignment that's very dated, but you learned today, Tone. I know I'm asking you to multitask.
No, you're
I appreciate you. We're going right with the last thing you learned, which is what? That Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt.
Yeah, I think we all learned this. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, apparently a big fantasy name, and that was before this trade, is now nicknamed, or maybe he prefers to be called Bill.
Yeah, so, and if you want to go in pop culture, I just had to go to the 1960s or 70s. The band Fifth Dimension had a song called Bill. I'm not kidding you. They had a song called Bill. Marilyn McCoo and Billy Davis Jr. I'm loving you, Bill, or something. Here, give it.
Is it Wedding Bell Blues?
That's it.
Wow. Okay, nice.
Marry me, Bill.
Yeah. Okay, nice.
See if you think this is a little tap. Yeah, a little tapper. Well, yeah.
Oh, I got the lyrics here. I see it. Yeah.
Yeah. This is how we used to roll, kind of in the late 60s, early 70s. Here, snap along. Yeah. She's going to say Bill, I promise.
Here it is, right here.
This is for Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. I'm hitting the post. Well, yeah. Bill. There it is, Bill.
Nice.
Marilyn McCoo, she could sing. She could sing. Yeah. Bill. 2 Bills. Ready? It's coming up. Hey. Bill.
Wow.
There it is, 3. There you go. You can pot it down there.
Wow. Well, young Tony, I might throw a quarter in the jukebox because if we're doing songs honoring the name Bill, Can I get a Schoolhouse Rock? I'm just a Bill.
That's really
sitting
good.
at the top of Capitol Hill.
Is there enough time to squeeze that in?
Hopefully. Now, I know that young Tony does not know that reference.
I'm pumped that you do.
Oh, yeah, dude. So you know Schoolhouse Rock. Of course, right?
No, I was raised on Schoolhouse
okay,
Rock.
yeah, I just want to make sure.
I literally am OG Schoolhouse Rock generation.
I'm just a Bill.
How did you get that?
Oh, dude. Elementary school, we watched Schoolhouse Rock. Yeah,
By the way,
Is that it?
Yeah.
This is School of Rock. There's also one, I'm Just a Bill, The Little Singers.
Yeah, that one, I'm Just a
The
Bill.
Little Singers?
Yes, I'm Just a Bill. Yeah.
It's a little Bill.
By the way.
Animation.
By the way, these days, that doesn't.
Oh, yeah.
They're skipping that part. They're skipping that part these days.
Exactly.
So here it is. Yeah, they're explaining how the government works.
Yes. Schoolhouse Rock, Tony.
Or used to work. Here it is. There it is. Perfect way to end the show, dude. Very good. Great drop. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on, we can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader. A Cumulus Media Station.
Are you guys enjoying Bob Melvin, by the way? We sure miss him down here.
Man, what a catastrophe.
Pick it up. They call us the Three Amigos. Wait, yeah, they running away. The Three Amigos, the Three Tutties.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
2nd down, 6. They hand off Ryan Robinson Jr. It'll peck right and run for Washington's first down of the ball game. Across the 25 up to around the 27-yard line goes Ryan Robinson Jr. What a story he is. Flip 90 going to Robinson wide left. Turns the corner, runs for the first down, breaks a tackle. Emmanuel drops a shoulder on him, but he bangs down to the 49 32-yard line. It's predominantly between the tackle power running game. At that time, they got Robinson on the flip 90 wide out to the left, and he got that edge easily. McLaurin goes in motion right, play action by Howell. Checks it down to Robinson, a block out in space on Warner. A big run into Niner territory all the way down to the Niner 40-yard line. Still not down. He spun off the tackle and got inside the 40. 24 yards there to Brian Robinson Jr.
Well, you can hear the voice of Greg Papa in that open package, and I can hear the voice of Greg Papa in my head saying, it's live radio, brothers. Scrap the rundown. We had a Sky Moore Thursday to a Brian Robinson Jr. Friday. This news dropping about a half an hour ago. You heard Murph and Marcus break down the end right there. The 49ers have traded for running back Brian Robinson Jr. and given away a 2026 6th-round pick. In addition, the Commanders are going to be taking on some of that $3.4 million salary. So a lot of yesterday was about the wide receiver room and bodies continuing to pop up on the injury report. Well, now they've added a skill position for a different group that needs a little bit of help in addition to Christian McCaffrey. It's a running back coming from Washington out here to the Bay, and the Niners officially wrap up preseason tomorrow. So, JD, Greg Silver, John Dickinson here with you at 10 to 2. And as I say good morning to you, my friend, good news number 1, Brian Robinson Jr. is headed to the Bay Area, but good news number 2, I think for a lot of our listeners, by the time we do this again on Monday at 10, preseason's over.
Yeah, preseason's over, and we're going to be inside 2 weeks until the opener for Real up in Seattle. Good to be with you. Good Friday morning to you. The Brian Robinson trade's a big deal. It's not a wide receiver, but one thing had become abundantly clear, and we've been talking about it most of the week. The 49ers had to do something. They had to do something on offense in particular. When you look at, yes, the wide receiver room, Brian Robinson's obviously a running back, but also the running back room behind Christian McCaffrey. And really, I think it's a playmaker. They had to get somebody thrown into the mix that's just a really good quality offensive playmaker. And I think Brian Robinson is somebody that now you have one of the better 1-2 punches, I think, across the NFL, potentially at the running back spot. It frees up Christian McCaffrey to do a lot of other things. We'll get into it for the next 4 hours. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line open as well. But your thoughts on that here for the next 4 hours on the Sports Leader. They had to do something. And I think the extension of the question, Greg, is should the 49ers be done? Because it's an admission that this roster needs a little bit of a retooling here with 2 weeks plus to go before the regular season starts.
Yeah, I think you're never done, and this does not change the fact that Jennings is still out with the calf/contract, and however you want to view it, where the scale is pointing maybe one way too close to the other. Is it all the money? Is it the calf? We think it's a real injury, but Jennings not coming back at this point, well, what's the issue? And wide receiver still very much a concern, but again, they went and got a playmaker, so no. Right off the top, I don't think that they should be done. You should always continue to evaluate. First reaction is you went and got Sky Moore, who's someone who needs a new home after a little bit of an unproductive couple of years in Kansas City, has the speed, has the talent of a former second-round pick, and all you did was a little bit of a pick swap in 2027, a sixth and a seventh rounder. Now take someone who has had more accomplishments, like a Brian Robinson Jr., been an effective player on a team that just got very good this last year, and all you gave up was a sixth-round pick of this next draft. I think that's a win right off the top.
It really is, and I think it could also be construed when you look at what the 49ers gave up and the Commanders taking on a little bit of Brian Robinson's salary, and it kind of falls in the no-brainer category. It kind of falls in the wasn't really a difficult decision category. I think the Commanders potentially just weren't getting when it was reported within the last week that they were going to be shopping or that Robinson was going to be on the market. They weren't getting the offers that you would have expected, to be honest. I would have thought Brian Robinson would have fetched more than just a sixth rounder in 2026. But alas, the 49ers are in the market and on the market and scouring the market, and they find what proves to be a strong value play. And look, Robinson, just under 3,000 total yards in 3 years with 20 touchdowns. He's somebody that you can run it with as a compliment to Christian McCaffrey. He's also somebody you can throw it to as a running back. So the Niners, I think, upgrade at one of the positions they legitimately needed to upgrade. I don't think they had enough just overall talent in addition to healthy bodies at both the running back spot and the wide receiver spot. We've talked most of the week about the wide receiver spot. I know I kind of downplayed the Brian Robinson fit because I thought, well, they really want another running back that has the potential or at least the talent, I think, capable of being kind of a 1A when you've got Christian McCaffrey, and you know the 49ers like to really ride Christian McCaffrey when he's healthy and available. I think the rub to this is the fact that now they really are truly going to look to, with a 1-2 punch, try and use the talent at that position to keep both of those guys healthy and effective and be able to run the football, which I think is the one thing that you surely are going to have to do, even more so if you look around and your wide receiver room is going to be thin, especially the first 3 to 5 weeks of the season.
808 KNBR, line up the calls, because I see for a Friday it is popping and people want to hear all about it. People want to listen. People want to share their opinions, and that's what we're all about here on Papa and Silver. As far as the running back room and the way it stands, I mean, look, Isaac Guerrero is very talented, and he can help this offense in a lot of ways. But he's been injured so often, and he just came back to practice recently. So the running back room has been a mess outside of the most important player in Christian McCaffrey. I think about Brian Robinson Jr. and getting him for this price. This is somebody that can fill a lot of the attributes that you didn't have when you decided to trade away Jordan Mason to the Vikings. And Christian McCaffrey is going to get his touches. We had that discussion with him. This doesn't mean, okay, let's keep Christian McCaffrey off the field for 1/3 of all series now. But if the goal is to get through a regular season and get into the playoffs and be healthy and have your best players available for the most important games of the year, Brian Robinson Jr. is someone that can carry the load literally and figuratively. He's a bruiser. like Jordan Mason, not much of a pass catcher, but he runs hard. And as long as this offensive line can hold up somewhat, then I think it's a really nice addition for Brock Purdy, even if it's not maybe a weapon he's going to be throwing to so much. That also brings in a lot of questions when you go back to the discussion, JD, of do the 49ers need to do more? A lot of listeners and people on the YouTube chat already chiming in, still with the concerns of the O-line, whether they like Brian Robinson, whether they feel a little bit lukewarm on the move. If your O-line can't hold up, doesn't do any favors for Brock Purdy. It doesn't do any favors for Christian McCaffrey or Brian Robinson or Isaac Guerrero or insert any name out there in the backfield.
Yeah, again, we've seen, and I think the injury status on the O-line is something that could force a move, but we've seen the 49ers be far more comfortable with their offensive line. And I know it always kind of delves back into this, and the fan base isn't – like, they're not making wholesale changes to look to upgrade. I put that in air quotes because they don't necessarily believe it would be an upgrade at the offensive line spots. Now, we'll see. I think they had Ben Barch penciled in at left guard. If he's somebody that they can't count on, maybe they look to add somebody that could be kind of plug and play as they look at players across the league that could find themselves a little bit expendable. But I still look at the headliner positions. Again, the skill positions. I thought we were going wide receiver when you were setting that up, and it's, the YouTube chat's upset about the offensive line. Well, the Niners believe the offensive line's better than the fans believe the offensive line is. And the Niners are not making any changes at left or right tackle. They're not making any changes with Brendel at center. The Purdy injury, does that maybe mean they could look to try and get a little bit of depth there? Potentially, because both left and right guard are dealing with current injuries at this particular point in time. But where I'm left, as we ask the question, should the 49ers be done here with 2 weeks and 2 days before the regular season opener in Seattle, I'm looking at they go get a running back when it became obvious yesterday that you have Christian McCaffrey and really nothing else because of the Guerrero injury concerns. And right now you look at the wide receiver room with the suspension to Demarcus Robinson and Ayuk and all that and what's going on with Juwan Jennings. He's the pivot point. I think they need another wide receiver that's better than Sky Moore, even if maybe that player is not as good as Juwan Jennings or Brandon Ayuk or Demarcus Robinson.
There's no question, and they've parted with a couple of sixth-round picks in order to get Sky Moore, and now most recently today, leading off our show, Brian Robinson Jr. 808 KNBR, that's 415-808-5627. If you want to join the conversation, we're not going anywhere. We're hanging out 10 to 2, addressing all your questions, your concerns, your thoughts. 49ers had to do something, and although it's not a wide receiver, how much does this acquisition help them? What kind of message does it send to the rest of the team and the 49er faithful? We'll continue to unpack all of these inquiries. It's Pop and Silver with JD on a Friday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Washington Commanders traded running back Brian Robinson Jr. to the 49ers in exchange for a 2026 sixth-round pick. What does this say about the 49ers' needs, and do they need to keep adding as they finish up the preseason tomorrow against the Chargers? 415-808-5627 to dial us up. You know the drill.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Papa and Silver with John Dickinson getting you through your Friday. Little end of the week news dump, but not too late in the day because we got to grab it right before the start of our show. The 49ers traded for Washington Commanders running back Brian Robinson Jr. They gave away a 2026 sixth-round pick, and Robinson is on his way to San Francisco right now, and he, of course, will take a physical, joining the party with Sky Moore for end-of-the-week trades. It's not a wide receiver, but it is an acquisition of a skill player that could certainly help this offense. Robinson, going into his fourth season, his last one with the Commanders, 799 yards, 8 touchdowns, only 20 receptions. So we compared him to the J.P. Mason skill set a little bit. He's a bruiser. He can be a little bit of a workhorse. If McCaffrey were to go down at any point, Robinson could not necessarily replace McCaffrey because nobody could, but like Jordan Mason was able to run the ball effectively, maybe somebody that could be a great addition along with Isaac Guerendo if he's able to stay healthy to start the season. A lot of questions here as the 49ers are 4 days away from their final 53-man roster cutdown. JD, we continue to unpack it. 808 KNBR. Have the 49ers done enough? They make a move. It's not a wide receiver move, but it is one that provides a little bit of relief to a unit that continues to stack up injuries. And no, they haven't even played all 3 preseason games yet.
Well, it shores up the running back position with all of the injuries, and I think it helps them have the potential to make a decision on how impactful Isaac Guerendo is going to be able to be. I know he, according to some reports, had some fumbling issues at practice during the week here as the open practices conclude, I believe, with yesterday's, and they'll go through the walkthrough today. No media, the game tomorrow. So we'll see how all that shakes out. But I think it's an insurance policy against future injuries. It's just, to me, a talent bump. And I get it. The Commanders are set to move on from Robinson. I also think it's a potential acknowledgement in a sense, although they're going to wind up paying less for Brian Robinson, who I think is a better player than Jordan Mason. It can be viewed a little bit as an admission that maybe the way they handled the whole Jordan Mason thing came back to backfire or bite them a little bit as you look at shipping him off to the Vikings and believing that they had enough in the running back room with Garendo and players that they were going to be drafting moving forward, but they haven't been able to get anything out of Jordan James because of the broken finger, and Kiner ends up hurt, and so they've got a lot of issues as it relates to that, but they solidify that position, as we talked about all week, the need for more at the wide receiver spot. If you're out scouring the market, and I think we know both by the Sky Moore trade, and look, Sky Moore's nothing in comparison to Brian Robinson, although they paid a similar price really to get both. I think the value you bring back in Brian Robinson obviously projects to be much greater. But I think the 49ers are telling us today, and they've been telling us all week, Greg, that they understand this roster still needs a little bit of a polish up at a couple of positions. And so I view the Robinson trade as another one of these tells that the 49ers know they need more at a couple of positions. And the wide receiver spot, I think, is at the top of the list.
I want to tell you what we got going on guest list-wise today. Matt Mayoko is going to be joining us at 11:50. Andy Baggerly will join us at 12:50. I was texting with Mayoko a little bit yesterday, and I said, hey, anything particular you want to touch on and not have the same exact conversation that you just had with Murph and Marcus? As he joins them every Thursday, he laughed and said, I could do anything, whatever moves the needle. Good news is we got some new content that we'll get into with Maddie. We'll do that at 11:50. And Brian Robinson with the addition. I look at this, JD, with the running back room, and I know we've done a lot of comparisons about different positions, comparing the 49ers across their division and the rest of the NFC West. And running back is a position where I actually have a lot of respect for all running backs, all RB1s truly, in the NFC West. Christian McCaffrey, of course, is the top of the list. But I would say Kenneth Walker, Kyron Williams, and James Conner are all a similar mold of a running back who can run really hard, get you 25 touches a game, really effective in the red zone, just hard-nosed runners that might not always be behind the best offensive lines. So you take Brian Robinson into this mix. My point is, I already thought the 49ers clearly had the best RB1. They've got the best running back room in the division and one of the best in the entire NFC now as of today. And that's not because I think Brian Robinson is some kind of transcendent talent, but he is a talented enough player where if he comes in and that's your automatic RB2 and you see what Isaac Garendo could give you if he's healthy, if he's able to show some of that wide receiving ability he has, well, Kyle Shanahan might have some new creativity in the scheme coming.
You have to make sure that you can offset where you're depleted, and they are depleted at that wide receiver spot. So one way to do it, if you're not going to go get a wide receiver, is go get another running back. And it does, as the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line had pointed out, free up the 49ers to maybe throw the football a little bit more to Christian McCaffrey, who certainly does have the skill set to be able to be moved all around the five eligible positions on the field in terms of offense. So I think it's a hell of a 1-2 punch. The other big area where the 49ers struggled last year that we've discussed so much is the red zone. Niners able to move it 20-20, but in the red zone, they really struggled. I think the ability to run the football is what a lot of that boils down to, having McCaffrey back, but just having another potential option there. And I know you mentioned it. Robinson's not the type of player that you throw it to a lot, but he did have 36 catches 2 years ago. And I'm looking at, not a lot of catches last year, but 10 yards a reception 2 years ago, 36 catches for 368 yards and 4 touchdowns receiving going back to 2 years ago. So I do think he's somebody that you can dump it off to or design a play here and there for to try and get yards that way. And those are all the kinds of things that have the opportunity to free up other aspects of your offense to become more explosive if the threat of that is going to be in play.
To be fair on Brian Robinson and the dip in production on the receiving part with this last year, they also brought in Austin Eckler from free agency, who is traditionally one of those pass-catching running backs and at an older stage in his career. But when you look at last year's version of the Commanders, yes, Robinson had only 20 receptions, but Austin Eckler was out there on a lot of those third downs, a lot of those passing situations when maybe they were chasing a deficit late in games. So that's not to say Robinson can't do it, but I do see him more of that Kenneth Walker, James Conner type of mold where he is more of a hard-nosed runner up the middle and will take what he can get from the O-line as opposed to being crafty in the passing game. It's not to say he can't do it. I just think that comparing it to McCaffrey and Garendo, Robinson is clearly number 3 on that list as far as receiving ability.
He is, although, again, I mean, as it relates to Garendo, I mean, this is also a statement that Isaac Garendo is going to be less of a part or a more specific part, I feel, of the 49ers offense, whether it's injury or if he is having some trouble at practices. Obviously, we haven't been out there as much as, at least I have not in recent years, but by some accounts, he's had some issues here since his return at hanging onto the football. And that's the one kind of thing that you really can't have. So I wonder what this means for Garendo. I think we do tend to look at it as, oh, you got McCaffrey and Robinson, and now you have Garendo. But the one thing we've known, and I think it's been part of the reason why, at least for me, I was so reluctant to believe the 49ers would really go get someone like Brian Robinson because they had Christian McCaffrey and Garendo in play, but they do, which to me, again, it kind of makes me wonder, and the price tag, I think, is part of that, the ability to only have to give up a 6th-round pick to get Brian Robinson. But I just wonder what it ultimately means, I think, for Garendo in the grand scheme of things here as the Niners look to flesh out who's going to get a lot of the carries. Because I think we know McCaffrey's going to get the bulk of the carries anyway. I think everybody agrees Robinson's a nice compliment to McCaffrey. But if you start factoring in those two, I mean, barring injury, and look, there's always going to be injuries at the running back spot. This is an insurance policy as well. If something for a couple of weeks happens to Christian McCaffrey at some point in the year, but there aren't really a lot of carries for RB3 all of a sudden, which I think is something that Kyle Shanahan would probably welcome at this particular point in time.
So maybe a little RB2 competition on the horizon here with Garendo and Robinson as he comes in, going to take that physical. I would imagine he's not going to play tomorrow in the preseason finale, and I sure hope he doesn't because we have our weekly discussion of who should play in the preseason finale? How about nobody? Way too many injuries going on in training camp and in the preseason. Put everybody that you want to see in week 1 in a nice glass case, and let's move on and get ready for September 7th. 808 KNBR. He's John Dickinson. I'm Greg Silver. Go give Walter a call in the studio because he's a little bit lonely today, although he does have a nice, fresh haircut, so got to give him that. Happy Friday, and we'll continue this on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
Papa and Silver with John Dickinson continues in the 10 o'clock hour. We're taking this party all the way up to 2 on a Friday, and the 49ers making some late morning news with the trade acquisition of Brian Robinson Jr. They threw away a 2026 sixth-round pick and got the running back in return to get added to this room that is full of injuries outside their RB1 of Christian McCaffrey. A lot of focus on the wide receivers, a lot of focus on the young secondary, the young defensive line. And JD, we haven't talked a ton of running backs here this week, in large part, number one, because it seems like every other unit is dealing with so many more injuries. And then reason number two, well, the most important cog in that entire thing is the one who has been healthy, knock on wood, every 25 seconds if you're the 49er faithful. But you got CMC, you've got Isaac Guerrero back at practice now, and Brian Robinson added to the mix, and that's exactly where we've been kicking things off here in the first 34 minutes today.
Yeah, and 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 to jump in and join the conversation. What do you think of the 49ers going out and getting Brian Robinson Jr.? There are two sides to every trade, and I think you always do have to look at both sides. I mean, Robinson is somebody who had been a productive player that had fallen out of favor. I think that's something that is notable here as we start to get into, could he potentially be a better fit with the 49ers than he wound up being over time with the Commanders, who had a number of different changes to coaching staffs and schemes and all those things throughout the course of Robinson's early career and his first 3 years in the NFL. I want to get to a text here on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. And again, 808 KNBR to jump in on the phone lines, jump in on the text line. And the YouTube chat is up and running as it always is here on the Sports Leader. 818, until Jennings is fully recovered from his calf injury and Robinson comes back from suspension, the 49ers can be more run-centric, Greg, early in the season. I think that's an obvious but salient point here. The Niners are going to look to maybe be a lot more run-centric. Kyle Shanahan always wants to run the ball as much as possible.
Here's another element of this I want to bring to your attention, too, because I think that's a great text by 818. And this is another piece we got into with the 49ers yesterday, even before this trade. But as far as Brock Purdy and the conversation around, have the 49ers done enough to support him, or now that he's been paid big money, is it on him to hold it down until Demarcus Robinson's back from suspension and Brandon Ayuk comes back from his injury? This might be a team with all of that young defense where the offense might have to do a little bit more of the carrying the first part of the year. And if that young defense with Robert Saleh engineering the whole operation, maybe if they get it clicking in the second half of the year, the scale tilts a little bit one way or another. I know teams don't look at it in that way with the preseason, but we're going to look at it as what to expect in week 1 versus what to expect in week 18 when you're going to face Seattle the first and then the last time. So do you almost think that there's an element to making trades, going out and getting a Sky Moore, going out and getting a Brian Robinson that is not only addressing the obvious, which is the injuries, but maybe addressing the fact that they're going to be offense dependent more so in the first part of the year, even with the additions of Brandon Ayuk and Demarcus Robinson in that early part of the season?
Yeah, I think for me it's just more an admission that they understand that they don't have enough. And I think that it just overall talent at both of those positions, the running back position, which is kind of crazy to say when you have Christian McCaffrey, who is maybe the most talented running back in the entire NFL when he's healthy this side of Saquon Barkley and everything that he was able to do last year, moving to Philadelphia and helping them win the Super Bowl. But in terms of the depth, and depth is the reason, I think, at both of those spots. We've talked about it a ton this week, Greg, just the simple fact that the 49ers in the middle of the year, if you've got Ayuk and you've got Jennings and Demarcus Robinson and Pearsall as your 1 through 4 in some order, as your wide receiving core. You feel great about that. Similarly, I think, you just look at the depth chart, and McCaffrey you love as your 1. If Brian Robinson Jr. is your 2, and now all of a sudden you're starting to talk about, I like Isaac Guerrero as your 3 a lot more, I think, than I like Isaac Guerrero as a 2 at this point, although I think we were all comfortable with Guerrero being a 2 coming into this year. That being said, because you're going to need 3 to 5 running backs just to get through a season. So you insert somebody that I believe is more talented and proven, certainly, than Guerrero. No shade at Guerrero in adding Robinson. And now you kick Guerrero down. Now if Jeff Wilson Jr. winds up being a 4th running back, or somebody that maybe you try to keep around as a veteran on practice squad, you can get away with that. It just helps everything, I think, flow a little bit better rotationally. But to me, it all comes back to overall talent on the roster at a couple of positions, not quite being up to snuff with the final cuts 4 days away and the regular season 2 weeks and 2 days away.
So here's where I want to take it from there. I sent you this column yesterday, and it was Bleacher Report, 1 proposed trade for every team. And I know that whenever these mass columns come out league-wide, all the youngsters want to say it's full of rage bait, right? Things that are going to make you go mad, things that are going to seem like deals that are imbalanced. But in this column, as it was released yesterday, the Brian Robinson Jr. trade proposition was Tennessee Titans trade a 2026 4th-round pick to get Brian Robinson Jr. Ended up being a 6th-round pick. That was all it cost to go and get him for the 49ers. Romeo Doubs was also mentioned in this article, and the Romeo Doubs proposition was a Chargers giving away a 2027 7th-round pick. Pardon me, 2026 7th-round pick. If that's all it costs to go and get somebody like a Romeo Doubs, when I thought Brian Robinson, I saw that news, first thing I thought was, okay, red zone efficiency, guy that can run hard, get you a few yards when you need a few yards. Romeo Doubs, comparing it to Sky Moore, look, Sky Moore cost only a 6th and 7th-round pick swap a couple years from now. Doubs is a much more accomplished target and a proven red zone threat, where the 49ers struggled a ton last year. Now, I know Matt LaFleur said yesterday, look, we're not going to be trading Romeo Doubs, but guess what? Words are words at this stage of the year, and how often do we hear statements thrown out like that when it ends up not being the truth? Remember Mike Dunleavy? Yeah, we're not going to trade Jordan Poole, but talk to me in 72 hours.
No question. And look, this is a time where, and I think Brian Robinson falls in this category fairly or unfairly, but it's part of the reason why the 49ers were able to get him at such a low price. Brian Robinson was probably going to get cut on Tuesday had there not been a deal able to be made. Now, look, maybe there were 5-6 teams that were all interested to some level, but, I mean, you only end up sending a 6th-round pick the other way, and to me that's a tell that there weren't a ton of teams that were that interested, because I would have, if you just asked me a week ago, what would the Brian Robinson cost be, I probably would have said a 4th, and that would have been too high. To bring it back to Doubs, we're in that season where coaches and front office members are trying to keep every shred of value they possibly can for back end of the roster players, even surprisingly back end of the roster players that are going to get cut if a team can't get a 7 or a 6 for them here over the course of the next 72 hours as we get down to cut down day. So, yeah, I would take anything that LaFleur says on that with a grain of salt at this point, because the league tends to figure out the players that are going to get cut, and you can get, just by making them a good offer without giving anything up pretty well right around this time. And that's, you sort of force some teams like the Packers in this instance to maybe make a difficult decision. I like Doubs. I don't know where the 49ers have on him, but I think he fits the mold as somebody. He's got to be able to hang on to the rock, and that's been a problem for Sky Moore. That's been a problem for Doubs as well at times throughout the course of his career. But I like Doubs, Greg, because Doubs fits in the mold of not as good as Ayuk or Jennings or even what Ricky Pearsall is projected to be, Demarcus Robinson, but clear-cut better than the rest of the roster with the unproven nature of Watkins due to injury and Cowing due to injury and being his second year and all the other the Robbie Chosens and the Russell Gages and those guys. Dobbs is somebody that you'd rather take a flyer on, at least in my mind, above the rest of those camp bodies basically at the back end of the position that have vaulted their way up here to like 2, 3, and 4 as we look at it right now on August 22nd.
I think JD might be like 6th on the depth chart somewhere, depending on how the injury report looks after this preseason finale on Saturday. In all seriousness, one other element of Dobbs I really like for the purposes of this year, got 1 year left on the rookie deal. You don't have to commit to paying him right now. It's kind of like a rental where you see it works, and maybe it doesn't turn into a rental. And I can also hear our guy Greg Papa saying, you're a silver and you obsess over everybody's contract. Yes, sir, I am doing that. But no, look, if you want to end up paying him and he fits your scheme really well and he is a proven reliable red zone target, then he's absolutely worth giving a contract to. But if it doesn't work and Ricky Pearsall maybe exceeds his expectations and he proves that he can stay mostly healthy and he has the chemistry with Purdy and you don't feel like you need someone like a Dobbs, you don't have to commit to it in the long term either.
I also think the 49ers may view a flyer on Sky Moore as an equal to the talent level at this point of a Dobbs. They may view it that way. I'm not saying it is when you look at the numbers, but I think that's something that only they truly know internally. We can debate it and say, hey, I'd rather have this player versus that. But those two players may be viewed in a similar or same category at this point among those that you would look to go try and get. And so it might be somebody that projects to be significantly better than both of those players if the 49ers were to try and move up. I know there are some varying opinions as we kind of relate back to the Brian Robinson Jr. deal, but I think I get it. He might have got cut in a couple of days. I get it. It was only a 6th, and there's a reason. I get it that the Commanders believe that they have 3-4 running backs on their roster that fit better and are going to be more productive. But I think the 49ers getting Brian Robinson Jr. is a big deal. And I think he's better than Jordan Mason, personally. And it's at a lower cost than Jordan Mason. And I think he's somebody that's going to be a nice compliment for Christian McCaffrey. I think it's a buy low opportunity for the 49ers on somebody that has the potential to pan out and be a really productive player for them.
It's funny you say that because when Sky Moore was traded a couple of days ago, I was seeing varying opinions about why would they even do that when there was a chance he could have got cut. And then there was the argument that the 49ers wanted to just get it done, get him in the building, not have to compete with other teams' services. If we're talking about the same debate for Brian Robinson Jr., yes, maybe he would have been cut by next week. But number one, you don't know what the state of your team is going to be after this preseason game. If I'm just being honest, by the way it's trended over the preseason. And then number two, to trade for Brian Robinson at that cost and Washington taking on some of the salary, I'm with you very much in that's a no-brainer.
And real quick, I'm also of the belief that Brian Robinson, I think, is a level better in terms of just a player and obviously different positions. But I think Brian Robinson's a better player than Sky Moore. Like I feel like Sky Moore is that's a complete throwaway kind of flyer, type of a deal for somebody that really you're only taking a look at the first handful of weeks of the season, to try and get you by and maybe be able to clear up some space with his speed for others to be able to function in the 49ers offense. And then you get your other guys back and he ain't going to be playing or isn't even maybe going to be on the team as you get closer to the middle or back end of the year. I look at Brian Robinson as somebody that's going to be getting carries every single week for the 49ers and is going to be on the team as a weapon here for the entirety of this season. Just a better player.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Do the 49ers need to do more? Your opinions on the Brian Robinson trade. Give Walter a call out there in the studio, and we will continue this discussion with a little bit of sound coming up on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Craig, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Greg Silver, John Dickinson with you, 10 to 2, hanging out on a Friday. Niners making some waves on the internet and in the NFL world, trading for running back Brian Robinson. Been the big focus here of our first hour. Got Matt Mayoko joining us about an hour from now. We'll get into everything. Mayoko just texted me, JD. He said, hey, maybe we should talk about Brian Robinson. I said, good idea. This is why you're going into season number 30 of doing this profession. And then we're going to talk to Andy Baggerly at 12:50. Tough one for the Giants yesterday. Verlander was looking good, and then the Padres started bunting, and then the Giants' defense happened. So that was a slop fest. They lose 10 out of 13 in the season series against San Diego. So we'll get into that at the end of the 12 o'clock hour, but want to play a couple cuts of sound. And first, courtesy of Derek Papa and Dirty Work, they have it ready to go. Matt LaFleur on Romeo Doubs yesterday explaining they are not going to part ways with their former fourth-round pick.
It's a tough week because you have to make cuts, right? I'm looking at that wide receiver room. It's great. You have so much depth. What will it come down to?
Well, we don't have a lot of depth right now. We're missing a lot of guys. So, it's going to come down to these guys' ability to go in there and make plays for us. And, there's been a lot of tape. We've had a lot of practices now. Looking forward to the third preseason game to put these guys in those types of situations to see how they respond.
What does Romeo Doubs have to do to not have rumors about him being cut from this team?
Rome's not. I'd be very shocked if he ever was going anywhere.
There's words about that.
No, that will not happen.
Can you sort of explain why so confidently?
Because Rome is out there competing and doing everything that we need to see from him, and obviously he's played a lot of ball for us and at a high level, and he's been a great teammate, and he goes out there and you can count on him every day.
So Matt LaFleur pretty adamant that Romeo Doubs is not going to get cut, not going to get traded. And on one hand, I understand it, JD, in the sense of, yeah, you got a guy in Matthew Golden who you feel really good about as a first-round pick, but he's never played an NFL snap. Then you've got an injury-prone Dontavian Wicks. Christian Watson, your deep threat, tore his ACL at the very end of last season, so he's not going to be ready to go. Jaden Reed is a different kind of receiver than a Romeo Doubs. Oh, and by the way, your quarterback is pretty young still. And as much as people like the upside in Jordan Love, as much as he has shown enough flashes to get a lucrative contract from the Packers, he also needs trusted targets out there. So on one hand, I can see it. On the other, you got a lot of wide receiver options right now and a lot of people who could theoretically, over the course of 17, even if not the healthiest today, be useful. And if you want to get a little bit of money off the books, if you want to get a player out of the organization who has been problematic, who did get suspended last year for essentially throwing a tantrum about not getting the ball, which was deemed conduct detrimental to the team, maybe it would be the best interest for the Packers to move on and see if he could find another home.
Yeah, and look, I could take LaFleur at his word on that. I mean, they could keep Doubs, they could not keep Doubs. I mean, Doubs came up because we were talking about potential wide receiver options for the 49ers. I mean, I personally could take or leave Doubs. So if he's available at a relatively low cost, like I said, he would be one probably of a group of receivers that I could find. I don't have a list in front of me, but I would imagine he's one of probably 8 to 10 receivers across the league that I could probably cobble together as a group that I would have interest in if I'm the 49ers, those guys that aren't as good as the guys that aren't going to be available to them, Brandon Ayuk and Demarcus Robinson to begin the year, potentially Jawan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall is the one player who is healthy and available as we sit here with 2 weeks and 2 days to go before the regular season. So Doubs would fit in that better than the rest of the guys they have, but maybe not as good as the names that I just mentioned. But I think it's a wide-ranging group, so I wouldn't maybe fixate as much on the specifics of, if the Packers keep him, great. He's been a productive player at times. He's been, I think, a frustrating player for them at times for a number of different reasons. If they look to move him, and it can be another one of these buy low opportunities for the Niners, assuming the Packers would actually send him to the Niners, which I think is another part of it. Maybe they wouldn't look to do that with LaFleur, obviously knowing as well as anybody what somebody has the potential to do in Kyle Shanahan's scheme. And I think the 49ers have the better quarterback as well in comparison. I know I'm probably in the minority maybe on that. Jordan Love's name value carries, I think, more weight than Brock Purdy's potentially, but we don't have to get into the weeds on that. But I'm kind of take it or leave it on Dobbs as a specific target.
Here's one wide receiver that probably is worth fixating on a little bit more. That is Jauan Jennings in the situation that continues to evolve throughout August. Want to replay this one from John Lynch yesterday as he was on with Murph and Marcus. Here were his thoughts on Jauan Jennings and said, look, at some point sooner or later, you got to be out there practicing if you want to get through a regular season. And Kyle Shanahan also said as much earlier in the week about, this is how you guys avoid injury. They're able to get their reps in preseason, and they know they need Jauan Jennings. Here's John Lynch.
Yeah, no messages. We like the player, Sky. I just talked about that. We love Jauan, and we're getting close to this season. Players got to practice, but if they're not healthy enough to do it, they can't. So it's kind of where we're at with Jauan right now. But Jauan, we're getting there where we got to get out there on that field, and we'll continue to let that thing unfold.
Would you say there's a level of frustration from you on this?
No. Like I said, Jauan's a big part of this team, and we're looking forward to the time when he's back out there again, and hopefully that's soon.
Jauan is a big part of this team, and they are looking forward to when he's back out there, and that hasn't happened yet. And I know we did this a little bit yesterday, JD, but John Lynch said, no, I'm not frustrated, but for reading between the lines, it did seem like there was a little bit of frustration there with the situation and how it's drawn out to this point.
Yeah, I think you could kind of sense it. And Jennings is the pivot point. He truly is. If he's available to be out there for the first 3 to 5 weeks of the year, and really week 1 in Seattle, September the 7th, then I think the Niners wide receiver room changes to the point of acceptability to get through and ride the wave of not having some other players for the first couple of weeks in the season. I do think it's both, though. It's as we've said, it's injury. It has to be healthy enough to practice. The Niners are at a point where they want him to get back out there on the field, but at the point in which he's deemed healthy, then it becomes, where does he stand on the contract? And in fairness to Jauan, before the injury, he was out there and participating. But does the fact that the injury popping up and the risk of potential future injury popping up, does it change the dynamics as it relates to his willingness to get back out there until he's for sure at 100% overall? It impacts a lot of what the 49ers are looking to accomplish here in the early part of the season.
And from the 49ers side, does it change their motivation to pay somebody who has a nagging injury that's a calf that got re-aggravated? And we know that the calf connects to the Achilles, etc. Do you want to make the Brandon Ayuk mistake to a lesser scale 2 years in a row now? And then on that note right there of Brandon Ayuk and what happened with Deebo Samuel, at some point, do you also want to just kill the precedent that if somebody holds out, if somebody's under contract and they want a restructured contract or a new contract, do you want to just put your foot down and play hardball and say, no, you got a deal, you got to honor it, because then the next player that encounters this kind of situation is going to have the same expectations and possibly same behavior?
I think the 49ers definitely are looking to do that. I think everything you said, I think is exactly where they are, even with a player that they like and respect as much as they do like and respect Jauan Jennings. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. We get that piece of business out of the way. Hour number 2 here, JD for Papa and Silver on this Friday, and continuing to talk about the 49ers trade of the morning. Niners making a move. They get Brian Robinson Jr. from the Commanders. Commanders going to take on some of the $3.4 million salary owed to Robinson Jr. for the 2025 season. Niners send a 6th-round pick in 2026. It's not a wide receiver, Greg, but it's one thing that we've talked about over the course of the week. It's become abundantly clear the Niners had to do something to improve skill position-wise, not only at wide receiver, but at running back. And I think it leads down the path of, as we get people's reactions to it, at 808 KNBR at 415-808-5627, Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, should the Niners be done looking to add here with the 53-man roster set initially on Tuesday?
And if so, where do they need to add? Because wide receiver is the obvious one. So if you're going to go wide receiver, what names intrigue you out there? Could it be a Kendrick Bourne, who knows Kyle Shanahan in this offense? Could it be someone like Dante Pettis, who spent some time here? Sky Moore came over to help out with special teams. But I also asked myself the question, look, when should they be done? And what are you looking for if they want to be in contention with other teams across the NFC and really within their own division, which I think could be one of the tighter races in any cluster of 4 that we see in the NFL this year?
Some of the names you mentioned, Dante Pettis would be a no for me. Kendrick Bourne would be a sure. One name, I kind of like Adam Thielen. I know he may be going to the Vikings, back to the Vikings from the Panthers, but if that's somebody that potentially could be in play, again, he might be, even at 35 years old, he might be a little bit too much. He might be a little too talented to bring into the mix with the other guys that you're going to be getting back. But I don't know. Among a lot of the names that I've seen just kind of thrown out there for the purposes of conversation, he's somebody that would intrigue me.
I would say likewise. I would imagine that it sounds like the Vikings are going after him, and I think about pairing a veteran like Thielen with a young player like J.J. McCarthy, who is going to go through his first go-around, and Kevin O'Connell, we've seen what he's done with great quarterbacks. Thielen seems like a nice little shoo-in to go back to Minnesota, but yes, would I like Adam Thielen on the 49ers with the state of their wide receiver room? More so than Kendrick Bourne, more so than Dante Pettis, and I know Matt Barrows had his 31 names out there, although that list now trimmed down to 30 because Sky Moore was on that initial list. Marquez Valdes-Scantling currently with the Seahawks, also another name that's been out there. Again, stop me if you've heard this before. Nice deep threat, good speed, big issue, his drops.
He'd have to get cut. You're not getting him traded to you from Seattle to San Francisco before week 1. But no, he would intrigue me. Drops aside, I do think he would intrigue me with the ability to be a deep threat. And just kind of looking at Thielen, he's got 1 year left on his contract, $6.2 million, 6.25 the salary for Adam Thielen currently with the Panthers. But yeah, looks like maybe he's headed back to the Vikings at some point here, and yeah, I think that might be. You look, he's making a little less than Juwan Jennings. I think that's the other part of the equation that the 49ers are factoring in is I think attempting from a salary structure standpoint to not bring somebody in that's going to irritate, shall we say, Juwan Jennings or Juwan Jennings' camp as he looks to get paid a little bit more money off of the productive year that he had last year and the potential to be asked to be as productive again because of all of the injuries and circumstances surrounding the 49ers wide receiver room.
2 other names I want to throw at you per the Barrows column. Curtis Samuel of the Bills, who could be available via trade or release sometime in this next week. He has underachieved in Buffalo. Also a versatile player and has taken snaps at tailback before too. Reminds you of another Samuel. And then Robert Woods, who's with the Steelers right now, has dropped off significantly since 2019, had the torn ACL midway through the season when the Rams won the Super Bowl. But he knows the offense. He's been a proponent of no block, no rock. And I think that after he was underwhelming in Buffalo, really resurrected his career nicely in a McVay-style offense.
Yeah, I like Woods more than Samuel. I think, but again, how much does he have left in the tank is probably the short and the sweet of it. as it relates to that. I still just keep coming back to the fact, Greg, and we can get to some texts coming up here at around 11:15, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. I just keep coming back to the fact that the 49ers, I think, have been telling us for a week that they know they have to look to improve and augment this roster. So as much as we're talking about names, and I think it goes all the way back to the reporting on, trying to get in on John Mechie III before he went from the Texans to the Eagles. They make the move for Sky Moore. I think in a way, just to add somebody else to the mix that they were high on, coming out of college and in the early part of his career, to maybe try and attack some of the other names that they're really interested in with a little bit of a less desperate view, I suppose, in league circles, while also knowing full well that they're going to like their wide receiver room a lot, say the end of October or the early part of November, assuming everybody gets back and nobody gets hurt in the meantime.
Yeah, but guess what? Right now it's the end of August, and I think that we and a lot of 49er faithful alike not feeling so great about the state of the wide receiver room outside, of course, of Ricky Pearsall, who's been healthy, who has had a tremendous camp, and who's looking to make a big impact in his second year and first full season with Kyle Shanahan and the San Francisco 49ers. 808 KNBR, JD, you just set it up nicely. Your texts when we come back on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants placed Landon Roop on the 15-day injured list with a left knee inflammation, and the lefty Carson Wisenhunt has been recalled from AAA Sacramento, so you'll see him against the Milwaukee Brewers today.
continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pop and Silver with John Dickinson getting you to your weekend. Matt Mayoko going to be joining us at 11:50. We'll talk to Andy Baggerly at 12:50. All things Niners, all things Brian Robinson, from a Sky Moore Thursday to a Brian Robinson Jr. Friday. JD, great to be with you. We've dealt with a lot of breaking news together in our time, and today is no different with the Niners adding to their running back room. Got a couple of things to get into before we talk to our good friend Matt Mayoko, and I know the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line is exactly where we wanted to head to kick things off here, so I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, just a few text messages, and then I've got a question for you because we're kind of kicking around a little bit before the show, our little pre-show call, and the Niners acquiring Brian Robinson Jr. from the Commanders. Again, just to reset that, for a 2026 sixth-round pick, Commanders agreeing to take on some of the $3.4 million salary owed to Robinson Jr. This season. Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, getting back to that here from the 510. Like the running back move for cheap, now up to Shanahan to rotate the backs and not just CMC 100%. Mix it up. I'll ask you, Greg, how do you foresee the split, if you will, between CMC and Brian Robinson? Because we know Kyle Shanahan's been reluctant to do it, and Christian McCaffrey's been reluctant to want it during the course of his career.
Yeah, when we talked to McCaffrey, that was one of our big takeaways, that he is not someone that wants to get pulled off the field. And that's no surprise with your Offensive Player of the Year, guy who almost won MVP in 2023. That being said, I do think when you make a trade for somebody like a Brian Robinson, it's not just so that he can ride the bench. Now, I know it's for cheap, and I know that it's a little bit of insurance for the health of Isaac Guerrero, or now Corey Kiner, who actually did not get claimed off of waivers, so could still be with the 49ers organization. But I don't think it's going to be quite what we saw with Jordan Mason last year once McCaffrey came back, or every backup running back with McCaffrey in 2023. I do foresee Brian Robinson being a part of this offense. Maybe not in the same way that your traditional third down back or your traditional RB2 getting the third series of every game sort of thing, but maybe it opens up the door for Shanahan, especially in the first few weeks, if there's no resolution to this Juwan Jennings calf tract situation. Maybe a little more two running back sets as well. I know Kyle Juszczyk catches the occasional pass. You got Guerrero, you got Robinson, but no, what was the big issue for the 49ers last year? It was fourth quarters, and it was the red zone. And a lot of times that went hand in hand. So to have Christian McCaffrey, and we use the word gravity, like the old Steph Curry word, he has so much gravity in the red zone. So I'm not Kyle Shanahan, and I'm not in these meetings, and I'm not scheming up the offense, but I do envision maybe some use of Robinson in the red zone a little bit more, which doesn't necessarily mean taking McCaffrey off the field. Maybe you have them both out there together. You know Robinson has the ability to run it hard up the middle, get a few yards on a short yardage situation, whereas McCaffrey is someone that can do a little bit of everything, and he's going to command a lot of attention from a secondary, from a linebacker, and really any other type of positions that try to focus on him.
Yeah, and we'll see how Shanahan mixes it up, and the 707 bringing up something that we've touched on and others. Use CMC as a slot receiver weapon early, with Brian Robinson now to absorb carries. Once you get all the receivers back, the offense will be super dynamic to defend. I think that's the plan. I think the 49ers, just based on the overall talent at this point, not only in the running back room, but the wide receiver room in terms of players available, I think they're going to have to not look away from the ability to put Christian McCaffrey and Brian Robinson on the field together, because McCaffrey is as much a weapon as a pass catcher as he is as a runner. And so I think that's definitely something that's going to be in play. Other thing that just kind of popped into my head here, Is Brian Robinson Jr. the best backup the 49ers have had for Christian McCaffrey? Because I think he's certainly in the conversation. And I know people disagree with this, and people I respect their opinions on. I think Brian Robinson's better than Jordan Mason. I don't going back to just, the Niners didn't want to pay Jordan Mason. Now they're in a sense admitting maybe that was a mistake. Robinson's a cheaper player at this point than Jordan Mason, but I don't know. I think Robinson's better than Mason.
So going back to your earlier point, and then I'll answer this question. I think to sum it up in one sentence on how it will affect Christian McCaffrey, I don't believe it's going to limit the snaps. Maybe as a product of having a little bit more diversity in the scheme or having two running backs out there, maybe in turn it could limit his touches in that sense. I don't believe it's going to take him off the field more than he otherwise would be if he's healthy. We know he wants to be out there. We know Kyle Shanahan wants him out there. As far as your second question, is it the best backup that the Niners ever had behind Christian McCaffrey? I'm not ready to say that yet. I need to see how it works with the offense if they are out there together. I need to see if Robinson does make a big difference in the red zone. I need to see if he can pick up a lot of those short yardage situations, because we got to be fair in that Jordan Mason was the fourth leading rusher last year prior to Christian McCaffrey coming back. And then Mason, I think, or maybe prior to when he got hurt in Seattle, because I know he injured his ankle and then you got a little flash of Guerrero. Mason did a really good job. Elijah Mitchell, I think, is someone that had the potential, but was just kind of always battling injuries. So Robinson very well could be. I don't want to make the mistake of just giving him that label on August 22nd. I wouldn't be surprised if we're saying week 5 that he is, but right now I got to give that to Jordan Mason.
And I think the thing that you don't want is to go get Robinson and say it's going to be 3 to 5 carries a game. Like that at that point, it's kind of like, well, why did you do it? If that's all it's going to be, and maybe just the sheer cost or lack thereof is reason to potentially go do it. But no, I think Robinson is somebody, and he's going to have to stay healthy as well. But I think Robinson is in many ways the perfect complement to McCaffrey, and it should, at least in the early part of the year, free up the 49ers' ability to use McCaffrey in other ways. I don't, though, see it limiting McCaffrey's field time. That's the one thing. We may look back and go, oh, my God, Brian Robinson only got 2 or 3 carries. What are you doing? Like, why is this guy – like, I hope we're not doing that, because I think he's good enough to warrant the 49ers not doing it. But that's the one part where people can disagree with me, and I think a lot of people do. But I'm more aligned with Christian McCaffrey himself when it comes to trying to take carries on touches off of Christian McCaffrey's plate. To me, if he's healthy and he wants to be out there, he's such a needle mover for the 49ers in every way. I'm not going to protect him, just to protect him, if that makes sense. And so I don't think Kyle Shanahan's going to be looking to do that. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 916. Another text here. What about Guerrero helping out at wide receiver? I think that's how he started. Greg, you mentioned that a little bit earlier in the show.
Yeah, and I think that's a good call by 916. And whoever mentioned Christian McCaffrey as a slot receiver, you could maybe find a way to get Guerrero in there. Now, to be fair, I don't want to speak on Isaac Guerrero like I know exactly how effective he would be in a slot receiver role or how effective he would be in getting a bulk of the carries, because we've seen such a small sample size of this player so far, and he has had his series of injuries that he's had to battle through. So initial reaction, 916, was Robinson is some good insurance for Isaac Guerrero, even though they are two very different types of players. Now, if all three are healthy, then Guerrero's receiving ability is more than welcome. With or without Jauan Jennings being available week 1, I would expect, JD, I would almost expect at this rate, if and until they make another addition, if and until you get someone back who's healthy, that you will see Isaac Guerrero and his ability to function as a receiver, because you're kind of in the throw everything at the wall stage here, and not exactly where you want to be August 22nd, but how many times have we said it in different variations? The 49ers are very dependent on their top 8 players, so their top 4 or 5 on offense, their top 4 or 5 on the defensive side of the ball. It's about how you can make it work with the other 7 or 8 guys that are out there, and Isaac Guerrero fits right in that mold of someone that could be a pleasant surprise for this team that has to experiment some.
Let's get another text here, 831. Jahmyr Gibbs, Montgomery vibes with Robinson and CMC. That from the 831. I mean, kind of. I mean, not, again, maybe not to that level, but I can see a little bit of that.
Yeah, I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs, different than CMC in a handful of ways, right? And Montgomery, a little bit of a bigger body, but I do like the comparison. The only thing I'll say is that I think we got to find a different
in their own way.
2 talents in their own way for sure, and we're going to have to find a different nickname besides Sonic and Knuckles, because I think that might have been trademarked by Detroit.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Well, you're the nickname guy. You're the nickname guy, so I'm going to trust.
Actually, the other Greg is the nickname guy, but I might have to assume that role or hand it off to Walter in some capacity.
So I'm gonna trust you on that. But yeah, no, different players, I think, in both of those. But as far as a 1-2 punch, and I think we were getting into it a little bit in the 10 o'clock hour as far as best running back combinations or 1-2 punches. I do think Robinson with McCaffrey obviously at the top. I think it has the potential, if the 49ers actually use Robinson, to be a top 1-2 punch in terms of running backs throughout the course of the league. So 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Mayoko, Greg, is coming up at 11:50. I didn't get a chance to ask the question that I wanted to. We've got some more text messages to get to, but yeah, we're moving forward here on a Friday.
Good. Well, I want to hear that question when we come up in a bit, and really good text so far. So everyone out there, keep it coming. We love answering questions before we got to ask them ourselves. To Matt Mayoko, who is going to be joining the really, really, really ridiculously good-looking Kes Cam. So I don't know where I'm going to rank, but I'm definitely not going to be number 1 when he joins us here on the stream. It's Pop and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Pop and Silver with John Dickinson rolls on as we get you ready for the weekend. JD hanging out. Brian Robinson Friday is the name of the game on the show. Matt Mayoko going to be joining us coming up next segment. And JD, we want to go back to the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line where we've got a lot of great engagement. But my first thought at a nickname for this 1-2 punch, and I don't think it's going to work, Jimmy Butler might come down my road. I might get sued. Batman and Robinson, I think Buddy Hield and Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler might have already trademarked that one a little bit too much, and I might get sued for that. So Batman and Robinson, early suggestion, not the final one.
All right, I think we can file that one away and
you got to start really bad. You got to start really low because then you come up with better ones, and all of a sudden it's like, hey, we've come a long way from Batman and Robinson.
Yeah, no judgment. Again, just kind of filing it away, and then we can come back and potentially reassess where things stand once we get a little bit closer to the season or in season. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Just kind of resetting everything here again with the 49ers acquiring Brian Robinson. The Commanders taking on, I think, about $1.2 million of the $3.4 million owed to Robinson Jr. this season as part of the trade. Niners give up a 6th rounder in 2026, and the Commanders had to pay down that portion of the contract reportedly via the NFL Network to get the pick that they got. So this is somebody that it looks like was trending toward potentially getting cut on Tuesday, but the 49ers looking to step up and step in and use some draft capital in the future to basically make him the number 2 running back and get him on the team immediately here with all of the injuries at the running back spot and all of the injuries at the wide receiver spot. We've been talking about it for more than a week. The 49ers have had to go do something should they be done. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. And the question I wanted to get to, and we can maybe revisit this a little bit after Mayoko before we get back to some texts, Greg, is just how much does this, it's kind of simply put, right? How much does Brian Robinson Jr. move the needle? Because I don't know. I've kind of been thinking about it for the 90 minutes plus we've been talking about it. It is a big deal. I think he is pretty clear-cut the best number 2 running back the 49ers have had behind Christian McCaffrey. Maybe that's disrespectful to Jordan Mason. I think there's a conversation to be had there. It's not some cure-all, but it gives you an option that's, in my mind, significantly better than the other ones you have on the roster at that spot, and has the potential, as you look to cobble together offense in the first 3 to 5 weeks of the season, to free up Christian McCaffrey. But I kind of wanted to throw it out there to the listeners and to the chat and to the texters at 808 KNBR, like, to what level, like, if you're going 1 to 10, like, it's obviously not a 10 or even an 8, but is it in the 6-7 range, or am I maybe overblowing it at that level here on this Friday?
I'm going to go 5.5 because I was really pleased with the price, but I think it's around that 5-6 range at first reaction. It has the potential, if all goes well, if Brian Robinson is really effective in the red zone, if it gives Christian McCaffrey the perfect balance, or even just having him out there on the field, but maybe limiting his touches or how often he's taking hard hits up the middle, that number could go up. Here's the thought. When I did the whole best running back in the NFC West, healthy Christian McCaffrey, very clearly number 1 among James Conner, Kyron Williams, and Kenneth Walker III, who I all like very much. Is Brian Robinson the best RB2 in the division? I think it's one of two guys, along with Zach Charbonnet of the Seahawks. Blake Corum from Michigan didn't get a lot of run last year, still unproven. And then Trey Benson, similar deal for Arizona. Young guy, nice speed, haven't seen it quite yet. Brian Robinson now comes in, and the 49ers running back room, healthy, easily the best in the NFC West for a team that's offense is built on the run feeding into the pass, the wide receivers being expected to block. That becomes a big deal to me.
707 Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. If the 49ers are trading for Brian Robinson Jr. and picking up money, why wouldn't they just sign Amari Cooper? And I'll even add in there or another wide receiver. Fair question, although, again, you look at Brian Robinson and the money going out, or the money coming in, the $3.4 million, and the Niners don't have to pay $1.2 of that. So you're talking about adding roughly $2.15, $2.2 million, let's say, if you're the Niners. Amari Cooper's going to be, what, 3, 4, 5? I mean, Amari Cooper's exponentially more in terms of price tag than Brian Robinson Jr.
My instant answer to that is they're also waiting on Jauan Jennings, and money might be coming his way if they end up restructuring or giving him a new kind of deal. But it doesn't mean that they can't do it, 707. It doesn't mean that they can't eventually go out and get an Amari Cooper. It just seems like the Jauan Jennings situation has been the roadblock here, and this is getting slow played on both sides of that negotiation.
And the 49ers do have cap space, but it's cap space that I think they're somewhat unwilling to look to use currently because they're worried about their future financial ramifications, which is sort of set up this little mini reset that they went through in the offseason, and a mini reset that has the potential, depending upon how this season plays out, to wind up kind of burning them in terms of maybe not having the depth that they need to get through a 17-game grind and be in position to be able to be a playoff team and I think a playoff contender, even if the overall goals for the 49ers are maybe a little bit under what they've been the last couple of years in being Super Bowl or bust. So I think that's also something that needs to be factored in here. 831 immediate response. Amari Cooper is washed. Amari Cooper is washed. I don't think Amari Cooper's washed. I think again, here's my bar for a receiver. I've said this a few times, and people are probably sick of hearing it. I want somebody better than Watkins, Cowing, Robbie Chosen, Russell Gage, Isaiah Hodgins. I want somebody clear-cut better than that that's done something in the league, even if maybe that player at this point isn't as good as Brandon Ayuk, Demarcus Robinson, Jauan Jennings, or Ricky Pearsall. There's an in-between ground there, a needle that can be threaded. Hell, I think Sky Moore, to some extent, fits that. Actually, I think he does fit that. I think he is better than the guys that I mentioned on the back end, while obviously not being the guys toward the top of the depth chart if everybody's healthy. But somebody better that's done a little bit more in the league than Sky Moore on that front.
Okay, here's a good one for you. And I want to go back to the Bleacher Report Rage Bait column. On the one trade each team should propose before the season, the Niners mention was trading Jauan Jennings to the Raiders for Trey Tucker and a 2026 fourth-round pick. Just thoughts on Trey Tucker before we even get to that hypothetical trade in and of itself.
I like Trey Tucker. I think that's. I think that could be. I think that could be an option.
Is that a step above Amari Cooper to you, or no?
No. I don't. I don't think so.
Lesser contract, of course, but it's how much would Amari Cooper have to get paid if it was a one-year deal? Becomes part of that discussion as well. But you're saying Trey Tucker at face value, not a step above Amari Cooper past his prime?
No, I don't think so. I mean, and again, you're talking about somebody who was in his own right a third-round pick, 3 years ago, 23, I think. So he's somebody. There is some talent there, but I would rather go more proven commodity, I think, at this point. So, I mean, he had what, 40, about 50 catches last year. Yeah, I would want somebody a little bit more proven, I think, in my room.
I mean, my first response, too, was would the 49ers and Raiders consider even doing a deal with one another in the first place? That was the immediate roadblock when Davante Adams wanted out of Las Vegas last year, and everyone's thinking, hey, 49ers, Brandon Ayuk's injured, and yeah, it probably wasn't ever going to happen. And now look where Davante Adams is. Got to face up against him twice this year.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. The number as we continue the conversation here on a Friday. We'll get to more text. Did you want to weigh in on the last part of that before we get to Mayoko?
Which part? You got to refresh me.
We were talking about the different I think wide receiver names and the need to get somebody that's better than that back end group and maybe not if not quite as good as the frontline group.
Yeah, if Jauan Jennings is good to go week one, if they can work something out financially, or if he's willing to step on the field, if they don't give him a new deal, I think you can hold on for 3 weeks if you got a healthy Jauan, a healthy Pearsall, a Kittle, a CMC, now a Brian Robinson Jr., and an Isaac Guerrero in the mix. Then you'll get Demarcus Robinson back, and eventually you'll get Brandon Ayuk. No Jennings, we might be having a different opinion on that. And Ricky Pearsall, knock on wood that he stays fully clean and healthy ahead of September 7th.
Yeah, and so we'll get into more texts coming up. We do have some nicknames here to be thrown out there that we can get back into coming up at about 12:15 after Matt Mayoko. And we'll push forward here the conversation surrounding Brian Robinson Jr.
Matt Mayoko joins us next. It's Papa and Silver with John Dickinson on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Silver. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area, some not even in the state of California? Well, Chris Dolan and his firm have been based here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. And you can go to dolanlawfirm.com and learn more about your rights. Over the past year, Chris and his team also saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with all the motorcyclists, vehicles, children, schools getting in and out this time of year, it's all around us. Please be careful, and let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and the best part of it all, they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver near the midpoint here on a Friday. We got JD in the house. We got Walter spinning the tunes. We're going to have Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area joining us momentarily. Glad Matt got a fresh bit of conversation to have with us. You know, when you join all three shows at some time of week, I always listen to Susan Slusser when she's on with Dirty Work. It's often when I'm driving home and I think, okay, don't exactly know what I'm going to ask always, but then you learn what exactly not to ask. We can't be giving these people Groundhog Day. They're our guests. They're our regulars. We love them. And Matt Mayoko got a fresh batch of the Brian Robinson news. So, JD, I'm excited for us, and I'm excited to talk to Matt when we connect with him shortly.
Yeah, looking forward to talking to Matt. Always have to remember different audiences at different times. And so sometimes those questions that may seem a little redundant to us or may seem a little redundant to those watching and listening to us, 6A until midnight on the YouTube stream. A lot of people at times haven't heard it. So getting too far in the weeds as opposed to keeping it to the headlines is, I think, in the grander scheme, doing the kind listeners and viewers a disservice.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not worried about redundancy. I just don't want people to think I sound exactly like Derek is more my concern.
Okay, now that I can understand.
Good.
That I completely understand. That I completely understand.
Brian Robinson Jr. headed over to San Francisco. Niners gave away a 2026 sixth-round pick, and the Commanders also taking on some of that salary. So Robinson may have very well been cut in a few days, but this way, JD, you get to bring him in before this last preseason game. And no, I don't expect him to play, but you get to bring him in early. You get to assess where you're at, and you don't have to compete with other team services if he were to be cut. And the price that you paid, all things considered, very worth it to go and get this deal done right now.
Yeah, it is. And look, he comes in and you've got a 1-2 punch. You've got a back that potentially allows you to free up McCaffrey to be used in other ways. And I think the biggest singular takeaway for me is just the simple fact that it's an infusion of talent for the 49ers at a spot, one of the two, where they are extremely thin currently going into the season, running back and wide receiver.
You know, I was going to ask Matt Mayoko, and we'll get him in just a bit, but he was writing about Brian Robinson, and the biggest difference between him and Jordan Mason was the effectiveness as a pass catcher, and that's something I actually downplayed a little bit as far as Robinson. And part of that is, I think if you're going to stack it up on the roster, right, Guerendo, McCaffrey, Robinson, that's an easy Robinson ranking number 3 as far as pass catching ability at that point. That being said, if McCaffrey or Guerendo were to go down at some point, Robinson does have that skill set a little bit more in his toolbox than Jordan Mason did. So if you talk about Brock Purdy, the potential lack of weapons he might face early in the season, it could end up being a threat on short yardage situations, or if he's out there on certain third downs, or particularly in the red zone, if Christian McCaffrey isn't available to be on the field, then that's something where he could find effectiveness. But we have made the connection now with our good friend Matt Mayoko, 49ers insider for NBC Sports Bay Area and on KNBR, and he joins us on the Yuma guest line. Matty, what's going on?
How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing great. Excited to have a little bit of fresh Niner news to go through on a Friday. So let's just get right into it. I mean, initial reaction to the trade, what it tells us about the 49ers assessment of their roster 16 days away from opening kickoff.
Well, what it tells you is that they were really thin. I mean, they had, I think, what I would consider two reliable running backs with Christian McCaffrey and Isaac Guerendo. But then you look at it, and I guess I use the word reliable, meaning they're really good running backs. In the case of Christian McCaffrey, we all know, like, NFL Offensive Player of the Year good. And as far as Guerendo, he's good when he's out there. I thought he looks, he did some good things as a rookie. The problem has always been for him staying out there and remaining healthy. And that was the case in training camp this year too. Getting the shoulder injury during a special teams drill several weeks ago. So with the injuries to Patrick Taylor Jr. and Corey Kiner, two guys who were very much in the running for 53-man roster spots, they were really thin at that spot. And so for them to go out and get Brian Robinson, just an added layer of insurance there. A guy who's been a starter for the Commanders, someone who's not a home run hitter, but he's a big guy. He's a short yardage back and a guy who started a lot of games. So in essence, I mean, you could look at it and say, the 49ers very well might have three starting caliber running backs on their 53-man. And then there's also Jordan James, who, they don't have to worry about too much as far as, they don't have to rush him onto the field. They don't expect him to play. They hope he doesn't play as a rookie. But I would assume that they'll keep him around for a spot as the fourth halfback on the team now that they really have those three spots covered pretty well with this trade for Brian Robinson.
Matt, it's always a question, how do the 49ers keep Christian McCaffrey fresh? How do they keep him healthy? I think given Robinson's track record, and certainly he fell out of favor with the Commanders, otherwise he wouldn't have been available. But given his track record, how do you foresee the Niners using McCaffrey and Robinson and Guerendo? Because we've seen in the past, even with quality backups, McCaffrey still tends to get, 90%, if not more, of the touches when he's healthy and available.
I mean, do you honestly think anything's going to change? I mean, I don't. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think he's so good that I think the 49ers just have a really difficult time taking him off the field, and because he does everything well. And you look at Brian Robinson. And at his size, I mean, he's 230 pounds darn near. He's a good short yardage back, and he scored 8 touchdowns last year. But, at 3rd and goal or 4th and goal from the 1, who's going to get the ball? It's not going to be Brian Robinson. It's always going to be Christian McCaffrey. So he's more of the battering. Robinson is more of the battering ram type of running back, where Guerendo has good size, but he's, the guy with the speed. Both guys catch the ball out of the backfield very well as far as backup options to Christian McCaffrey. I don't know. I mean, I almost think that the 49ers have to go into every game, with a plan, and I'm sure they do, with a plan of, 3rd series of the game, it's going to be this guy. It's too tempting for them not to have McCaffrey on the field every play because he's just so darn good. So we'll see how it works out. I mean, they're fully aware that the best chance they have of winning football games into December and then potentially into January and maybe even February is with a healthy Christian McCaffrey. So, they need to do whatever they can to limit his touches a little bit more or a lot more than what they did in 2023.
Short answer for me is no, I don't think much would figure to change, but kind of thinking outside the box, Matt, do you see an opportunity here for Robinson to be able to free up McCaffrey to maybe be used as more of a receiver early in the year with the lack of depth at that position? Because you really haven't seen the two running backs, out there at the same time much from the Niners either.
I don't know that you would see McCaffrey and Robinson on the field at the same time. I think that, the second back, when they go to 21 personnel, will always be Kyle Juszczyk. But I think what it does do, just if you kind of expand it as far as how are the 49ers going to compensate at the wide receiver position in the early part of the year when they don't have Demarcus Robinson, when they don't have Brandon Ayuk, and heck, even maybe when they're not sure what they're going to get from Jauan Jennings. I think by and large, how they'll compensate will be Christian McCaffrey doing what he does, obviously putting the ball into the hands of George Kittle in the passing game. And I do think that because of the addition of Luke Farrell, I think the 49ers will, in essence, 6 offensive linemen out there on the field a lot on third downs and passing situations. There were times where they would keep George Kittle in the block. As crazy as that sounds, there were times when they felt like they were forced to do that from a protection standpoint. So now I think you'll probably see more than you ever have, at least for the first half of the season. I think you'll see more than you ever have of the 49ers on passing downs, sending 4 eligibles out there and keeping a tight end to block. And if that's the case, let's just say that Jennings is healthy. If the 49ers do this max protect with McCaffrey, Kittle, Jennings, and Pearsall, the guys, flooding the secondary and pass routes, then, that's not a bad option for this offense to have. And I think that that's probably what we're going to see a lot beginning September 7th against Seattle.
Matt Mayoko joining us here on the Sports Leader. Sounds like maybe we've lost the connection with our buddy Greg Silver here on this Friday. So, yeah, interesting things there.
JD, I just thought that what I said was just so poignant and so riveting that you guys just had to take a 5 or 10 minute pause.
Is the acquisition of Robinson an admission that they messed up the Jordan Mason situation and feeling they had enough to trade him?
I don't think they did, because in order to keep him, they had to tender him at $5.3 million. And that, I think anybody could recognize that with Christian McCaffrey and the salary they're paying him, with Garindo, where they drafted him last year and the productive year he had as a rookie, and especially when you look at all the other moves they made or lack of moves. But, the guys they didn't re-sign, the guys they released, like Malik Collins and Javon Hargrave and Leonard Floyd. I think it was pretty self-evident that they weren't going to pay Jordan Mason $5.3 million, especially when he doesn't bring that element of being able to catch passes out of the backfield. That's probably, as good as Mason was, and he had a really good season last year, I think it hurt the 49ers offense. They didn't have a running back when he was out there who could catch passes effectively out of the backfield. So what's interesting, though, in you bringing up Jordan Mason's name, is that they got a 6th-round pick from the Vikings for Jordan Mason, and then they trade a 6th-round draft pick to the Commanders for Brian Robinson. So when you look at it from that standpoint, as far as I can tell on the salary cap, the 49ers save $2 million, and it's basically a straight across trade, if you will, Jordan Mason for Brian Robinson, and the 49ers save $2 million.
Matt, you left me speechless, but I'm glad I was able to regather my thoughts here. As far as Jauan Jennings, where's the situation headed in terms of maybe a resolution, a compromise? A lot of our discussion this week has been, will they and what will they do as far as upgrading the wide receiver position? Jauan Jennings is a big domino to fall one way or another on how you're feeling about this group. And for Brock Purdy, week 1 in Seattle, but this thing continues to be drawn out, and we got roster cutdowns coming in 4 days.
Yeah, I don't know. You try to get information from both sides, and both sides really aren't talking. I heard John Lynch on the morning show yesterday, and it was vague. Kyle Shanahan has been vague, although Kyle Shanahan has stated over the past couple of weeks that the MRI on that calf does show something. And he did, I don't know if he's called it a chronic calf injury, but he's alluded to Jennings having this calf issue in the past as well. So, what the resolution is, I don't know. If it's status quo, then he plays this season. He is under contract to play for the 49ers this season at $7.5 million, something like that. Yeah. And so the kind of thing that I kind of wrestle with here is, if you're Jauan Jennings and you're looking for a contract extension or a new contract, I'm not sure the way to go about it is to lean into, I have a calf injury that might affect me this season. So I don't know how it factors out. I think when he showed up in training camp and he was practicing for the first 3 or 4 days, he exited the field on July 27th. I think that, my thought then was, it's a good faith thing that's going on behind the scenes because he's practicing. And so I fully expected something to get done, some sort of resolution, a new contract to get done before the start of the regular season. Now, I don't know where it stands. I know that when you look at leverage, Jauan Jennings, has leverage because the 49ers need him. But from the other standpoint, Jauan Jennings also knows that he has a contract that would pay him $7.5 million. And if he doesn't put his best, and if he doesn't get that new contract and he doesn't put his best foot forward, if he doesn't put himself in position to be a productive wide receiver, well, contractually, he's going to suffer next spring when he becomes an unrestricted free agent. Because if he has the kind of year this year that he had last year, his market value is going to be considerably higher than it is right now. He's going to get paid considerably more than what he's scheduled to make for the 2025 season. So it's an interesting situation, and I think to a degree both sides have leverage, but also both sides don't have leverage because the 49ers need Jauan Jennings, and Jauan Jennings certainly needs the 49ers.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Your comment on Luke Farrell brought me to this thought. When we've gone through the week and we've talked about the injuries to the defensive line or the running back room or the wide receiver room, what keeps getting brought up by our listeners as we've addressed is the offensive line. And for a few years, the Niners' belief internally of what their offensive line is higher than that of the average fan or listener on the Sports Leader. What do you say to the 49er faithful who are concerned about the offensive line and their struggles that we've seen throughout the first couple of preseason games?
I think that the 49ers offense will be a top 5 offense like it always is. I think that they'll find a way to make it work. They have, a good scheme. They have good players, and, they have one of the best left tackles in the game, maybe the best left tackle in the last 20 years in the NFL. They will find a way to make it work. And you can't tell me that the 49ers – now, okay, let me just say, is the 49ers offensive line perfect? Absolutely not. I do subscribe to the thought that the 49ers offensive line is better to being the best in the league than it is to being the worst in the league. Where they rank, I don't know. I think they're right there around 10th or 12th offensive line in the league. I'm just throwing that number out there. What I don't really understand is that anytime people talk about the 49ers offense and its success over the past, 5 years, half dozen years, the offensive line is never talked about. And so I just have a hard time believing that the 49ers have had all this offensive success without any kind of offensive line. Again, they're not eye-popping guys, but they ask different things of that line, and they've always been a good run-blocking offensive line. And no, they're not the kind of bulldozing type of offensive lineman, generally speaking, that makes the highlight films and all that. But what they ask of their offensive line is quite a bit different than what other teams ask of their offensive line. So I think they'll be fine. I don't see the offensive line. I don't see it as being the area of the team that drags the 49ers offense down. I don't think it really ever has. It's a difficult position to play, and I think around the league, if you asked every fan base, you'd probably hear like maybe fan bases of 3 or 4, maybe 5 teams that feel great about their offensive line. And it's a difficult position to play, and the 49ers have always believed, and the numbers seem to bear them out, that it's not the wrong approach, that if you invest money in other areas, they can find a way to make the pieces fit on the offensive line with the scheme that they have and also the coaching they have with Chris Furster as the offensive line coach.
Matt, what do you make of and we got a text about this as well on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. What do you make of the speculation and or reporting that the 49ers are willing to move Jair Brown at some point here? What's your intel on that? Is that realistic? Would you even categorize it as shopping, as the person on the text line did? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't know that, they're making phone calls. I would think that it's not exactly like Jair Brown would be a hot commodity. Maybe they get something like, a 7th round pick for him. Maybe Steve Wilkes with the Jets, right? So maybe that would be an option. Steve Wilkes really did like Jair Brown, and Jair Brown clicked well with Steve Wilkes. Is he expendable? I think he is, especially if they're getting good reports on when Malik Mustafa would be coming back to the team, because right now it kind of looks like Marquise Siegel is going to be, he's put himself in position to be a starter, and it doesn't look like he'd be starting over Jason Pinnock. So that would mean that the player that he'd be in competition with for that starting spot would be Jair Brown. So when Mustafa comes back, then you would take it one step further. When Mustafa comes back, then he's going to take the spot of either Pinnock or Siegel, which would bump Jair Brown one spot further down the list. And as far as the other safeties, Richie Grant, Saran Neal, those are guys that bring big-time special teams value too. So, yeah, I could definitely see where the 49ers would listen and be willing to trade Jair Brown. It's just that, at this stage in his career, there's not a lot that I think they could get in the trade market for him, because this is a team that just drafted him, in the 3rd round 2 years ago. And for any team that's looking to trade for him, they might be saying, well, why would we trade for him when he's probably going to be available? I mean, if it's coming to that where the 49ers would be looking to trade him, it typically means that the team, is looking to release him too, or very much that would be a thought on Tuesday. So we'll see how that turns out. Would it shock me? No, but I just don't know that they'd be able to get much in return.
Matt, I want to leave you with this one ahead of the final preseason game against the Chargers tomorrow. This is season 31 for you covering the Niners. You've lived through the ins and outs of the Jim Harbaugh and the Kyle Shanahan tenure. A lot of comparisons to be made across the two. How do you stack those up against each other?
Boy, just so different. So very different. Harbaugh, more of a rah-rah guy, and didn't really do much offensively or defensively as far as the X's and O's part of it. Shanahan very much involved in the teaching of the game and installing the offense and calling the plays and everything else. So two guys who go about it in completely different ways. No right answer or wrong answer. I mean, I think that Harbaugh is kind of like a shooting star. He's like a meteorite where, he comes in and makes a huge impact right away, and then that kind of burns out after 3 or 4 years. So, maybe doesn't have the staying power of somebody like or Shanahan. There's no gimmicks, there's no catchphrases, there's no chants in the locker room, there's no, blue collar shirts that everybody wears into work, which I think helps like initially to kind of build that culture. But I think where Shanahan has maintained through, 9 years now, or going to 9 years as the head coach, and his message never wears out because it's a different message every day based on the film and the strategy and the teaching part of it. So, there aren't any, it's just a completely different way to look at it, but clearly both have been very successful where any place they've been as assistant coaches, or in Jim Harbaugh's really only been a head coach from University of San Diego on, whereas Shanahan has done very well in his first run as a head coach. And the one thing that both guys need to kind of ramp them up to that next level would be a Super Bowl title. They've both been to Super Bowls, and as of right now, neither one of them can hoist that Lombardi.
Yeah, and both have been so close as well. So really interesting when you kind of stack it all up. They've had their fair share of great achievements, turning around this 49er franchise, and also some heartbreaking ends to seasons. We appreciate you coming by very much. I'm glad we could give you a little bit of variety here on a Friday. I'm going to start listening to every question that Murph and Marcus ask and intentionally not sound like them. But no, all jokes aside, thanks for coming by and have a fantastic weekend.
All right, gentlemen. You too. Talk to you soon.
He is Matt Mayoko. You can follow him on X at Mayoko NBCS, our 49ers insider, and that, of course, of NBC Sports Bay Area. Also does the 49ers Talk podcast with Jennifer Lee Chan, and love those two very much. Looking forward to getting football season up and going for real, being out there at Levi Stadium on the field beforehand, seeing a lot of the 49er faithful, and you can start to sense it, JD. There's an eagerness, and they're going to see a couple old friends this weekend, Jim Harbaugh and Trey Lance, but everybody's ready for September 7th when this thing gets for real. So we'll continue this discussion. Want to get back to some of your texts. Andy Baggerly joining us at 12:50. It's all coming up. Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Washington Commanders traded running back Brian Robinson Jr. to the 49ers in exchange for a 2026 6th-round pick. What does this say about the 49ers' needs, and do they need to keep adding as they finish up the preseason tomorrow against the Chargers? 415-808-5627 to dial us up. You know the drill.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver with John Dickinson. About an hour and a half to go, and then we'll get you over to a Friday edition of Dirty Work. Giants face the Brewers over the weekend. The Willie Adames homecoming, and that's about as positive of a headline as we got there. Andy Baggerly going to join us in about 25 minutes. The tough sledding continues for the Giants. Landon Roop was officially placed on the 15-day IL today. Carson Wisenhunt was recalled from AAA Sacramento. He will get the start tonight to give Logan Webb and Robbie Ray an extra day on that back end of the rotation. And it was always great to catch up with Matt Mayoko like we do on Fridays. JD, a couple of funny texts from the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line as far as the running backs. I think we can't go Batman and Robinson. It's too close to a movie, and the Warriors took that thunder a little bit, so got to be respectful of our other Bay Area teams. Saw something about a little shake and bake, go with the Talladega Nights theme, and then Chip and Dale Rescue, a 2022 film from the Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers.
Yeah, I was going to hit you with those. I mean, I'm open-minded. I'm open-minded on those. I don't think I think the key to a great nickname is whenever you hear it for the first time, you just kind of go, yeah, that's it. Like if there's any doubt initially for any reason, then I think it almost immediately has to be considered out. Shake and bake.
That's
was
a good
interesting.
baseline. Shake and bake was good. Shake and bake was really good. My thing is, do you want to go more original, right? Because shake and bake, it's an iconic phrase. There's nothing wrong with it. It was a great suggestion by the text line. There's no tie.
Yeah, there's no like specific tie to either player or anything like that. So that would be the but I think I don't know. Shake and bake feels all right. I mean, it's but not quite there.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, we got some time. We got all weekend. We've got next week to workshop this. And like I said, 49ers done with the preseason coming up in just a bit.
One more. 925 says Mac and Bree. Mac and Bree.
Oh, okay.
Like kind of, Mac, McCaffrey, Bree, B-Rob. But I don't know. Mac and Bree.
I appreciate the tie-in with the names, though, right? You gotta get a little name puns going. This is all about workshopping. Walter will tell you every time we get into a workshop session of potential segments, ideas for the show, there's about 70 terrible ideas that we work through before we get something that's halfway decent.
No doubt. Those are the meetings.
That is not to say that the ideas are terrible, by the way. The only terrible one was Batman and Robinson. Mine was bad. You're all giving like adequate suggestions, and I appreciate that.
Oh, yours by far was the worst. No,
yes, 100%.
No, I'm kidding. But yeah, the people, and you can keep those coming. We can have a little bit of fun with that here between now and 2:00 on this Friday. There was a direction I want to go coming back because I was having a conversation with our buddy Austin Scott from the digital department a little bit during one of the breaks. We were kind of going back and forth via text on the Brian Robinson trade, and I don't know. It made me have kind of a "Am I crazy?" Type of a moment. So I want to throw that at you coming back, and then we got Baggerly coming up at 12:50. We'll reset some Niners as it is a big reunion weekend at Levi's this weekend, and also can get into the latest on Jonathan Kuminga. Oh my goodness, we might do that in the 1 o'clock
Oh my goodness,
hour as well.
It's a daily Kuminga coming to end of the show around 1:30 or so, maybe. Also trying to get a little Silver Linings playlist here, which look, that will, I promise you, be better than any trash nickname I throw out there. 415-808-5627, the number to call or text in. And when we come on back, let's find out if John Dickinson is crazy on the Sports Leader.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
It's Papa and Silver on a Friday, getting you ready for the weekend. We'll hand it off to Dirty Work at 2 o'clock. Great to catch up with Matt Mayoko, have a little bit of serious talk and a little bit of not so serious talk on what are we going to call this new look backfield. Christian McCaffrey, Brian Robinson Jr., Isaac Guerrero, and now we're going to learn, before we get to Andy Baggerly coming up at 12:50, is John Dickinson crazy? I already know the answer to that question, and it is yes, he is an absolute sicko. But is he crazy for the opinion he's about to share with me? That is to be determined. So, JD, are you insane?
Well, it relates to the topic of the day, which is the Brian Robinson trade, 49ers acquiring the Commanders running back for a 2026 sixth rounder right about 9:30 this morning before we hit the airwaves. And I don't know. I asked you earlier, and I've been kind of struggling with this through the first 2.5 hours of the show. Like, I really think this is a significant move on the positive side for the 49ers. And I know they want McCaffrey to have the ball in his hands a ton. And you know, you're probably not, as Mayoko aligned, going to have a couple of running backs out there at the same time with Robinson and McCaffrey to the level that maybe thinking outside the box you would think from a fan standpoint. But it's the whole, like, I think this is more of a needle mover than it's felt like outside of our little bubble, if that makes sense. And it's kind of made me wonder, am I missing it? Like, is Brian Robinson not as good as I think he is? Is the fact that the Commanders were basically practically ready to cut him, does that is it just the buy low component? Is he only going to get 3 to 5 carries a game if Christian McCaffrey's healthy? Because to me, as I said earlier, I think it's a pretty significant overall talent bump in the running back room. And as I said at the beginning of the show, I just think the 49ers are telling us that they understand the roster needed to be polished. And I don't know. I feel like this is like a 7 on a 1 to 10. And again, maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I have no problem coming back and saying, yeah, I was wrong about that. This is what's actually happened. But I feel like this move is kind of being treated as if it's a 3 or a 4. I know you had it at a 5.5. When I don't know, I feel like this is not nothing. This is a move that really has the potential to help the 49ers because I think Brian Robinson's pretty good. So, am I crazy?
It's certainly not nothing. It is a clear talent
boost. Like, it ain't Sky Moore. This ain't Sky Moore. Apologies for jumping in. This ain't Sky Moore. Sky Moore and Brian Robinson are not in the same category. I know the compensation was similar, but Brian Robinson, I feel like, is 5 times the player Sky Moore is, maybe 10 at different positions. So that I don't know. I just felt like it was kind of like those, like, oh, well, yeah, Niners got a nice backup running back. Let's, no, actually, they got a guy who's got the potential to be pretty freaking good. Now, again, maybe part of it is you already have somebody that's excellent, top flight at that position in CMC, but this ain't Sky freaking Moore, Greg.
Sky Moore, I would categorize as maybe a 2 on the trade. And yes, I'm not comparing the compensation. What you got for Brian Robinson, and maybe they would have cut him, but the price you ended up paying to go and get this move was hands down worth it to not even have to deal with a time going by, deal with other teams going through their roster cuts, competing with other teams to try to get another running back in the room. It is absolutely not nothing. It is a talent jump in this room. It's also a little bit of insurance for Isaac Guerrero. I'm not calling it insurance for Christian McCaffrey because if he goes down, then your offense changes entirely. In the same way that there's going to be no insurance for Steph Curry if you bring in another guard that can shoot the ball efficiently with the Warriors, or no insurance for Logan Webb if you bring in another pitcher that can eat up some innings. That being said, I'm just a little hesitant to immediately go to this being a 7, an 8, a 9 in significance because I want to see the usage of a Brian Robinson. I want to see the effectiveness and how it helps the red zone. I want to see how many carries he ends up getting. I want to see how him being on the field, if he does get out there a good handful of snaps, how does that impact other players like a Christian McCaffrey? Matt Mayoko was just with us, and he said, I'm not so sure there's going to be multi-running back sets because usually that guy is somebody like a Kyle Juszczyk. Now, Kyle Juszczyk is a little bit older. He primarily blocks. It is different than being a halfback, and he's still one of those old-school fullbacks left in the game. So I do think it's a talent jump. I do really approve of the move and the price that they paid for him. I'm not ready to say it moves the needle in a grand way because we don't know exactly what his use on the team is going to be in terms of frequency and production and how it helps the offense function as a whole.
All right, another level of am I crazy here in just a second, but I think this is going to – we're going to look back. And by the way, I didn't say it was an 8 or a 9. I definitely am not saying it's an 8 or a 9. I think it's a high 6 potential to a solid 7 potential on a move the needle scale here of 1 to 10. And I think at a minimum, this is going to be a move where we look back and say, wow, like what a great move, or wow, they are sure fortunate that they went and were able to get Brian Robinson, especially for as little as they had to give up. Along those lines, though, of am I crazy? Another level of it. I think he's better than Jordan Mason. I think he's better than Isaac Guerrero. Like, I don't look at this like, oh, yeah, Brian Robinson coming in. And again, they're very different, Guerrero and Robinson. They're very different skill sets and all of that. And maybe having Robinson frees up Guerrero for a little bit of a different role on this team as well. I know we've speculated that as it relates to McCaffrey, so we'll see. Because I think I trust Mayoko's judgment on how much we'll see multi running backs on the field versus other position groupings. But point blank, bottom line, end of story. I think Brian Robinson is better than Jordan Mason, and I think he's better than Isaac Guerrero. This is not, Robinson's the 2B or the 3A and all that. Like, no, Brian Robinson's actually the 1A to the 2, and Guerrero's going to be the guy that's probably going to be on the field less. And as much as everybody loved Jordan Mason, I think he's better than Jordan Mason.
I think Brian Robinson is more talented than Jordan Mason, but I also want to recognize how effective Jordan Mason was last year. There were not a lot of elements of this 49ers team that you could look back and say, hey, that was a positive from 2023 to 2024. Yeah. And Jordan Mason was 100% on that list. Did he fill the void of Christian McCaffrey? No, of course not. Nobody does. But to be fair, Brian Robinson had a solid year last year. He averaged about 4.2 yards a carry. He got 799 yards, 8 touchdowns on the whole. Mason, not quite punching it in the end zone as much, but he was averaging over 5 yards a carry, and that's not insignificant on a team that kind of struggled to move the ball in the red zone a lot, and Mason was a big reason why they could go 20-20 a lot of the time. I'm not saying it was perfect, but I do just want to be fair to the production level Jordan Mason gave you this last year, and the goal is to have Brian Robinson fill in some of that void, maybe with a higher rate of usage than Mason got when McCaffrey was available.
Yeah, I don't want to discount Jordan Mason either, and I think that's a great point. I will say this, he was certainly a bright spot. I think you laid out some of the specifics on it in terms of numbers. And we'll see how it ends up with him in Minnesota. Like it's not really to shade Mason, but I kind of feel like Mason was good player on a bad team vibes. He gives me a little bit of the he stood out more because things were so out of sorts with the rest of what was going on up and down the roster and the wins and losses. Again, maybe I'm crazy, maybe I'm wrong on that. I'll come back and own it as I always do if I'm off base and it proves to ring out that way. But a little bit of Jordan Mason maybe not quite being a winning player as more of a primary carrier.
All right, here's my take on that, though. I think the good player on a bad team syndrome is not even close to the same in the National Football League as it is, say, the NBA or the MLB. You could be a good player on a bad team in the NBA, and average 25.6 points a game and your team wins 27 games on the year and you have nice numbers, but you're not really on a great roster and maybe there's coaching issues, and when it comes down to it in the clutch, your team's going to lose more often than not. In baseball, you could be a great hitter on a bad team, and this is why the trade deadline is so much more active with high caliber players and big names in baseball than we see in other sports. You can get your numbers because you're going to step up to the plate in an Orioles uniform in the same way that you would a Padres uniform. Shout out to Laureano and Ryan O'Hearn, for example. In the NFL, I think about struggling offenses, right? And I think about Garrett Wilson with the Jets the last couple of years. I think about Cortland Sutton young in his career when he had a whole carousel of quarterbacks. I'm not saying Cortland Sutton's even some kind of star, but look at last year when the offense got it together and he had Bo Nix. So the good player on a bad team in the NFL, I think that has an impact on your production and your statistics in ways that is far different and more detrimental than other sports that we talk about routinely.
Fair points, and maybe I'm going a bridge too far there with that, but I just feel like people don't fully realize how good Brian Robinson actually is. Now, maybe he doesn't get enough touches because McCaffrey's getting all the touches to where the numbers don't necessarily look the same, but he's somebody I think if you need to, you can give the ball to a lot, and I think he's going to be. I think he's going to be really, really productive for this team if given the opportunities, and it should enhance McCaffrey's effectiveness, not lessen it.
Sure, and I'm with you on that, but I just want to see it in action to see if he's getting more than 3 to 5 carries in a given game, if they are putting McCaffrey and Robinson out there together, or Robinson and Garendo, or multi-running back combinations that doesn't involve Kyle Juszczyk. I want to see how it affects red zone. I want to see how it affects Kyle Shanahan's play calling when they might be a little bit short on receivers right now. There's just a lot of question marks and a lot of roster moves and injuries up in the air to the point where I just want to see this in action and take shape before I make the assessment on just how productive this move could be. Is it a talent jump? Is it a good deal to go and get a player of that caliber? Absolutely. I will stand on that 100% today.
Let's get to bags.
Let's get to bags. Talk some Giants ball. Andy Baggerly joins us next in 808 KNBR. If you want to join the conversation, Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. And the always
Sky
feisty,
Moore of baseball teams right now.
The always feisty YouTube chat on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants placed Landon Roop on the 15-day injured list with a left knee inflammation, and the lefty Carson Wisenhunt has been recalled from AAA Sacramento, so you'll see him against the Milwaukee Brewers today.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
John Dickinson continues on with your Friday. Tough going for the Giants out in San Diego. They win just 3 of 13 against the Padres in this season series, and it ended ugly at Petco Park. After getting the win on Monday, it was 3 straight losses yesterday. Now they got to go and face the Red Hot Brewers in the Willie Adames homecoming later tonight. You'll see Carson Wisenhunt on the mound, Logan Webb, Robbie Ray as well over the weekend. And we do it every Friday. That is Catch Up with our good friend Andy Baggerly, who is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. Bags, we appreciate your time as always. How's it going on the road for you?
Doing well. I am, I think, probably about to enter into the lovely state of Wisconsin any minute now. I'm looking for oh, there it is. Wisconsin welcomes you. There's the sign. I just crossed the state line. So bring me all of your meats and cheeses.
Yeah, got to go get some Noodles and Company. They got the Wisconsin mac and cheese, and it's a classic. And yes, I have had it in Wisconsin. Just divine. Something that has not been all that exquisite is the Giants. And first question for you, what has happened to this defense? They were so clean early in the year. They are now 5th in all of Major League Baseball in errors, and it just seems to be coming at the worst times for them. The Padres were sloppy yesterday too, and then the Giants equaled that slop fest. Then it became a battle of the offense, and I think we know who was going to win that battle.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a couple guys playing out of position now. You know, Casey Schmidt made 4 errors in 4 games, and he's a guy that we know is a good defender at third base, and acknowledge that maybe there's some cobwebs and he hasn't played the position in a while. And, you know, I think you understand it when guys are playing out of position or you've got some new faces that, you know, it's going to take a while for it to gel. But you're right. There's been too many mistakes made in the field and too many mistakes made on the bases over the course of the year. And, you know, all of those things add up. I think that the biggest hurdle to overcome has been, you know, the lack of a consistent, you know, scoring. And that's something that they're still working through. And they're having trouble hitting lefties. They're having trouble hitting, you know, fastballs. You know, you look at the strikeout to walk ratio month by month, and, you know, they were a little better than league average through June. And so, you know, they've got, obviously they've got some people playing that they didn't really anticipate would be playing right now. And the season's kind of taken a turn they didn't expect. But, you know, I think they hoped that by going on the road, they would find a little of the mojo they had on the previous road trip. And unfortunately, the Padres are just a bad matchup for them. I mean, you know, you got to get to one of their starters early, or else if you're trying to come back against that bullpen, you're just in trouble. And the Giants weren't able to do that really consistently, and that's why they lost 10 of 13 in the season series.
Yeah, I wanted to hone in on that specific matchup a little bit as well, Bags. I mean, the 10 of 13, and we all know the Dodgers and Padres, the cream of the crop, obviously at the top of the NL West. But what would you sort of say to a Giants fan that has a little bit of Padres envy with the way that they've been able to build their team and get stars and trade stars and replenish the farm system, and they've kind of done it all these last 5 or 6 years?
What would I say to Giants fans? Am I allowed to say, hey, the Niners are looking good this season?
Well, yes, you can. You can if you believe it.
Well, I'm not learned enough to give you an opinion on that, but you know, I would just say that they got some work to do, you know, and obviously, you know, they traded out of their bullpen and they've got Randy Rodriguez, they got Ryan Walker, but they're going to have to, you know, put together a bullpen pretty much. They're going to have to do some work on it before they get to spring training, and you know, there's just a lot of elements of this team that don't fit or you know, that haven't come together. And the Padres are a team that, you know, I think they've only got 18 games all year where they've had double-digit strikeouts as a lineup. I mean, a lot of that is Luis Ariz and his just crazy strikeout rate is like 2.8%. But, you know, I think the Giants can really take a lesson from the way the Padres score runs. And they haven't had the most robust offense all year. I mean, Fernando Tatis Jr. is not hitting for power. They went through a long stretch where their offense was really scuffling. But when you can put the ball in play, you can have a non-zero chance of something happening. Like even your opponent making 2 errors on the same play, like what happened yesterday. So, whether it's playing the Padres or now going to play the Brewers, who are about as good at putting pressure on an opposing defense as any team in baseball, in a way that this road trip is going to be kind of a chalkboard for the Giants. This is like classes in, for them to sort of see what they need to do to reinvent themselves and be more successful, especially on ballpark.
Talking to Andy Baggerly here on the UMA guest line. Bags, hitting lefties, or lack thereof, I should say, has been a problem from start to finish this year. Luis Matos, one of those names that was supposed to be a bit of a solution for that. He's been up and down, out of options now. I hate using the term now or never because we've seen so many different careers take all sorts of twists and turns in all sports, especially baseball. But is this kind of a now or never situation for Matos in terms of his short-term immediate future for the Giants?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be dramatic about it, but it's pretty just true. I mean, if he is going to be out of options next spring, and they've got to figure out what they have. The same is true to maybe a similar extent with Marco Luciano, although I don't think Luciano's put himself in a position, where they could confidently think he could, hit Major League pitching right now, because he's still struggling with some things at AAA, although he's hit lefties okay. But Matos is an interesting guy because, obviously he had that huge week a year ago in May, 16 RBIs in a 5-game span. They know he's got maybe not jump-off-the-page tools, but a good blend of tools that play well. And, he's a contact hitter. He only has a 12% strikeout rate in 6 minor league seasons. And, if you're not one of the core guys in that lineup, you're one of the sort of peripheral or complementary players, you can't strike out because they've got too many strikeouts in the middle of that lineup with Devers, with Adames, with Chapman, who's going to be back tomorrow, they think. So, Jung-Hoo Lee obviously is a nice complementary piece with doing what he's doing, and maybe he'll be a little more comfortable next year and can make more of an impact. But, that's why if you're a Luis Matos, you've got a huge advantage over someone like a Grant McCray or a Tyler Fitzgerald because you haven't posted 30% strikeout rates in the minor leagues, and the Giants are going to need contact. And this is a guy, Matos, when he was up the first time, he didn't play a lot. He was sort of in that role where he was a platoon partner for Mike Yastrzemski and doing that Austin Slater role. Didn't really fit him that well because he's got a bit of a reverse split, kind of like Adames does. And he's only got 260 plate appearances this year. So, I think just for his development, he needs to be out there and play a lot. And I think we're going to see a lot of him here down the stretch because, like you said, he's still only 23. And, there are a lot of things he does well. And the number one thing he does well is he puts the bat on the ball. So if the Giants can find a way to get him into a zone where he can be a productive player, that could be really, really important as they're trying to figure out just how this roster is going to come together next year.
What are the Giants looking for tonight, specifically from Carson Whisenhunt as he re-enters the rotation from his first big league stint?
Yeah, I think they're just going to look for a competitive start. Obviously, this is a tough matchup. The Brewers are as hot as any team in baseball, as you mentioned. They can put a lot of pressure on you in a lot of ways. And, the number one thing you need to do is just eliminate the free passes, get some count leverage on them, get in positions where he can use his changeup, as a kill pitch. And, he has had a really good changeup all through his career. He's left some in the zone that have gotten hit. And, we've learned that his fastball is not exactly a bat-missing fastball, or hasn't been in his first 3 starts. But, he went into New York and faced the Mets, and the Mets were had, I think, maybe the best home record in the major leagues at that time. So, he's shown that he can pitch without fear, and I don't see a guy who is pitching from his heels, and that's so that's a big part of the battle right there, and I think it's just going to come down to execution and commanding that fastball and putting it in spots where you can't get burned.
Bags, my last one for you. I want to leave you with something a little big picture, but at the time of the Rafael Devers trade, I think it was Buster Olney we had on the airwaves, and I asked him, do you think that this move and this acquisition might break some of that stigma for Oracle Park being a hitter's nightmare if Devers has some success. And he said absolutely, but the reality is, to this point and the way the Giants have played since then, it's only going to further it. How can the Giants break that nightmare stigma for free agents as Buster Posey looks to continue building this team into success, into a World Series contender as he starts this thing going with President of Baseball Operations here?
Well, I mean, I think the healthiest answer is to not have to rely on getting free agent hitters, because when the Giants have been in that position, they've either had to overpay, whether it's Adames contract, a lot of the industry thought that was a little bit of an overpay. You could go back to like an Aaron Rowand, or they have the failed sort of dalliance. They put all of the bandwidth into trying to recruit, a Judge or an Ohtani or a Bryce Harper, and then they're scared off by the ballpark. So I think that's why they were motivated to make the move they made with Devers, because they had the opportunity to get a guy who had difference-making power that can play in any ballpark, and they haven't been able to acquire that kind of guy in any fashion or respect. So probably the easiest way that they can go about it in the future is to not have to rely on trying to sign those guys, because they know it's a tough road to hoe, and so that means you got to develop them. And the good news, bad news situation with the Giants farm system is, there's a lot more there than maybe there was at the start of the year in terms of overall rankings. They're ranked a little bit higher now. But again, the good news, bad news is it's really heavy on position players now, pretty light on pitching. So the Giants have to develop pitching too. I mean, that's their bread and butter. That's how they win in their ballpark. That's how they won the World Series that they won. So it's sort of a simple answer to say they've got to develop, on both ends of the roster, but they really do. But the trickiest part, I think, and they know it from experience, is you need to develop your own position players, because that's when they've had success, when they can bring up have a Belt, a Crawford, a Posey, and then you sprinkle in free agents around them, and that's where they want to get to as an organization. And obviously, you can't snap your fingers and have that happen overnight, but they hope that they've made some progress toward that this year.
Yeah, and a lot of eyeballs on Bryce Eldridge, too. I was texting JT Snow, who's going to be with me out at the patio this next Thursday, and he's been up in Sacramento working with those guys, and he's just like, hey, Bryce hit another home run, just saying. So, and look, he's a thing. He knows a thing or two about defense as well, so I know he's probably not thrilled with the way it's been stacking up with the errors. But, Bags, have a safe drive. Enjoy Wisconsin. How much longer on the road you got?
I've got about another half an hour, I think. And this has been a very nice, smooth drive. Beautiful weather. It's a nice, balmy day today. I just passed the sign for the Bong Recreation Area, which is a real place. And if you went to college anywhere around here, you have your picture in front of that sign, making a funny face. So, always enjoy coming to Wisconsin. Love the crowds, love the Brewers fan energy. And, of course, Willie Adames, I think, is going to get a lot of love this weekend, too, because he was really beloved here. So this should be a fun weekend.
And no question. Well, safe travels with the rest of your drive and the rest of your weekend. Enjoy Milwaukee, and continue to read you in The Athletic. You always do a great job.
Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
He is Andy Baggerly. Again, you can read him in The Athletic. Follow him on all of his socials. Does some great work, even if the content that you have to read right now, JD, has been tough. And the 3 bunts that the Padres had in that, was it 6-run, 5th inning yesterday, just fell apart quickly, like we've seen with a lot of Giants games here in the second half of the season.
Yeah, and it seemingly happened in those Justin Verlander starts more than with anybody else on the mound. I was looking at it, as I often do, and still keeping tabs on it. Not all his fault. Obviously, his record is 1-10 now overall, but 5-17. The Giants' record in 22 Justin Verlander starts, 5-17. Incredibly, they have just been brutal when he's been on the mound this season.
I mean, he had a quote yesterday that said, "This is one of the more frustrating games of my career," and I'm thinking you could apply that to a lot of games in this season alone, with the whole Hall of Fame career leading up to your time in San Francisco.
Yeah, without a doubt. So we'll see. Keeping tabs on the Giants. Carson Wisenhunt's interesting for the weekend. I think continuing to flesh out. You asked about Luis Matos. I mean, continuing to kind of flesh out who could be in the plans next year versus more wholesale changes. I'm of the belief, and I think we're getting an indication of this more and more each day with every loss. And as this season continues to get deeper and deeper in the abyss of sub 500, they are now at their low point of the season at 6 under 500, 61 and 67. And you look at where things stand here. I mean, the 41 and 29, that is now 20 and 38 in the last 58 games since the high mark of the year. That truly is what this team has been, and that's with Devers, minus the first 2 games of that stretch at Dodger Stadium. So I'm of the belief that, and I think there hasn't been anything to tell me anything otherwise about any player that's getting an opportunity right now, that any of them should be in the fold. You know, Drew Gilbert, Christian Koss, Casey Schmidt, like none of those guys, Matos, Fitzgerald, like none of those young guys that you're kind of getting a look at right now have done anything for me to have their potential value as a regular on the 2026 Giants be more important than the willingness to go out and make dramatic changes in terms of looking to infuse talent up and down this roster.
And how about what the Brewers have done too? They are 42 and 20 at home, and that's where they're going to be playing these next 3. The Willy Adames homecoming will be a lot of fun for him and to watch from our perspective with the Giants. But they are the first team in Major League Baseball to 80 wins. They are 80 and 48. Walter and I have had a lot of off-air discussions about the Brewers just find a way to continue to do this, even when it seems like on paper, oh, they might get off to a slow start, or, oh, they parted with one of their big names like a Willy Adames, and here they are, 80 and 48 on August 22nd.
They've got it dialed, and I mentioned to Bags the Padres envy, and there are a few teams that have shown the ability to move on from the right player at the right time, trade the right player at the right time, trade for the right player at the right time, then trade that player for other players that maybe restock your farm system or bring an infusion of young talent into the mix. That evaluation and ability to kind of pivot in all directions has been, the Giants have struggled, I think, in picking a direction at times, and I think they've also struggled, though, regardless of the direction that they've picked, at being able to really fulfill it. The Giants feel like a team to me and a franchise to me that's really trying to take some shortcuts on a road to where maybe they need to have a little bit more discipline and planning as to, and I understand why, but like they've never done the true rebuild, so they've added these veterans, so now you're committed to veterans. Well, if you're going to be committed to veterans, then you better have young players ready to play immediately to come up and augment that, and if you don't have that, then you kind of have to go with more veterans, and I feel like that's sort of where the Giants are at this point, with maybe the exception of Bryce Eldridge in 2026. But even if he's in the fold, Greg, there are 4 or 5 different spots in the everyday lineup that need to be improved if this team's going to be good next year.
No question. 2026 is going to be a big one, and 2025 and how that finishes will tell a big part of that story, whether it's management, whether it's who you see in the opening day lineup. Lots to be analyzing here, Giants Brewers over the weekend. I want to get into Jake Fisher before we end the show. We want to do the very end on where we started it with Brian Robinson, but coming up, let's revisit where we ended with Matt Mayoko, because we started the show by scrapping the rundown, right? Niners make a trade, Brian Robinson Jr. coming over to the Bay Area as we speak, but they're going to see some old friends this weekend. We heard Kyle Shanahan talk about Trey Lance, and the comparison between Jim Harbaugh and Kyle Shanahan and their 49ers tenure, very similar resume, very, very different style. Let's unpack that. 808 KNBR to join the conversation. It's Papa and Silver with John Dickinson on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Washington Commanders traded running back Brian Robinson Jr. to the 49ers in exchange for a 2026 6th-round pick. What does this say about the 49ers' needs, and do they need to keep adding as they finish up the preseason tomorrow against the Chargers? 415-808-5627 to dial us up. You know the drill.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
Papa and Silver with JD. Got about 40 minutes to go, and then we'll get it over to the afternoon boys at Dirty Work, who will take you all the way up to the Giants game, playing against the Brewers today. The 80-48 Brewers. Just had a nice conversation with Andy Baggerly, and we also had Matt Mayoko on earlier in the show. Those interviews will be podcasted and available for you when we wrap it up in about 45 minutes or so. And JD, I asked Matt Mayoko, who's going into season 31 covering this franchise, to compare and contrast the coaching stints of Kyle Shanahan and Jim Harbaugh, and very similar resumes, completely different styles. And they're going to see Harbaugh this weekend, who's done a great job with the Chargers. He's got his own challenges on his hand with Rashawn Slater suffering that torn patellar tendon, and he will be out for the year. So Joe Alt moving over to left tackle. And then Kyle Shanahan, well, yeah, we know all the injuries he's dealing with because we talk about it for about 4 hours every day right now.
Well, it's fascinating because I think their tenures with the 49ers are so similar. When you look at, Harbaugh came in, I think, and inherited a much more talented roster, especially on the defensive side of the ball. But the 49ers immediately became a team that went from not having made the playoffs since 2002 to right back in the playoffs in 2011, that first year, and all the way to the NFC Championship game, kind of out of nowhere. And he does it with Alex Smith, and they lose to the Giants, who go on to win the Super Bowl. And then he, along those lines, in 2011, he drafts Colin Kaepernick. Kaepernick ends up taking over the second year for Alex Smith when Alex Smith goes down, and they go to the Super Bowl. So it's a couple of playoff. It's a playoff win and a loss, and then a couple of playoff wins and a loss, and a couple of playoff wins before a loss ultimately in Seattle, the year Seattle went on to win the Super Bowl. And just the heartbreaking nature in which both of those eras of 49ers football had their seasons end despite having so much success along those lines. It's eerily similar. It's eerily similar, Greg, when you look at it. And it took Kyle doing more of a full rebuild and coming in 2017. It took him until year 3 really to have the talent to be able to be a good team. But they go right to the Super Bowl and win a couple of playoff games. I mean, they've won multiple playoff games every single one of those years that they've ended up coming up on the short end of the stick. So it's eerily similar in terms of all the success. It's eerily similar in terms of the heartbreaking fashion in which the seasons have ended. And I think the one thing you could say as you start to look at maybe who is the better of the two in terms of their time coaching the 49ers, I think the ability for Kyle Shanahan to last longer with the Niners and play politics maybe a little bit better. And I think there's also something to be said for what was learned from the ownership standpoint between the way things ended with Harbaugh, which sent the Niners into really just an embarrassment level of an operation from the end of 2014, 15, 16, which led to wanting to have the consistency of Kyle Shanahan and then John Lynch brought in. So maybe Shanahan doesn't get the free reign that he ultimately did if things had not gone so catastrophically awry in the immediate aftermath of Jim Harbaugh's departure at the end of that 2014 season. But it feels in many ways like those two are kind of tied together with the two very positive overall eras at 49er football, but no Super Bowls.
It is very eerily similar on the resume standpoint, and as Mayoko discussed with us, incredibly different styles. I mean, Jim Harbaugh, the instant culture turnaround, and by the way, he did this in an NFL lockout year in 2011. So he takes over as the 49ers coach. There's a lockout from March to the end of July. They go from 6-10 to 13-3. So we're talking about a 7-game improvement instantly. It's that shooting star metaphor that Mayoko gave us. Shanahan built the operation from the ground up. He did inherit a less talented roster. You trade for Jimmy Garoppolo. All of a sudden, you got a competent quarterback, win a bunch of games after starting 0-9 there in 2017. The longevity element certainly favors Kyle Shanahan, who did have a couple of bad losing seasons coming off of Super Bowl losses. Jim Harbaugh did not have a losing season. His last one was 8-8. And for Shanahan, I mean, he does deserve credit for not fully rebuilding it, but taking the same core that went to a Super Bowl once and having some of those pieces like a Kittle and a Fred Warner get back there for the next, and then also having a couple of different plug and plays like Brock Purdy goes in for Jimmy Garoppolo, Trent Williams instead of Joe Staley, right? Like I could go on and on there. Both Harbaugh and Shanahan had elite linebacker duos, if we're talking Willis and Bowman versus Warner and Greenlaw, and so tons of similarity over there. But yeah, this is a chance for Shanahan if he's able to get the 49ers back into some competitiveness, back into some playoff level games that they can win. And although Shanahan, I know a lot of fans are frustrated with the lack of getting over the hump, he's got the chance to continue this longevity and really get a third crack at it with a little bit of a new core here. And both Harbaugh and Shanahan, to their credit, also did this with young quarterbacks who we didn't know what they were going to be in the NFL. And now for Shanahan's case, it wasn't the guy they had planned on having. That was Trey Lance, who's now with Jim Harbaugh over in LA, and they're going to see tomorrow. But he did do it with Brock Purdy. And so very similar journeys in a lot of ways. The linebacking duo, the young quarterbacks, the heartbreaks in the playoffs, and the instant culture turnaround more so for Jim Harbaugh. But Shanahan, the roster turnover, and then the principles he built in that have been able to sustain some of this success with a couple of big bumps in the road.
Yeah, the difference in styles, I think, is major, and I think Harbaugh. I think that also plays to why Jim Harbaugh did not last as long. Only the 4 seasons, 2011 to 2014, and Kyle Shanahan was still very much at the end of his 4th season. If as you look at it, that would have been the COVID year, very much. Even though similar levels of success. In the first 3 years. Shanahan, again, I think less wearing on the players, obviously, based on the stylistic differences, and I think less wearing on management. The 707 also brings up an obvious point that anytime you bring up the two, it's hard to compare 707 rights when one has a GM in John Lynch and the other had Trent Baalke. Although, again, remember, Kyle Shanahan essentially hired John Lynch because Kyle Shanahan was the number one person in charge at his hiring. Baalke and Harbaugh worked initially, but yeah, that became really problematic really, really, really quickly.
I do want to give credit to Scott McLuhan, who drafted really well for the 49ers, but ultimately had to step away
talent.
Because of some personal issues. Good point there by 707 on Trent Baalke. I feel like Baalke's tendency was draft a lot of guys who had an injury history where you thought you might be able to get value, and then it didn't pan out. So, yes, Jim Harbaugh with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan versus Trent Baalke, that's a great what-if hypothetical swap. And I think it's fair to say that John Lynch has been the more successful general manager, not just across the 49ers, but really in tenure across the league. I mean, Trent Baalke remember why Robert Saleh is the defensive coordinator right now? It's because Liam Cohen, who was the favorite to take over the Jaguars job, pulled out, and then the Jaguars were like, you know what? We actually are going to fire Trent Baalke. And Liam Cohen said, okay, I'll come back and be your head coach.
Yeah, and so the Niners kind of they picked the wrong horse at that point. Obviously, there were a lot of politics going on within the organization, and who was buddying up to ownership and other members of the front office. And look, Jim Harbaugh is I personally dig his personality. I dig the sicko nature, the quirkiness, the eccentricities. I find him to be one of the more fascinating coaching figures, really, in the history of sport. To be perfectly honest, as somebody in their early 40s, I think he's just a fascinating individual. But yeah, I can definitely see where he, given the way that he operated, there was going to be a shorter shelf life in terms of the players and potentially. With the inner office drama, he could have he doesn't suffer for fools and wants things done a certain way, and it isn't about the BS. And there was a whole lot of that going on toward the end, which he contributed to some, but I think led to a really bad spot there for a couple of years before ultimately Kyle Shanahan was able to come in and help get it turned around, and Kyle Shanahan seemingly here to stay, still for the long haul.
As far as what I'm looking for tomorrow, how about no injuries? Chargers have had enough. The 49ers have had enough. Let's get through this one unscathed. And then as far as the season, I want Shanahan and Harbaugh to both do well. And Harbaugh's got a good challenge on his hands with 11-6 last year. They won their last 3. They got into the playoffs after a really just sideways season the year before when Brandon Staley got let go. And Justin Herbert has not won a playoff game, and that's kind of the next step. And by the way, that AFC West is going to be theoretically one of the tougher divisions and more competitive divisions across football. We got into this with Mark Schlereth. Jim Harbaugh, by the way, the only coach in that division who doesn't have a Super Bowl ring. And if that's your floor somehow, that's a pretty insane cluster of 4 teams across the league.
It truly is. As far as what I'm looking for tomorrow, I mean, there isn't a whole lot. It feels like the roster is mostly set. I know we'll get into that on Monday. Just kind of where the 53-man roster sets it. We'll see. I don't think the Niners can afford to really play anybody of consequence given the way that this thing has played out. So as far as preseason games go, there's a varying degree of who's playing for a job, who do you want to see more from. I honestly don't know that there's a single player on the 49er roster that I need to see any more from, either to evaluate in terms of whether they can make the team or or just want to see as somebody getting reps to get ready for the regular season. I would shut it down.
Sky Moore, kick return, not fumbling, would probably be one of the only items on my list, and that's about it. I think that's going to round it out.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I fell asleep.
Let's go to.
I did it again.
He did it again. Yeah, let's talk about fantasy football coming up and everything that JD loves to finish out the show. Now, we'll continue this discussion with Harbaugh, Shanahan, as well as mix in some of the latest on NBA free agency. Talk about a sleeper. Malik Beasley, nice little update. Then we'll get you a Silver Linings playlist and get you out of here on a Friday. It is Papa and Silver with JD. Still half awake, I think, on the Sports Leader. Hey, it's Greg Silver. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay, sometimes not even the state? Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm have been based here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. A award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, sexually harassed, wrongfully terminated, or had your rights violated in any manner, go to dolanlawfirm.com and learn more about how your rights can be protected. Chris and his team also saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents over the past year. And with all the people, children, cyclists, devices, vehicles, you know the deal. It's chaos, and we're in a highly populated area, so please be careful. Work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. But you can feel confident if life gets in the way that you're in the best of hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And here's the good part. You don't pay anything up front. You don't have hourly rates, and they're not getting paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Greg Silver, John Dickinson. Got another 25 minutes or so, and then we'll get ready for our weekend. Dirty Work's got to get through 4 hours, of course. Actually, not even. You got Carson Wisenhunt on the bump today going up against the formidable Milwaukee Brewers. That's going to be a 5:10 first pitch. So just a 2-hour, 10-minute show for Dirty Work as we head yesterday when the Giants lost to the Padres. JD talking a lot of Jim Harbaugh, Kyle Shanahan for as different of a leadership styles as they have had. They're going to see their old friend Jim Harbaugh, who's now the coach of the Chargers, and Kyle Shanahan. Very similar resume as far as levels of success they have achieved. The heartbreaking shortcomings of NFC championships or Super Bowls, and could not be more different as far as turning around a culture, but both successful in their own way.
Who would you say has been more successful? I think between the two, because Shanahan has had more down years, but part of that is he had 2 years of rebuild that Harbaugh really didn't go through based on the rosters that they inherited. Shanahan's also got a couple of 6-win years mixed in with the years where you're getting at least to the NFC Championship game or the Super Bowl. So Shanahan obviously was able to get the team to a second Super Bowl. So the longevity probably speaks to Shanahan having the advantage. But there's been a little bit more of a mixed bag in terms of Harbaugh not being around long enough to maybe have some of the struggles that Shanahan had, but Shanahan's ability to get to a Super Bowl, go through some struggles, and then be able to kind of rebuild it back to getting to another Super Bowl 4 years later.
It's really tough, and I understand that it's probably not the textbook sports radio thing to do to say that you can make a very strong case for both of them. If Kyle Shanahan has the 49ers back into the playoffs and in contention for a Super Bowl at any point with this franchise, with Brock Purdy as his QB moving forward, I think at that point I would give him the edge on the longevity front and sort of having to do it 3 different times, or at the very least with 2 different quarterbacks. But as of right now, you can make the argument that Jim Harbaugh had the instant culture turnaround in a lockout year, that they were a team who was on the brink of, I think you can argue, 2 Super Bowls because of how Seattle, after that 2013 NFC Championship, went in and just completely obliterated the Denver Broncos. And, Harbaugh never had a losing season. And yeah, to your point, maybe he didn't stick around long enough to have some of those potential struggles, but you can make a strong case. And then our texter, I think of the 707 it was, brought up the point of general manager John Lynch's track record has been better than that of Trent Baalke, and it all interconnects. So you can make a great argument on either side. And if Shanahan gets the 49ers back into a routinely competitive team, I think at that point I'm comfortable giving him the edge for longevity's sake and having multiple cracks at having a chance at a Super Bowl. But if he wins a ring, it's no debate, right? But they have pretty much reached the same level of being oh so close to a Lombardi.
They have, and again, 209, and this is not the question, but the 209 in the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Harbaugh has a national championship in college, so it's not close. That's not the debate. The debate is not who's had the better coaching career or more coaching success, overall when factoring in college. That's a completely different one, but a lot of people are chiming in. 707, Harbaugh more impressive because of the immediate turnaround and dominant defense, but I believe in Shanny more due to the offense and longevity. So that there is a lot of nuance, I think, there. And the 209 also adding he gets bonus points. He gets bonus points for standing up to Jed York, basically. I'll leave it at that on that front. Also from the 209, different person, what they're looking for Saturday. I need to see Brock with the sprinklers on. Is he wearing gloves this year?
I don't want to see Brock on Saturday. We're not going to see Brock on Saturday.
But the one question, obviously, with the weather issue that has been an issue. And
That's
a
very quality text. It's a very quality text from 209. A lot of good texts today, so appreciate everybody out there. 808 KNBR, that's 415-808-5627. Great arguments on the Harbaugh-Shanahan front. And, Harbaugh, it was impressive. And as far as head coach as a whole, right, he has had a lot more opportunities. As someone who was raised in the cult of being a California Golden Bears fan, I was not particularly fond of the fact that he came in with Andrew Luck as his quarterback at Stanford, and they were a national powerhouse all of a sudden. Then, of course, what he did at Michigan. And Kyle Shanahan, as far as head coaching opportunities, this is his only one that we can go off of right now.
Yeah, without a doubt. So I would lean Shanahan. It's fascinating. I think I would have, if you had basically cut it off after 4 years, they both would have had the one Super Bowl. They they both would have, or even cut it off at 6 years, I think was kind of how I had put it. Because I don't believe, and I've gotten into this debate in the past, like I don't believe Shanahan should be penalized for the fact that he inherited the worst roster in the league in 2017. Like that was a true 2-year teardown to rebuild, coming off of Jim Tomsula and Chip Kelly. And so, like, to me, you almost, if you're going to take a 4-year block, I think you'd kind of have to start it in 2019. But I had people say, whoa, JD, you're moving the goalposts on the right. Conversation. The people talking about Harbaugh's immediate success, he inherited a much better roster, writes the 925, which without a doubt, I mean, Patrick Willis, Navarro Bowman, Justin Smith wasn't an elite roster, but it was on the upswing, especially on the defensive side of the ball. So a few people making the point on the inherited roster. But if you went 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, you've got basically the exact same first 4 years that mattered. You've got a Super Bowl loss plus 2 trips to the NFC Championship game plus a down year with a couple of playoff wins in both of those years where you made it to the championship game and ultimately lost. I mean, it's eerily identical. The outlier year for Shanahan would be the 6-10 COVID year. The outlier year for Jim Harbaugh would be the 8-8 2014 final year, where he ended up in a mutual parting of ways with the 49ers organization. So if you go 4 for 4 and kind of block it out that way, it is eerily similar. But Shanahan, the longevity is part of the ability to connect and play politics and get along in a harmonious front office. Yes, he got to pick his own GM. Jim Harbaugh did not get to pick his own GM, so there's a lot of different circumstances at play there.
2018 also ended up being a blessing in disguise for Kyle Shanahan, because when Jimmy Garoppolo was tiptoeing down the sidelines, stayed in bounds a little long, and suffered the torn ACL, I remember texting one of my friends from back home, and I got to give a shout out to Trevor because he sometimes listens, and I said, all right, go get a good draft pick right now. Like, don't have a quarterback. It's going to be similar to last year. And he immediately goes, get Nick Bosa from Ohio State. That's what happened. And then you saw how that changed the defense in 2019 when that roster was fully ready to go.
Yeah, and then 707 chiming in, 49er legend, Jim Tomsula. GOAT. Oh, my.
The Tomsula was a special one here in the Bay Area.
Yeah, no question about it. So, yeah, it's eerie. It is eerie when you look at it, but the Niners have been Shanahan able to bounce back, get back to that second Super Bowl, and we'll see. Second Super Bowl, another down year, and now, I think some might question, depending upon how this year goes. Like, this year will dictate, I think, as much as any. Some believe, I'm not saying I necessarily believe this, but I think there's some that believe this is kind of a pivot point year for the Niners. Do they get back on track, to the playoff caliber level team, or does it look like they're maybe farther away than anybody believes, and that last year was more closely becoming the norm as opposed to an outlier? I don't think I would say probably 80-90% of people don't believe that's where it's headed, but if it somehow does, then that obviously could wind up maybe being a pivot point type of a year in Shanahan's tenure. But this is Shanahan's twice as long he's been here, and now going into year 9 than Harbaugh's 4.
Final segment coming up in just a bit. We'll get a few words in from Jake Fisher, the latest on the Warriors, Jonathan Kuminga updates, and I'll also give you a little Silver Linings playlist. We're going to end the show how we started it. Brian Robinson acquired by trade. It's Papa and Silver with John Dickinson, and of course, our fresh haircut Prince Walter on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants placed Landon Roop on the 15-day injured list with a left knee inflammation, and the lefty Carson Wisenhunt has been recalled from AAA Sacramento, so you'll see him against the Milwaukee Brewers today.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Final segment to close out the week on a Friday. It's Greg Silver, John Dickinson. We appreciate Walter and all the help he has given us all week long, as well as Danny Dunn yesterday with this short show and the Giants game. JD, quick word here on the Warriors from Jake Fisher on the Jonathan Kuminga front. Quick summary of it all. Seems like DeAnthony Melton and Gary Payton II are both expected to sign vet minimums, and Al Horford the mid-level exception. The Warriors are interested in Trey Murphy from the Pelicans as a trade target, but New Orleans has been batting away those calls. And then Seth Curry, Malcolm Brogdon, and now Cody Martin are other roster candidates as the Warriors look to sort out this very uneventful offseason to this point.
Yeah, Cody Martin's interesting among those. I mean, you kind of wonder how many guards do you need? And look, the Melton, GP2, Horford, I mean, you can only use one of the three to get the full mid-level, and I think that's what it was going to take for Horford to not retire and just – so that I feel like has been kind of known, even though maybe not specifically reported, because it's the only way that it would work. But yeah, it's good that the Warriors have. I mean, Trey Murphy is. Trey Murphy is so good in comparison to Jonathan Kuminga, and so perfect for what the Warriors would need. I mean, it's not Giannis in terms of pipe dream, but that truly feels like the pipe dream. And then some of the other things Fisher wrote is again the byplay on Kuminga potentially accepting the qualifying offer, and a paragraph about how the qualifying offer wouldn't be great for Kuminga, but he continues to try and put pressure on the Warriors at it could be, having the qualifying offer be worse for the Warriors than even Kuminga, because then they wouldn't be able to use him as a trade chip for anything. And I thought the key paragraph in this from Jake Fisher was this, and I'll read it. Kuminga simply does not want to sign the 2-year deal under the terms Golden State is pushing, sources say, because it's believed the Warriors would be signing him with the intent to immediately trade him before the February 5th trade deadline. And so that to me is it's interesting. Like, Kuminga wants a premium to be paid for basically being used as a pawn. The other stuff is the Murphy. I mean, God, you get Trey Murphy, that's the one thing. One place I wanted to go with that conversation today. There's been a lot of debate about, who screwed up this situation more and whose fault it is versus Kuminga and the Warriors. I think we have to be a little reluctant to go into the full blame game until we have a result. Does he take the qualifying offer? Does he end up coming back on a more Warrior-friendly deal or a more Kuminga-friendly deal? How does all of that – what is the player, if they end up trading him, that they eventually get in comparison to what some of the reporting has been on the offers that they've received? Because there still is, as frustrating as this has been, Greg, for everyone, and fans are over it, the media's over it, nobody really wants to talk about it. The updates are kind of non-updates, including even the latest here from Jake Fisher. But I think we all need to be a little reluctant to really start hashing out whose fault it is and who's won and lost until we actually get we get an outcome on this thing. Because if the Warriors somehow by February were able to turn the way this situation looks on August 22nd into Trey Murphy, I mean, that would be, they're a title contender if they could get somebody like Trey Murphy eventually for Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, that wing length and the ability to shoot the ball. And Murphy's playing on, a $25 million a year contract going into next year, because he did get extended, correct?
He did. Yeah, no, Murphy's,
yes.
Murphy's 25 and $25 million is what his contract is under. But yeah, he's like 25, 27, something like that moving forward here. I think he's got 4 more years on his deal. His deal kicked in, I think, last year, the lengthy extension with the Pelicans. So he would be a highly valuable commodity for the Warriors, not only right now, but right now most importantly, but even potentially in the future as a true 3-and-D wing.
Final couple of minutes here. Let's sneak in a Silver Linings playlist and then hand it over to Dirty Work.
Silver Linings Playlist. The tunes and lyrics that define the stories of the day.
Drop the mic, Silver.
All right, so our program director, Mike Holler, said that I'm young and hip this week. I don't know if any bigger lie has been told at the station in quite some time. So we're taking it back to 1968 from the movie The Graduate. And, of course, Simon & Garfunkel, Mrs. Robinson. Well, Brian Robinson is not a Mrs. Robinson, but he's Mr. Robinson Jr., who's headed over to the Bay. And to give Walter a little bit of content, here's to you, Brian Robinson. Kyle loves you more than you will know. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And you know what, JD? We don't know if it's a 2. We don't know if it's a 5. We don't know if it's an 8 on the scale of 1 to 10 needle mover. But the bottom line is it is a talent boost. It is some help that the Niners need. And my goodness, this offense has way too many injuries for comfort heading into September 7th. So I'm excited to see Brian Robinson come in as the RB2, help solve some of these red zone woes. And 49ers didn't have to pay a steep price for it whatsoever.
Talent bump. Great price paid going out for that talent. And I don't think the 49ers are done making moves between now and Tuesday, but that's a next week conversation, my friend.
Absolutely. Appreciate you. Appreciate Walter. Appreciate our guests, Matt Mayoko and Andy Baggerly. And by the time we catch up with you 10 a.m. Monday, 49ers preseason will be done, and it'll be time for the real thing. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Dirty Work starts now.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini. Yes or no?
59.
We know this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We get a short show. Giants baseball coming your way at, 5:10?
5:10.
For a 4:10 pregame, a 5:10 first pitch tonight. We'll have it right for you. We'll have it all for you right here on The Sports Leader. 49er football going down tomorrow over on Mike Holler's KSFO 810.
Got a whole lot more interesting.
A 2:30 pregame. Myself, Tracy Sandler, and Todd Husett with you over on KSFO 810. I wasn't that far off. I said a fifth.
Fifth is too much.
Don't you do this crap. You asked me yesterday, you're like, what would you give up for Brian Robinson?
Yeah.
I said, a fifth. You're like, it's way too much.
It's way too high.
He went for a 6.
He went for a 6.
That's my point.
It's that much of a difference.
How is the fall off that great? Aren't they drafted on the same day? Aren't they both day 3 picks?
It's that much of a difference,
It's
Coach.
a day 3 pick.
Fifth round pick.
Day 3 pick.
That's what you traded away for Debo. You're not going to do that for Brian Robinson.
That's that spit-filled muff.
Yeah, thank you.
That's that coffee spit-filled muff. Brian Robinson.
Off by 1 round is pretty freaking close.
It's pretty close. Anyway, well, off by 1 round. 5th round pick is what the Niners give up to get a 6th rounder to get Brian Robinson from the Washington Commanders. Does it make you feel any different, any better about where they are right now?
I don't know. That's the thing. Like, I do like Brian Robinson. He's a solid number 2.
Is all offense created equal is the question. No. You know what I mean? Because there's passing offense, there's running offense, there's red zone offense, there's between the 20s offense. I think the point here is they got something, and I said this yesterday, they got a piece that will help them in the red zone.
Yeah, of course.
Which I'm excited to see what Kyle Shanahan can do with two, much different runners in Brian Robinson and Christian McCaffrey, but also a guy who can catch the ball out of the backfield. It's an insurance policy for McCaffrey. It's a guy who's got something to prove in that he's a running back looking for a contract beyond this season, not necessarily here.
Right.
But for anybody else in the NFL, it's a piece that I love the addition of. I love it. I think it's exactly what they needed in terms of making sure they've got insurance on what they know they need to improve on this year, which is what they were so good on 2 years ago, red zone offense.
Well, we all know that Kyle wants to run the football.
Yeah.
And this definitely helps with what's going on with the receiving room right now because I know everyone's so worried about the receiving core and like, who's Sky Moore? He's not that good. Kyle schemes it up in a way.
He's not. He's not that good.
Okay, but he can scheme it up in a way where Christian McCaffrey gets passes or George Kittle or Kyle Juszczyk. It doesn't all have to be on the wide receivers.
The more weapons on the field, the better.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And yes, I do think this is going to I'm mixed where I do think it's going to impact McCaffrey a little bit in the red zone, but maybe McCaffrey's the same old McCaffrey as what Trent Williams said just a couple of days, or just yesterday actually, that he looks like the 2023 version of himself. Maybe Christian McCaffrey gets the bulk of the carries again, and we don't need to go through this whole thing of does Brian Robinson need to spell McCaffrey in the first place? But the real sticking point to me in this whole transaction is the fact that the Commanders were willing to pick up a little bit of the $3.4 million that Brian Robinson was getting this season. That makes a hell of a difference.
They took $3.4 million?
No. 3.4 is what he's getting this season.
Yeah.
They took some on, though. So
they took on some of that contract.
Yes.
Gotcha.
So the nine, and also Adam Peters and John Lynch know each other. So, I read the other day that the Dolphins were the front runner, and that makes sense with Mike McDaniel having familiarity with.
He won't be there after week 11. You know what I mean?
We'll see about that. We'll see. I mean,
you were the most wishy-washy, dude. Last week you were like, he's cooked. He's done.
You're saying week 11, though. You're saying week 11. I don't think he's fired in the season.
That is early.
That's very early. For him,
What about like 14?
I'll say after the season.
They lose from 11 to 14, and then he's canceled.
I think Mike McDaniel will be the coach for the majority of the season.
I'm going to look at the Dolphins schedule week 11. Hold on.
Okay, yeah. You do that. But I do think that this definitely improves your running back room. I think that they probably were a little skeptical of Isaac Orendo given the injuries, and it sounds like he fumbled a lot in practice. But I can't say with certainty that Brian Robinson is a better running back than Jordan Mason. And I'm not here to say like, oh, you shouldn't have dealt Jordan Mason to the Minnesota Vikings. I can't say that with 100% certainty. I think that we know Brian Robinson because he went to Alabama and on the unfortunate story of him getting shot and coming back. But if you look at his time as a running back in the NFL, it's not amazing. I don't think he's ever eclipsed 800 yards. So I do think he's a good number 2. But as Dina Kurterbach said today on Twitter, he gets what's blocked, and that's it. Nothing less, nothing more, and I kind of agree with him on that.
You're saying he's not a playmaker. This is what Dieter was saying.
Yes.
He's not a guy who creates for himself, would be the basketball terminology.
No, he's not going to, he may like bulldoze over somebody, but he's not going to juke anybody out, and that's okay. Kyle, it's the same thing with Raheem Mostert, anybody like that. But, this guy's established. He's been in the league for quite some time.
Well, he's been in the league for 3 years. 2022, that was the year. He came back late because of he had a gunshot wound himself, much like Ricky Pearsall. We're just talking about. So
by the way, everyone's talking about him coming out to many men. You've seen that clip? I don't know if that's...
what?
So years ago, his rookie season, he got shot, and then he came back.
Right.
I think it was whatever it was. It was actually pretty early. And there's that video of him coming out to the field, and Many Men from 50 Cent is playing.
Okay.
Do we know if that's real? Because
the 50 Cent, are you saying it's like a riff on like 50 Cent having been shot himself numerous times?
Yes. But people say like he came out to that song. If you look at the clip, it's synced up perfectly, like as if like the song is like right next to Brian Robinson. But do we know, like, it's also the unedited version. Do we know if that song actually played in that stadium that day?
Yes, Brian Robinson was introduced to Many Men during his NFL debut, which occurred just 6 weeks after he was shot. The moment Marcus had a very good moment in his return to the field as he was welcomed by the song, which is associated with 50 Cent.
But the clip that's been circulating,
come on, brother,
they're dropping they're dropping all the F-bombs, all the N-bombs. I highly doubt they played that version in the stands.
I don't know, the NFL. I don't know. I would kind of side with that actually happening. Yeah, by the way, the Dolphins.
Yeah.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
They're going to lose this season.
They're playing the Bills week 11.
Yeah,
a week after they play the Ravens.
That may be a good time.
Week after they play the
When's
Ravens.
the bye week?
I don't know.
Okay.
Actually, that's week 10. Week 11 is the Commies.
Gotcha.
6:30 a.m. Will they fire him before the London game? Is the question.
Ooh,
that's week 11.
Usually they leave the coaches behind in London.
Yeah.
Shout out to my guy Dennis Allen.
Dude, bro, on the tarmac. Dude.
On the tarmac,
tough deal.
Yeah,
Did they fire him on the tarmac?
He came back.
Did they fire him on the tarmac in London or in Oakland?
No,
or in the Bay Area.
They probably fired him in Oakland. I forget who it was. Was it?
It'd be funny to fire him before and then be like, it's a long flight.
Doug Marrone. He got fired while they were still in London and had to fly back with the team awkwardly, like look over like at Shah Khan and be like, "This son of a."
Come on, dude. He's like, "What are you watching?" He's like, "Not film."
Yeah, exactly. I'm out of a job.
I'm not watching the tape from this game. I'll tell you that.
You got anything lined up for me? I could do somewhere else.
Tough deal.
I mean, yeah, I do like the move, and yeah, like a 6th-round pick. I saw some people being like, "That's a steal for the 49ers." I mean,
as you said, he's never run for 800 yards in a season.
Exactly, but also. Push comes to shove, they were going to cut this guy. Like, he wasn't going to make the team. So I think a 6 is appropriate.
This is what I was saying yesterday. If you're traded right now, it's because you're going to be cut.
Yes.
If you're traded this week, it's because the team was going to cut you. They looked around and said, hey, does anybody want to do anything for this? And maybe that's more to your point about it being a 6th, not a 5th.
Right.
Is that at this point, nobody's going to give up more really than that for a player they know who's going to be cut and available in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, and he ran out of favor in Washington.
Yeah.
They just drafted
him. Yeah, we'll talk more about this, about why it's soured with him in Washington as to why he's not there.
Well, yeah, he
had 8 touchdowns last year.
He did, but
only 799 yards.
It's similar.
8 touchdowns.
The scheme is similar, like what Cliff Kingsbury runs, and he found a running back that he likes in Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt.
Call me Bill.
Who likes to be called Bill.
Bill Merritt.
I loved everybody listen, we love to riff on or rip on Murph. I didn't know his name was Bill. Who the hell's going to know that? This guy's a 7th-round draft pick.
Murph knew his name was Bill?
No. Murph was saying this guy's name this morning, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. And then everybody on the text line's like, he goes by Bill. And he's like, all right. So I'm not paying attention to these guys. Neither am I. I'm a football guy. I found out about this guy earlier this week. I don't know his name's Bill.
Yeah,
who goes by Ja'Cory to Bill?
Unless he's from Scotland playing for like a junior golf national tournament. Murph's not paying attention.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
But that's fair. Like, I understand like William or like, Richard to Dick. Like, Ja'Cory to Bill.
I know, Walt. I heard it too. Yeah.
Either way.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Me and Walt were riffing on you.
Okay.
All right, we'll take a quick break, but before we do that, let me tell you how you guys can win tickets to go see The Offspring, Jimmy Eat World, Newfound Glory, August 30th of this year. That's a week away.
Yeah.
A week from tomorrow. You can go see those 3 bands at the Shoreline Amphitheater. When you hear the cue to call, this is similar to what it will sound like when we play it later.
All right.
Hey, y'all, it's the cue to call. If you want tickets to The Offspring, Jimmy Eat World, and Newfound Glory, call right now. Yeah, there you go.
Well, all right.
That's what it'll sound like. When you hear that, be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win those tickets. Let's take a quick break. When we come on back, more on the trade for the 49ers of Brian Robinson, the acquisition of Brian Robinson from the Washington Commanders. Plus, Tracy Sandler going to join us at 2:50, Marcus Thompson at 3:50. What does this mean for Christian McCaffrey and his production this year? Can't be a negative thing. In my mind, the addition of Brian Robinson. We'll talk more about that next. Dirty Work, the greatest show in America, rolls on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Can't wait for the regular season to start?
That's too damn bad!
Join us tomorrow for the final preseason tune-up on Mike Holler's KSFO 810. Pregame 2:30, kickoff 5:30. And make sure to tune into postgame because Larry Kruger will have takes.
sound right, boy. Sound
sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Robinson on 2nd and 1. He's got the first down and more at the 20, 10, 5, touchdown! Brian Robinson.
Manders.
What was that highlight?
That was Brian Robinson, 40-yard touchdown.
I know, I got like no information out of it. For 4 yards out, Brian Robinson.
It was 40 yards.
Can I get that one more time?
Robinson on 2nd and 1. He's got the first down and more at the 20, 10, 5, touchdown! Brian Robinson.
It's a TV call.
We didn't get that much out of that highlight.
You want Andrew Kettle on to paint the picture? You had to see it.
You had to be there.
You had to be there. Everything was perfectly blocked for Brian Robinson. He just walked right in.
But to Dieter's point, he didn't create that for himself.
No, he didn't.
No, somebody else did that.
You know
for
what?
him.
That doesn't take away from the type of running back he is. I know, like some people on the text line or YouTube chat are like, Derek's out of his mind right now talking about Brian Robinson. He's a good running back.
Are people saying that?
Pat H is saying that. Good luck getting a burger at the patio on Tuesday, Pat.
We got to talk about Pat H and his patio behavior.
That's fine.
Well, you're the one making threats now.
I'm joking with him.
I got no qualms with the way Pat carries himself.
He knows how I feel after I stomped on his crap foot.
I got no problem with the way Pat H carries himself at the patio. But he is getting free burgers out here.
Yeah.
Should he be laying down some cash for a tip?
I don't know if he's not. He might be. Tim, do you know if he's been
I'm going to go with Pat H has not tipped for the free food he's obtained at the patio.
He hasn't been in our collective tip, if that's what you're asking.
Well, dude, I haven't been in the collective tip.
Well, let us gingerly touch tips.
But I'm also the.
But you also brought Moss.
I'm the Moss man.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
We
love you, Pat H.
Yeah, we love Pat H.
So yeah, Brian Robinson, I'm good with it. I just think that 6th-round pick, it's reasonable. And the fact that the Commanders are picking up a good deal of the contract, that's good. And he fell out of favor with the Commanders, so he's going to mix in well. I think this takes pressure off of Jordan James, given the injury and not getting a lot of playing time in training camp in the preseason.
We'll take some onus off of him.
Yes.
I wouldn't even say the pressure. It's more just like now you don't need him to be a guy.
Yeah, exactly.
That's kind of where I'm at.
And also, I think probably now you feel comfortable enough to go with 5 running backs going into the season, including Kyle Juszczyk. So I don't think Jeff Wilson Jr. is making the team now. I think that we'll see him tomorrow, but I doubt he's going to be a part of the 53-man roster.
That's sort of what I figured. I think they'll carry 4, right? Does it sound like Jordan James is going to make the 53-man?
Yes.
So they'll carry 5.
Well, I think they'll carry 4, including Kyle Juszczyk.
That's what I mean. Well, hold on. But if you think they'll carry 4...
McCaffrey?
Do you think there'll be 5? What I'm saying is there'll be 5 with Juszczyk.
No.
I'm saying CMC.
Yes,
I'm saying there has to be because I'm saying CMC, Garendo, Robinson, James, and Juszczyk.
That's it. Yep.
Those 5.
Yeah, you don't need Jeff Wilson Jr. now, and we'll probably see him tomorrow. That's why I think Kyle was saying if anybody of significance gets hurt, then that's a problem. I don't think anybody of significance is going to play tomorrow, given a few rookies here or there that may have an impact on the team this season. But I would be very shocked if Jeff Wilson Jr. makes the team now. I think they're just going to roll with 5 running backs. And I feel very good about the running back room now. But I think some people are like, oh, you got like a second starter now. No, it's not like that. I still think McCaffrey's going to get a ton of carries, but to the point we were making yesterday, what'd you say, over under 14 touchdowns, rushing touchdowns for McCaffrey?
Well, this changes my scope on that. Yeah. I think what I said to you was in 2023, he had 21 total touchdowns.
Yes.
He had 14 rushing. He had 7 receiving.
Yes.
So I set the line at 12.5 rushing.
Mm-hmm.
I said, how many rushing touchdowns does he get? Over under 12.5. You said under. I now would certainly take the under on
yes.
that. I mean, 8 rushing touchdowns last year for Brian Robinson. And again, the more you got to diversify your touchdowns. There's a word there at the end. My point is, like, if they're in the red zone and they're scheming things up to where Kittle's getting his touches, potentially at some point Ayuk, Pearsall, whoever else, plus Brian Robinson now. He had 8 rushing touchdowns last year. He had
799?
No receiving touchdowns last year, but he had 4 receiving touchdowns 2 years ago.
He's not a receiving back, though. He's not that type of guy.
Yeah, but I think he's capable of it.
I don't think so.
I don't know, man. 2 years ago, he caught 4. He had 36 catches 2 years ago.
That's not a ton, though, in the grand scheme of
things.
things.
He averaged 10.2 per reception.
He is a straight
and
line
4 rushing
back.
touchdowns. I'm not disputing that.
Yeah.
I'm saying that he's capable of catching the ball.
Yeah.
He's not, like, you were saying, I'm not sure he's better than Mason. I think he's a better receiver than Mason.
Yeah, slightly, yeah.
I mean, they made such a big deal about Mason getting that jugs machine last year. We never saw any benefit. Like, there were no fruits of that labor.
I think Garendo's a better receiver.
Without question. I think Garendo's probably your second best receiving back, and I don't think that's saying much. I think their hope is that James is a good receiving back as well.
And I also believe that the way that Kyle could get creative with the offense come week 1, we're not going to see Demarcus Robinson. We're not going to see Brandon Ayuk. And it's probably going to be Sky Moore as your slot receiver or not slot receiver, but your third wide receiver. Wouldn't be surprised if you feel comfortable enough where Brian Robinson's your main running back in the back. This is just on certain plays, certain packages, where Brian Robinson's in the backfield and you can line Christian McCaffrey out
in the slot.
Yeah, exactly. So this helps you in that department. I think this pretty much solidifies the running back room and helps you out wide receiver-wise when you're dealing with a lot of issues come the first couple of weeks.
Yeah, this is the question I was asking before is, does Brian Robinson, 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, does Brian Robinson change how you feel about the offense entering week one?
It improves it, definitely. Absolutely.
But, I mean, the concern, that's kind of the point I was trying to make, or not the point, the question I was trying to raise is if the need or the lack of depth is at wide receiver, is all offense created equally? Meaning, like in baseball, I talked about this at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
If you can't get something to help your offense and you're a great pitching team, do you just go all in on what your strength is, which is pitching?
Okay.
49ers' strength is the running game.
Yes.
With Christian McCaffrey, it's the most elite part of their game. It's the best superstar they have on the roster, right?
Right.
So if you can't help your team in the receiving game, do you bolster the running back core? Yeah. Like, my point is, can you help what you're not getting in the receiver room by adding to the backfield?
I don't want to make it seem like Kyle doesn't want to throw the ball at all, because he does.
That's not what I'm trying to say.
No. I know, but he loves running the football. He's one of the few play callers in football now where, and maybe Ben Johnson's like this too, where that is his bread and butter.
You have to do everything off the run.
Exactly. And that's going to open things up for Purdy. That's going to open things up for Kittle and everybody. The pass game will benefit because of the running game. No, I think this only improves the offense. I think that, don't get me wrong, I like the move. I just don't think I think people believe Brian Robinson is better than he is. I think he's a pretty good running back. I don't think he's great by any means.
He's an RB2.
Yes.
Well, I think more to the point here, and this is what you're trying to get at, and like, what does this mean for McCaffrey, is that, to the Ben Johnson point, they didn't have one guy back there.
Exactly.
It was David Robinson. It was Rhythm and Bruce, right? Not that McCaffrey can't do it all, but you can expand McCaffrey and you can extend him in terms of, like, by having somebody else who can do some of the banging that, in theory, Brian Robinson can do for you. So, one, you're getting a different look out of the backfield. You're getting somebody else who does have a nose for the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody who's a different type of runner who can catch the ball if necessary, but is not the focal point of his game. I think the point here is that the Niners just added an element to the offense that did not exist 48 hours ago.
Yeah, they need to improve their red zone offense, and this helps that. Obviously, Christian McCaffrey going down a season ago, you were stuck in the red zone. It was more field goals than anything, and George Kittle benefited from that at times, but no, you need to find other ways to get into the end zone. So, yeah, and I hear you on the comparison to the Lions.
Yeah.
I don't want to make it seem
I don't think it's like that either.
No, what I'm saying, though, is Brian Robinson is definitely not the running back that David Montgomery is. It's just different. So, I could see this, though, where I've been asking this for most of the offseason. I don't know the answer. We won't know until week one. I'm very curious to see how Kyle goes or how he handles things with Christian McCaffrey. Is it going to be the same old, where he is the focal point of the offense, so give him the bulk of the carries? But last year, I do disagree with how he went about things, where Jordan Mason was running effectively, so was Isaac Orendo, and just coming off the injury, Christian McCaffrey was getting the bulk of the carries again, and I have to believe that's what led to his injury with the PCL.
Are you going with Kyle injured Christian McCaffrey?
No.
Yeah, it sounds like that's what you're saying.
He also injured Trey Lance.
I know. I knew that was your next line. Next thing coming out of your mouth.
No, I don't believe that. Stop throwing your muff at me.
It's not my muff, dude. I don't want this muff.
No, I do think that this gives Kyle the opportunity to spell McCaffrey, but I don't know if he wants to do that. I think that maybe he still sees the same old McCaffrey, but I have to be a little skeptical given the injuries at his age at 29 years old.
Yeah, I'm not skeptical. I try to be aware of, like, it's something we see now across sports, right? Like, the aging process doesn't happen in the way it always did. In that, like, science and development and training and offseason
stuff. You believe in science?
Not wholeheartedly. I just mean in terms of, like, Aaron Rodgers is still playing after a torn Achilles at, like, the age of 40 nearly.
It's funny how you went from you do believe in science to Aaron Rodgers. Anyway.
That's kind of the point. I mean, that's kind of it is sort of ironic there, isn't it? But it's like, hey, Aaron,
don't you think?
You ain't playing without the science that has helped you still be effective at the age you're at, which is the irony that is the enigma.
Hey.
Careful now. That is Aaron Rodgers. I think what I'm getting at here is, like, all of our minds should tell us that a running back at this age with these injuries, at this trajectory of his career, this point in his career, should be on the decline. I just think that sometimes we have to recalibrate in 2025
Yeah.
when that happens for elite players. Is McCaffrey that different? Because what football has shown us for so long is nobody's special over a period of time. No matter what class you're in, if you're a Hall of Fame quarterback, at some point you get to a point like Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady where you still just can't be as effective all the time. Even though Brady won a Super Bowl 2 years before he retired, right?
Right.
We knew he was still elite then. We knew they needed weapons around him. You can mask some of that stuff. Running back, though, is sort of the constant in that, like, no matter how good you are, for how long, at some point, Father Time and the game itself catch up to you. So I'm not skeptical about McCaffrey this year, but I am, like, I'm on alert for when Father Time decides to be like, you're not special.
It comes for us all.
And he is special.
Yeah.
He is. He's one of the most elite players we've ever seen. He's one of the best running backs in the history of the league. But that point is that even LaDainian Tomlinson fell off.
Yeah.
Even Emmitt Smith fell off. Like the all-time great runners, at some point, the game catches up to you or time catches up to you.
Yeah.
Is that this year? Can they fend some of that off with Brian Robinson is the question.
I think so. It's just going to be very interesting to see how Kyle uses him. I do think they have the opportunity to do that now. I do think that, Brian Robinson is a solid number 2. And I think that I would have been fine with Isaac Guerrero being a number 2, but given what's going on with injuries in training camp and what's been reported that he's fumbling a lot, this definitely increases the running back room or increases what your confidence in the running back room. So, I do think that there's an opportunity to help Christian McCaffrey save him from himself. But if he's the guy that he is 2 years ago or was 2 years ago, then keep rolling with him.
Tracy Sandler, Fangirl Sports Network, and part of our 49er pre- and post-game you'll hear tomorrow with myself, Todd Husak. Well, Tim will be there, too, down at Levi Stadium, ahead of the 49ers and the Los Angeles Chargers.
Yes.
Dude, that's the one that still gets me. Commanders, I'm in on.
Yeah.
Vegas Raiders throws me for a loop a little bit, just being from here. Like having to switch to saying that. The San Diego Chargers are still at the forefront of my mind.
Is that
weird? That's the one that still gets me, dude. I don't know why. I can't get that one out.
I think I don't know when the last time I misspoke on that, but I'm pretty used to saying all the teams.
Like, dude, the St. Louis Rams were the Rams most of my life, which is funny. We're of the generation where, like, we grew up with them being the St. Louis Rams.
Right,
like, not the L.A. Rams. Even though people older than us go, they're the L.A. Rams. It's the L.A. So that one, though, is not as foreign to me because my whole life people who were older have said it's the L.A. Rams, right? Because they'd previously been there.
See, for me, it's baseball because when I was younger, I grew up with Devil Rays, Indians. They changed all the names now. Not all the names, just those two team names.
You're a big Indians and Redskins guy, huh?
Sure. But that's just what that's just
not
what
like Tim. They don't call him Tim the Redskin man for they don't say that.
Here's my search history.
Tim Washington Redskins.
No, but like
I was a football team guy, remember? Because it was so aggressively neutral. Washington football team.
You're a Falcon man, and we know it. Tim's a Falcon man.
WFT, it worked. But yeah, I'm more that way with football or baseball actually, where I screw up the names. I'm obviously more of a football guy, so I talk about those teams a lot. So I just registers more quickly now for me. But with baseball, it's like I still trip up on Devil Rays and Indians.
Wrigley, bring back a Redskin.
Yeah, he wants it all.
He's making demands, dude. He's like, bring back Redskin. Also, the Charlotte Bobcats.
I'm going to tell Josh Harris not to give Terry McLaurin the new contract if they don't go with Redskins.
Also, national, we should change it back to Senator. We love a Senator. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on a Friday afternoon. Giants baseball coming up by 4:10 pregame, a 5:10 first pitch. Hey, how about this one?
Okay.
When we come on back, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5667.
You doing that for calls now, too?
Yeah. Hey, how about this? Hey, check this out. Your thoughts on the trade of Brian Robinson. Are you of the mindset that I am where this is the move that you make when you can't find offense elsewhere? Is it all offense is created equal? Can the Niners hedge some of what they're unable to do in terms of receiving depth by adding depth to the running back room? 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Your calls, your thoughts on your show next. Only here. I don't know. Your show, the People's Show.
That's not bad.
You like that?
By the way, are you doing like a Leno thing every time now when you do like, hey, have you seen this? Read about it in the papers?
Is that a Leno thing?
Yeah, you do that all the time.
Oh, God, I'm not a Leno guy. I reject it wholeheartedly. Leno took that from me. Crook, thief. All right,
I agree.
I'm not a Leno man.
We're a Conan show.
We're a Conan show, and if anything, I'm a Letterman guy.
Yes.
If I gotta back somebody in a corner, I'm Letterman.
I agree.
Your calls, your thoughts on your show. Screw Leno next on The Sports Leader.
back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Not a bad song.
It's not ska.
It's a short show.
I don't care.
That doesn't matter. Yeah, it's not ska. It's a Friday and there's no ska. That's all I'm saying.
It's got horns.
Are there horns in this?
Yeah, there's horns you hear in the background. Well, this is bass right here.
Not hearing any horns.
It comes in at the chorus. You gotta wait for the chorus now?
Now I'm sitting here waiting for the chorus.
Oh, God.
Just so I can be like, oh, okay, there's a horn.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. You might be right, Derek.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work on a Friday. Dude, short show, jam-packed guest list.
Yeah.
Tracy Sandler, $250. Rich Aurilia, $330. Marcus Thompson, $350.
Everybody gets paid.
Everybody's doing their hit because they get paid to do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we love having these people.
We do.
I do say that frequently where I go, dude, Tracy Sandler, Marcus Thompson, nice enough to give us a few minutes here in the Uma. Guess like nice enough. They're getting paid to come on.
That's true.
You know what I mean? Yeah. They don't come on, they don't get paid.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's very nice of them to give us their time on a Friday. Tracy, Richie, and Marcus Thompson coming up in the next hour or so. Tracy in about 10 minutes. Let's go out to the phone lines at 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Tanner is in Livermore. Tanner, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
So initially my take on this was no, we didn't gain any ROI there for the receivers. We could run split backs. We got McCaffrey as RB1, so is Robinson that much better than McCaffrey at catching the ball in the backfield? I looked up some data. Niners, it's about a 2-year running data, but 9.1% of their plays were dual back, which was second in the NFL.
Okay.
But they converted or added an additional 0.41 points per play, which is first in the NFL. So some reconsideration. Maybe you might get some ROI on that one from a receiving standpoint.
Okay. Dude, that's good info on you, by the way. 9.1% of the time, second in the NFL splitbacks. Write that down. I'll use that tomorrow on pregame. Appreciate the call, Tanner. 9.1% of the time last year, second in the NFL, the Niners ran splitbacks.
Yeah. My question to Niner fans is, what do you want wide receiver-wise right now? Because I know that...
Health?
Yeah, I get it, but like you want to add somebody else? Like I think Sky Moore is the best you're going to get at this point. And maybe Kendrick Bourne, but we didn't have the time to play the sound yesterday. Matt LaFleur went on with Kay Adams and basically said, Romeo Doubs is not going.
Yeah.
He's not going anywhere. So you could say, like, oh, maybe Amari Cooper, maybe Gabe Davis. Kyle's already told everybody, we're not doing that. We're going to either get John Mechie, who the Eagles beat you out.
Who was 10 picks off of where Sky Moore was drafted in 2022.
Or Sky Moore. You're getting a young player that's on an expiring rookie contract, and that's Sky Moore. I don't think you could do much better right now when it comes to a wide receiver. Unless, Adam Thielen's going to go to the Vikings, apparently. Do you want aging Adam Thielen to be your 4th or 5th wide receiver?
Thielen's kind of sick, dude.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know why Thielen gets hate.
But he's not going to get playing time. That's the thing.
But would he week one? I mean, the point here is that what your point is, I think, if I'm interpreting this right, is that anybody you get is this level of player is the right guy because at some point, as I pointed out yesterday, Sky Moore could end up just cut.
Exactly.
Best case scenario, he's your 6th guy.
You're getting fillers until Brandon Ayuk and Demarcus Robinson are back.
So, but why is that a better option than another guy who could get cut? Is my point. Like Adam Thielen, hasn't he been more productive in the last few years than Sky Moore? Now, again, different types of receivers.
Yeah, but I just don't think he has a place right now for the 49ers. He does for the Minnesota Vikings.
But why wouldn't he for the Niners when the Niners were still looking for a piece for a receiver? Is he a free agent, by the way?
No, he's on the Carolina Panthers.
He's still on the Panthers. They're talking about acquiring him via trade?
Exactly. And I think that the Niners are not in a position to keep trading away draft picks to get filler guys.
I guess, but you're like, well, why? But if it was a pick swap again or it was a similar... My point is, if it was the same price tag, Thielen's a better option than Sky Moore. Sky Moore hasn't caught a pass in 2 years.
I doubt it's the same price tag.
Thielen has as many catches last year in year 10 of his career as Sky Moore has in his whole career.
Watch Adam Thielen.
60% of the time, it works every time.
Nice.
Watch Adam Thielen go for a 5th round pick.
Dude, does Adam Thielen get traded for more than Brian Robinson?
Yes, Because he's more productive in his career than Brian Robinson.
That's my point. Is you're like, why is he better than Sky Moore? I'm like, because he's more productive than Sky Moore. He is better than Sky Moore.
I understand that, but once Brandon Ayuk's healthy and once DeMarcus Robinson comes back, where does he fit in the grand scheme of things?
But what does that matter? It's the same as Sky Moore. My point is, like, are you saying because of the value of the cost?
You're trading away a 5th-round pick potentially for Adam Thielen just to have him be a 4th or a 5th guy in your wide receiver room.
You're saying that's a value with Sky Moore because you don't mind if you cut a guy who's a 7th-round draft selection.
You're basically just getting filler dudes until your receiving core's whole again. So I understand people are, kind of freaking out over the wide receiver crisis. I don't see it as a crisis. I see it as just a few injuries right now, and then once we get into the meat of the season, then they'll be whole again.
Thielen caught 103 passes 2 years ago for over 1,000 yards.
Yeah, and they almost traded him at the deadline a year ago. And they just
played 10 games last year, 615 yards receiving, and 48 grabs.
Carolina's in a position to trade him away, where they have Tedorow McMillan and Xavier Legette, but they're not going to do it just for the cheap. They can easily just keep him on the roster, and it's nothing to them. If the Vikings come in and say, "We'll give you a 5th," no, we're good. All right, we'll give you a 4th. All right, there you go. The Niners are not in that type of game right now.
Plus, they love having him back in Minnesota.
Exactly.
They would love having him back.
He's a hometown kid.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. Like in terms of what Sky Moore gives you, I'm just not that hopeful for production-wise. It's just, to me, it's kind of a warm body.
Yeah.
I mean, if it were a young player, if it were Cowing or if it were Jordan Watkins or somebody like that, then I would have more hope because I'm looking to extrapolate or build on what these guys could be capable of in the receiving game for a period of time. But because it just feels like, to your point, most of the guys they've signed, Travis Gibson, Sky Moore, pieces like that, like Brian Robinson's not a Band-Aid. He's somebody that can actually help you. So that's an acquisition to me that's intriguing because he's an addition to the offense. Everybody else is a Band-Aid.
Yeah.
Right. Everybody else is just hoping that this is going to hold you off or tide you over until your real main course gets here.
Exactly. So I know that he's hurt right now, but there's still 2 weeks before the season starts. I'd be down for Kendrick Bourne if he's cut by the Patriots. I also wouldn't trade to get anything for him, though. If he's on the fringe of making the roster and you know that, you don't have to make a move. Just wait for him and you could go pick him up. So I get it. I understand people are frustrated. There's a lot of crap going on with the wide receivers, a lot of news with Robinson getting suspended and Russell Gage out 7 to 10 days. But we're not playing football tomorrow, as I said yesterday. Like, it's going to be okay. Let's see what happens week 1. The only thing I am a little concerned about is just Jauan Jennings. What's going on with that? What happens first? He practices or he gets the contract? That's my biggest thing.
I think he gets the contract first.
I don't know.
What do you think?
That's a great question.
You asked it.
I know. And I don't know the answer.
My question was so good.
Yeah, I know.
How about this? What a great question I posed.
That sounded so pumped.
That was such an a-hole thing to say.
That's a great question.
You asked the question.
Posed by me.
I repeated it to you, and you said, what a great question.
I know. God, that was stupid by me.
What do you think? Does Jauan Jennings practice first, or does he get a contract first?
I think he practices first. I think that in order to get the ball moving on the contract, he has to practice a little bit.
Okay. Wow. I go the other way. I think that they're going to sign him and then he's going to practice.
Yeah.
Because I just feel like the contract will be worked out because he's already practiced.
Yeah.
He'd already practiced and played a little bit in preseason, not in the games, but he already practiced in training camp. Then he tweaked the calf.
I hope we get some news by Monday because if this calf is still, nagging for him, is it out of the realm possibility that he starts the season on IR, which would be that's where things get devastating for the wide receiver room.
That's where I'm like, if you look at the Niners, I was writing it all down yesterday. If you look at their receiver situation, there's like a footnote on every single player. There's a footnote on every player.
Yeah. So I think we need to know a little bit of information by Monday what's going on with Jauan Jennings. In order to, I think that right now you're going to go with 5 running backs. I think you should go with probably 6 wide receivers.
Jennings, calf, Robinson suspended, Watkins, high ankle, Cowing, hamstring, UKCO, so you got 5 guys with a designation.
Yeah.
Right now.
It's not ideal, but also we're not playing football tomorrow.
Hey, how about this one?
Yeah.
How about this in the funny papers? All right, why don't we take a quick break? We'll talk to Tracy Sandler about all this.
Okay.
Let's do that. Tracy Sandler.
Let's do it.
Fango Sports Network is a part of our pre- and post-game coverage. You're here with me and Todd Husak tomorrow on our pre- and post-game over on Mike Holler's KSFO 810. Niners and the San Diego Superchargers.
L.A.
The Chargers come to town tomorrow. Doesn't that thing smell like coffee? I told you, dude. It's Murph and
no, Greg Silver wasn't here
what's
today.
What's that other guy? Silver?
This is 100% Murph.
What's that other guy, Greg Silver?
Oh, God, what is he drinking?
Dude,
His
I'm
coffee?
telling you, dude. He like brushes his teeth.
Smells
with
like
coffee.
bourbon in here, too.
It's the only way Murph gets up every day.
Yeah.
Damn you, Bernice. All right, we'll take a quick break.
No, that was Anchorman.
Oh, that was Anchorman. My bad, dude. I was thinking of the Dodgeball. Yeah. How would you know?
Smells like burnt hair wrapped. Yeah.
We'll take a quick break. Tracy Sandler, Fangirl Sports Network, joins us next. We'll talk about the Brian Robinson trade and how she sees this wide receiver room and running back room shaping up for week when Dirty Work rolls on. Tracy Sandler next, only here on The Sports Leader.
The 49ers made a move to bolster their running back core today, acquiring Brian Robinson Jr. from the Washington Commanders in exchange for a 6th-round pick. Robinson rushed for 799 yards and 8 touchdowns last season with the Commies, his 3rd season as a pro. For everything 49ers, keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Word. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Word on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. 49ers and the Chargers tomorrow at 5:30. A 2:30 pregame over on Mike Holler's KSFO 810. And a woman who will be part of the pregame show tomorrow and all season long, Tracy Sandler, Fangirl Sports Network. She joins us on the UMA guest line. Tracy, how you doing? What's going on?
I am good. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing pretty well.
Doing well.
Hey, how about all this roster news? It's like something brand new. I would say it's like a brand new feeling, but every day there's roster news. It feels like for the 49ers.
That's what happens when you have so many people get injured during training camp. And today's news was the only reason was surprising is because of the salary cap hit, but they need a running back, and Brian Robinson fit the bill, so to speak. So welcome to Santa Clara.
So something that Derek and I were just discussing or questioning is I said, like, in baseball, come the trade deadline time, and this is an in-season thing, I said, like, if you're a team that's great at pitching and you struggle offensively, but you can't find the right offensive bat, a lot of times teams will buy for their strength. They'll say, well, let's just bolster what we're good at even more. Is it fair to say in football that all offense is created equal? Meaning, like, if the Niners can't get somebody elite on the receiver side because they're dealing with these injuries, does it behoove them to add to the depth of what they're already good at, and that's the running back room? Does this help them offensively, although they have not really bolstered the receiving corps?
I mean, you could say yes because it creates some depth for them, but the running back room is dealing with a lot of injuries, not quite as many as the receiver room, but still with injuries. It says to me that maybe they're not as high on Isaac Guerrero as they were, but he's also battled injuries throughout camp. Obviously, he's back now healthy. Jordan James with his broken finger was supposed to be 2 weeks. Maybe it's worse than they thought. They need another running back in that room. They need somebody else that they can count on other than Christian McCaffrey. He in no way, shape, or form, if like, and I'm going to say God forbid, because I don't want 49ers fans to get mad at me, if God forbid Christian McCaffrey got hurt, this is not the person that's like, okay, it's fine, he'll be able to replace him, obviously, but they need the depth. I mean, I think all things being equal, they'd probably rather have Jordan Mason back, but that's not an option, and hindsight's 2020, there's no way to have known what would happen. I think if they did, they would not have traded him. So I think it's a little bit more that they need some depth in that room, and maybe they're not as thrilled with the depth as they thought they were.
Yeah, I'm with you, Tracy. I think this is kind of not really an indictment on Isaac Guerrero, but it just shows that they're not as high as I thought they were going to be, like, given the injuries. I guess he's fumbling a lot of practice and not a lot of playing time for Jordan James. But do you think this pretty much means that they're going to go with 5 running backs? It would be McCaffrey, obviously, Guerrero, Jordan James, now Brian Robinson and Kyle Juszczyk, and maybe Jeff Wilson Jr. is the odd man out?
Potentially. I think potentially that could be the case. And then I would assume that they'd probably hope to get Jeff Wilson Jr. on their practice squad. I don't know if that will happen, but I think that seems like the case. But I also am going to be very interested to see, like, what is the Jordan James situation? You know, does he have to go on IR? I mean, it didn't sound like it was going to be that serious, that long term. It's just that the move today makes me think a couple of things.
Tracy Sandler.
The things that I was saying before. That they're not as high on Isaac Guerrero, and that maybe the injury is worse. I have no information on that. It's just there's a reason they made this move, and there may have been a couple of reasons.
So week one, in terms of the receiving core, are we looking at a starting lineup? Let's say all things are as they hope right now, meaning Juwan Jennings is healthy, right, and is able to go week one. So are we looking at a receiving core week one that is Ricky Pearsall, Juwan Jennings, and Sky Moore as the number 3?
Maybe it's a possibility. I mean, the Russell Gage injury was 7 to 10 days.
Right.
So, but I don't know. It's still 7 to 10 days is getting real close to week one, to be honest, because week one is 2 weeks from Sunday, which is bananas. So yeah, I think that is potentially what we are looking at. They got a lot of problems in that wide receiver room, and Jacob Cowing being injured again does not help. So yeah, I think that there is a possibility that those are your 3 week one receivers.
Talking to Tracy Sandler on the UMA guest line, do you get a sense that maybe, given what happened a season ago, that Kyle could use Christian McCaffrey in a different way? I know that Trent Williams talked glowingly about him yesterday, saying that he looks like his 2023 self, but given the acquisition of Brian Robinson, a guy that could help them in the red zone, do you think that possibly they could spell, Robinson, Isaac Orendo, they could spell McCaffrey a little bit more, given the injuries and him getting up in age now?
They could. I think it's going to be really hard for them to do that because given the injuries at wide receiver, I mean, they're in a real tough spot in this offense because if those are the three wide receivers, you probably need McCaffrey in the end zone. And that's taking nothing away from those three receivers. It's just you may need him there. So I think I think Brian Robinson could spell him maybe in some shorter yardage situations, perhaps, on some red zone plays and on those being ones, obviously those will be shorter yardage situations. But I just don't think that they're in a position right now that they can use him all that differently. I mean, he's going to be he's always been a huge part of the offense. He is now going to be a much bigger part of the offense unless they do some magic, crazy wide receiver trade beyond the Sky Moore trade, and I don't see that happening.
In terms of what's going on with the rookies on the team, I mean, so many of the top rookies, I mean, if you look at the list of guys who have been hurt or have not played, I mean, Upton Stout with the calf, Michael Williams with the knee, CJ West with the knee, they've combined for one preseason game, right? Jordan Watkins, one preseason game with the high ankle or with the ankle sprain now. Jordan James, you mentioned with the finger. Alfred Collins has played the first two preseason games but hasn't registered a stat through 44 snaps. Is the preseason in your mind, like, I know that the coaches evaluate differently with the joint practices and they can put in situations that they want or that they want the players to feel, but is the preseason most important for these rookies? Like, what is being lost for these guys who are young, who haven't played an NFL game, who aren't really able to be on the field right now?
Oh, I think it's a real disadvantage for them because the preseason is very much for the rookies. And you have Michael Williams maybe was never going to play like a full preseason game, but those reps are invaluable. Upton Stout, those reps are invaluable. He's been great, and the 49ers are really excited about him. But you're now looking at putting him in week one, having not played in a single preseason game, and that's really tough, and not having participated in the Raiders joint practice. So I think it's a huge disadvantage. I think they'll probably get over it, but this is already a rookie defense or rookie defensive players where there was going to be some ups and downs, and that was just going to be part of it. But now without that game experience, and I know we all look at the preseason as it doesn't matter, but it really does matter for those guys. That's why they have it.
What did you make of the Sky Moore acquisition? I see it as a guy that could, basically be a Band-Aid for the first couple of weeks, given the DeMarcus Robinson suspension and the Brandon Ayuk injury. And I do believe that once this wide receiver room is whole, that they will be pretty good. But given the injuries, he's just a guy to help you out for a little bit of time. And then, he could be your wide receiver 4 or 5 on the roster. I know some fans are like, that's it. We're just getting Sky Moore. But you have to think about the long-term, long-term goals of the season and whatnot. I think it's a pretty good move.
I think it's a good move, for where they're at right now. This isn't taking away from the move. The only caveat I always have for the once they get healthy thing is that they just really, that's not a thing in football. They may get someone healthy and then someone else may get hurt, or right. So I think Sky Moore is, I guess, certainly somebody that they feel can produce in their offense. And yes, right now it does feel like a Band-Aid, and when that room gets whole, it's just with the NFL, the room may never fully be whole, right. If that makes sense. So, he is somebody that they obviously think that they can use. But you're right. I think as time goes on, he would be a wide receiver 4 or 5. Then, we'll see what happens. But if the room does indeed get whole, then I don't know actually where that leaves Sky Moore, but I don't think that's something anybody has to worry about today, unfortunately.
Do you think that Robert Saleh feels the same way about the D-line that maybe Kyle Shanahan and the fan base feel about the receiving core? Meaning, like, it just seems like they've signed in total 26 players since training camp started, which is alarming, right? Considering you're like 90 guys in the roster, 53 guys are going to make the team, and 26 people have been signed and then cut or released or put on IR. There's just been so many injuries. Like Saleh, when he's been asked about players, I was sort of laughing about this the other day with Travis Gibson, who had a great sack last week and played pretty well. But even Saleh, when asked about it, was like, yeah, it's like you need warm bodies out there. How do you think they're feeling about the depth of the D-line right now?
I assume there's got to be some level of concern. I think that they feel like they're going to have a lot of these guys back for week one. So whether they've gotten the reps or not, I do think they feel like that will be the case. But I imagine there's got to be some level of concern just because they are missing so many guys. It was just so evident at the Raiders practice that you were looking at the D-line and being like, who are these guys? And Kyle even said that. that there was one person that he said I didn't know him and I met him like that day. So, which makes sense because, they have a lot of new faces that they just don't know yet, and they have had to bring in some warm bodies. But by the same token, I think when you see some of the guys perform in a preseason game that you for sure didn't think were going to make the team, all of a sudden have an opportunity, and certainly have an opportunity on the practice squad, because I don't think that D-line is going to be 100% healthy week 1. I could be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong for their sake, but I just can't imagine that. I can't imagine any position group other than quarterback is going to be 100% healthy week 1.
Football's wild, Tracy. Can you imagine we show up to do the show tomorrow and they're like, hey, no, sorry, no Todd, it's Kurt Giuseppe here. And we're like, who's this? They're like, no, just do the show with him. He's good. You'll be fine. You'll be good. You'll be fine.
But
Just get through
it's true. I mean, it is wild. That's also, I mean, that's all sports. I think of it like even with baseball, there are pitchers getting sent down and brought up all the time.
Yeah.
It's like someone has a great start on Monday. He got sent down Tuesday, but he'll be back over the weekend. I mean, this is sports. It's just kind of bananas. But yeah, and the 49ers seem to attract injuries more than they should.
What do you got against Kirk Giuseppe there, Copes? Jesus.
Yeah, I know. I think he's a good dude. Yeah,
I don't know Kirk, but I bet he's amazing, and I can't wait to work with him.
He can help us, I think. He can really help us. Yeah. I don't know.
He's a depth piece.
Exactly. Talking to Tracy Sandler on the Uma guest line. Do we need any clarity on Juwan Jennings before the 53 roster is set by Tuesday? Like, let's say that this calf injury is still a problem. Is there a possibility that he goes on IR and that just complicates things with the wide receiver room even more? Do we need to know something by Monday, or are we just going to have him on the 53-man roster and then we hope that he gets a contract, or we hope he's healthy by the time they play the Seahawks?
That is, I think, the multi-million-dollar question. Adam, I was on one of the shows on KNBR earlier this week, and I said that you had asked me, when should we be concerned? And I said, so Monday before the third preseason game, and so we've now surpassed that.
We've passed that threshold, yeah. Right.
We have now passed that threshold. I mean, it's a really good question, Derek. Like, I don't 100% know. I think if they feel confident that, if they feel confident that, like, well, he will most likely be available, but maybe not. I mean, I don't think they're putting him on IR, but I don't know. It really is like the multi-million-dollar question, because I think of all the things that have gone on, it's kind of the most, I mean, it's a little bit like the best kept secret in Santa Clara. Like we've never gotten totally full clarity. There aren't really that many rumblings about it. I don't know. I would like to give you an answer and be really confident in it, but I just don't know. But if I were to guess right now, and I had to, I imagine he will be on the 53-man roster Tuesday and not on IR.
Okay, just another guess, and I know that you have no, information on this, but just a guess. What do you think happens first? He gets his contract or he practices?
Oh, that is a very good question. I think... Oh, God, that is such a good one.
Tracy, we should tell you this. Derek asked that question earlier before you came on, and he goes, what happens first? He asked me that, and then I sort of threw it back at him, and he goes, ooh, man, that's a great question. I go, yeah, you asked.
Yeah, I know. I wasn't thinking.
He asked his own question.
It was very pompous of me.
He patted himself on the back for asking.
It was very Papa-like.
And then you just now said, that's a good question. And he looked at me like, yeah, I know, see? Told you.
Well, I'm just going to go with an answer because, honestly, I have a 50-50 chance. I'm going to say he practices first.
Okay. That's where I was.
Yeah.
I'm with that, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that happens first.
I think so, too.
Okay, where do you think they are with this is another bummer after last week, and we haven't talked to you since then. Dominic Purdy going down with the injury. They signed a guard this week, but the offensive line, it's so crazy. We hadn't ever even considered that was like, because of all the other injuries, it didn't even cross my mind, like, who's Dominic Purdy's backup at right guard? And now it's something that they've got to potentially deal with here at a week 1. Where do you think they are with that position right now?
I think it's not great. It's definitely not great. But I will say this for the offensive line in the 49ers, and I think we've talked about this somewhat before. Fans worry about it every offseason. People worry about it every offseason. Somehow they do make do. They figure it out, and I think that's a Kyle Shanahan scheme thing, and they do figure it out. So it's certainly not fantastic, and we didn't see anybody perform really well after Dominic Purdy went out last week, but I think they will figure it out. But I know that they think there's a chance he'll be available for week 1, but I feel like that's probably being overly optimistic, and maybe, this time they'll be right. But It's not great, but they will figure it out. They always do. I think that's the thing with the offensive line that I just find so interesting, because I would spend off seasons talking about it and they haven't done anything. And then somehow to a point, it all works out. But you make a good point too, because I kept thinking they were Trent Williams injury away from it being a hot mess. And as it turns out, I don't think it'll be a hot mess, but the Dominic Pooney injury is a really, really big one and just so unfortunate.
It is complicated things for sure. Tracy Sandler, the voice you hear, Fangirl Sports Network, FGSN.com is the website. And you can hear it tomorrow with myself and Todd Husak pre- and post-game on KSFO 810 at 2:30 before the 49ers take on the Chargers in the final preseason game. Tracy, always a pleasure. Looking forward to the show tomorrow, and we'll see you down at Levi's.
All right, sounds great. See you tomorrow.
Good deal. The great Tracy Sandler,
Tracy.
Fangirl Sports Network. Love talking to Tracy.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Dude, it really is a good question that you posed, though. I know we're riffing on it, but okay, it was okay. Never mind. Now that
I'm sorry.
It's one of those things where, like, I'm one of those people where I'll like something, but if somebody who came up with it likes it too much, then you're like that too. You immediately.
But I didn't even think about it. Like when you threw it back at me, I was like, damn, that's a good question. Like, oh, wait a minute, I posed that question in the first place.
Within 3 seconds
what
of
an
you,
ass.
Of you
what an
posing
ass.
it. Dude, what a tool. But I'm somebody who, like, if you like something too much, then I'm like, I don't like it just because you like it too much.
Yeah, like perfect thing. I'm talking about this week. Jack Loader. He wanted to go to the Fray concert.
Dude, so there's the band The Fray. They have a show tonight in Oakland. Is that right?
Yeah, they're playing in Oakland.
He's been asking all of us for weeks. Will you go to the Fray with me? And we've all said no.
No, and I'm like, I know a few songs over my head and How to Save a Life, but I'm not gonna go see a concert with those guys. Like, I'm just not a band I would go see live.
But now that Jack Loader's out sick,
I kind of want to go.
I kind of want to go just to spite
Just to
him.
rub it in his face.
Yeah, dude. He's been asking all of us for weeks to go. Now that he's not going,
well, I want to go. So last weekend he was hitting on me and Mr. KNBR, and he was like, "Please go with me." And we're like, "Dude, when you get older in life, you're gonna do a lot of things by yourself. That's just what happens.
Yeah,
so get used to it." He's like, "I cannot go to a concert by myself." And I was like, "How often do people go to concerts by themselves?" I don't think I've ever done it. I go to the movies alone all the time, but like as far as like concerts,
you do a lot of stuff alone, huh?
Yeah, apparently. But I don't mind.
Watching movies, making love. Yeah.
Thank you. But I don't mind. I don't mind because it just happens when you get older. So do people mind going to a concert by themselves? That's something that I haven't done, but I don't know. Like you did the other day, right? You went to go see or not Offspring.
Have a Simple Plan, yeah.
Yeah, it was a good time for you.
It's a great time.
Yeah. So grow up, Loader.
Grow up, Loader.
Get over your sickness and go see the show.
All right, Elmer Fudd, settle down.
All right.
I
heard you.
That was more Quagmire.
Yeah.
Than anything, dude. Speaking of watching movies, this wasn't in theaters. Have you heard of this movie? I watched it the other night randomly. Could not sleep. Had a case of the old insomnia the other night.
Okay.
So I dove into a movie thinking I'll fall asleep in this thing in the first half hour. Watch the whole thing.
What is it?
Death of a Unicorn.
Yeah, I saw it when I was on vacation.
You watched it?
Yeah. It was okay.
Yeah, weird flick.
It kind of gave
Paul
me
Rudd and what's her name? Jenna Ortega.
Yes.
Their father and daughter. They're somewhere in another country.
Yeah, I think they're in Canada.
Yeah, I don't know. They're in another country and they're driving to. I guess he's like I don't know. He works for some pharmaceutical company or something.
Yeah,
they're going to see these rich people who own the pharmaceutical company, and he's like going to become a partner with them or something.
Yeah, exactly.
And on the drive, they hit a unicorn,
mm-hmm.
and the unicorn dies, or so they think.
Yeah.
And they pick it up.
It kind of gave me a little bit of like Beetlejuice vibes, where it's like a classic '90s comp,
Definitely had a '90s feel to the type of movie it was.
Yeah, something freaky happens and like paranormal, and it was fine.
Who knew that unicorns were such vicious killers?
In this movie, they are.
In this movie, dude, they're savage in this movie.
I want to know. Never seen a unicorn.
Well, okay, yeah. I was talking about the movie.
Yeah, I know. But for this movie's sake,
I would know. You saw the movie. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but like in most...
I wasn't talking about anytime you come across a unicorn, you better get out of its way.
Well, I'm just curious. Has the filth ever come across a unicorn?
Well, my thing is, in this movie, they make unicorns like pretty high on the food chain, it seems like.
Oh, yeah. They attack people.
Yeah, yet it can be taken out by like a Ford Focus. You know what I mean? Like one of them gets checked pretty quickly, goes down like a deer.
Right. No, I mean... Yeah, it was a fun movie, but it wasn't fantastic.
No, it was all right.
Pretty much like every movie review I do. It was fun.
Dude, Derek's movie review of Death of a Unicorn. Yeah, it was like a 90s movie. It was good, but it wasn't great.
So the same thing I said. Though.
I said that's what your movie reviews are like. You don't say anything.
Paul Rudd was a good lead in it. I don't know.
you love movies and you never have anything to say about them. What about Action Man? Give me a review of that.
You could skip that one.
What would you give it?
It's a movie I made. Like what
How many Tim Webbs? Out of 5 Tim Webbs, what would you give it?
I'd probably give it 2.5 Tim Webbs out of 5.
That's weird because Tim's Apartment was a 4 Tims out of 5 apartment.
I give more praise to Tim's Apartment than I do my own movie.
Fair enough. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Don't see Action Man.
Nah.
Is it called The Tales of Action Man?
The Legend of Action Man.
The Legend of Action Man.
I'm curious if any of the filth actually decided to go watch it the night we talked about it.
There's no way.
Okay,
nobody
good.
watched that.
That's fair.
Come on. There's no way anybody went and watched it that night. We've done the show Dirty Work since December. We've talked about the movie. There's sound bites of the movie. Everybody who came to see the movie with us at the Alamo Draft House a couple of weeks ago or last week, nobody had seen the movie ever.
Yeah, fair.
We've been telling them to see it for months. Nobody's seen it. Nobody went to watch Action Man.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, not even me.
Yeah, you don't have to. It's okay.
I still plan on it. I got to get it in.
Yeah?
Yeah.
When you have another
another night of insomnia.
Yeah,
then I'll really fall asleep.
It'll help with that.
Next time I can't sleep, I'm throwing on the Legend of Action Man.
It'll definitely help with that.
I'm Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Rich Aurilia going to join us coming up at 3:30. Marcus Thompson at 3:50. Giants pregame coming up in just under an hour here at 4:10 for a 5:10 first pitch. Dirty Work, greatest show in America rolls on the Sports Leader.
Great job, brother.
Well, after dropping 3 of 4 to the Padres, the Giants head to Milwaukee for a date with the first-place Brewers. Earlier today, the Giants placed Landon Roop on the 15-day injured list with knee inflammation. Carson Whisenhunt was recalled and will get the start today. Pre-game 4:10, first pitch 5:10 right here on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLE.
I was thinking about this the other day. Tom used to ask this question a lot. Like, if we were going to do a Royal Rumble of coaches for 2025, has the NFL landscape changed at all? Because I think for a while, like when we were talking baseball, I think Tom brought this question up as it related to Gabe Kapler. Like, if you were going to pit MLB managers in hand-to-hand combat against each other while Kapler was... Think about that concept. Hand-to-hand combat for MLB managers. Kapler had to be near the top of guys who would win that in terms of his physical prowess. When we started asking the same thing about NFL coaches, last year he wasn't in the mix, but Vrabel's back.
Oh, yeah.
Vrabel might be the guy.
He's kicking ass.
He might be the end-all, be-all, I don't want to deal with that guy in a Royal Rumble.
Well, yeah, because he's breaking up fights, joint practices, and getting bloody cheeks.
Did he get hurt?
In the face. Not hurt.
In the face.
In the face. I had to, specify there.
Bloody cheeks.
By the way, did you see Vrabel? Did you see Vrabel last night?
No.
Or it might have been 2 days ago. So
he's out of his mind, by the way.
Oh yeah,
he's insane. Yeah.
What's his name? The wide receiver from Washington, Polk, I think, is on the Patriots.
Okay.
He's out for the season, and was a report by Jordan Schultz. Someone asked Mike Vrabel, and he goes, "I have no comment on that. We're going to find out the rat that disclosed that information. Going to weed him out in this building. I tell you that."
Wait, he's a Patriot receiver.
Yes.
And Polk, he's out, and then the news got out, and Vrabel was pissed.
Yeah, the reporter asked, anything to say about Polk being out for the season? No, I don't. And we're going to find out. We're going to find out what rat disclosed that information. It's like, Jesus, Vrabel. This guy's coming back guns blazing. I like it.
He was going Taken, dude. He's like, I will find
you. I will take you.
Dude, we're going to find out who the rat is in this building. Damn, yeah, that's not a guy I would cross.
Dude, I was listening to Vrabel on the Scoop City podcast with Diana Rossini, Chase Daniel, and now James Palmer hosting it. She was interviewing Mike Vrabel, and this man is like, he's a vigilante. Like he said in his offs.
What do you mean by that?
In his downtime last season, I know he was like a consultant with the Cleveland Browns.
Right, last year.
Yeah, but like in his downtime, he said that he would go to the grocery store and see people like not put shopping carts back in place. He'd be like, "What are you doing? Hey, put that back. Hey, you think you're above this?"
Vrabel started coaching the world.
Can you imagine that? Like a former NFL linebacker who caught touchdowns from every now and then, being a tight end. Also, he'd be like, I'd see people park in handicapped spots. I'd be like, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" No, not on my watch, buddy.
Dude. By the way,
he's like, "All right, Vrabel, you need a job."
That's right for a Curb Your Enthusiasm riff. Don't forget when Larry chews out the dude.
Well, then you'll wait.
He chews out the dude for parking in a handicapped spot. He's like, "You're not handicapped." He like gets on him for it, and the dude's got a stutter.
Yeah.
And he makes that the reason why he's in the handicapped spot.
But then the tables are turned, though.
Dude.
Because then he has to use the bathroom.
Dude, the handicapped stall.
Yes.
Yeah, dude, it's a pretty good riff. Dude, I can't, that's hysterical that Vrabel in his downtime, when he did not have a head coaching job last year.
Oh, yeah.
To get his rocks off.
He was going around just kicking ass.
He went to parking lots, I'm a vigilante, dude.
Yeah, just going around. He's so mad about being fired by the Titans, he's taking out everybody else.
You know what's funny, man? I kind of appreciate him doing that.
Yeah.
People get very upset about that specific thing, not returning the shopping cart. Like, it is a very simple thing that people won't do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get irate about it, though.
I do it all the time.
What do you mean, return it?
Yeah, put it back.
I almost always do return it.
Because then
people get mad at people who don't return them.
Well, it's more work for the people that have to go scour for those things in the parking lot.
I think it's just job security.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it's no different in my mind than, like, going to a grocery store or any store, clothing store, whatever, picking out an item, deciding you don't want it. Do you put it back where you got it, or do you just leave it on a counter somewhere?
Depends.
See, dude, see what I mean? It's a little bit different. 808 KNBR, what's the bigger offense? Like, if you're at a clothing store, you pull a shirt off the rack, and you're walking around, and you pick out some other stuff, and you go, you know what, I don't want this shirt. Do you hang it back on the same rack, or is it okay? Like, at a grocery store, if I go to the front to check out and I'm dealing with somebody, not a self-checkout, oftentimes I'll hand the item back to the person.
That's a good move.
I'll be like, hey, I don't want this anymore. Can you take this?
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Yeah, I do the a-hole move where I'm
stick it wherever you are.
I'm in the checkout line, and I realize I don't need this bag of chocolate chips, and I'm just like, all right, I'll just put it back here where the magazines are.
Oh man, see, here's the thing too: is if it's something that's a cold item or frozen, how dare you not put it back?
Yeah, I should do that more.
I will never not put back a cold item. Now, if it's a dry item like you're talking about, I don't need this third box of Cheez-Its.
I need a regular.
Don't yuck my.
I'm not. But I'm just saying. I need a regular. I need Toasties, and what else?
2 Toasties and 1 regular.
All right, I'm fine with
Let's
that.
buy 2 get 1. Yeah.
As long as it's not white cheddar.
No, I'm not a white cheddar.
Disgusting.
I'm just saying, I'm just saying, if it's like a box of Cheez-Its, that's one where I'm like, all right, fine, you're going with the cereal.
I don't need.
You know what I mean? I'll put it up with the cereal.
No, that's fine. And you know what? That doesn't cause damage because.
But if it's a gallon of milk, you better bring that back.
Oh
dude.
no, I do that. Yeah.
No, come on, do you?
Yes. Milk? Yeah. You have to put milk back.
What about butter? Any dairy you're doing it with?
I don't buy butter. Don't need it.
What?
I don't buy butter. I don't have butter.
Like you don't eat butter?
I'm sure I have butter. I just don't remember the last time I bought butter.
What do you mean you don't buy butter?
Just don't have butter in the house.
Matter of fact nature.
I don't think I do.
It's not that insane. You can get by with cooking oil. You're fine, man.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't cook with butter unless you're baking something. I mean, like butter goes on things.
Depends on what. Do you need butter on everything though?
If I'm eating toast,
don't eat toast.
You don't eat toast.
Usually have cereal in the morning or eggs.
You eat? You just don't eat butter on anything? You don't cook anything that needs butter?
If I'm cooking up like
I'm a little
steak,
surprised.
Yeah, I probably have butter.
Anyway, KNBR, do you buy butter?
Okay, regardless of that.
Derek wouldn't put it back because he doesn't purchase butter.
No, I mean.
Can he continue to be your main butter and egg man?
Yes, thank you. God, I miss Scoops Callahan.
Didn't even think about that.
Can he continue to be your
main butter and egg
man? Your butter and egg man.
No, but like to your main point earlier, though, like, do you? Yeah, like.
Thank you, Scoops.
Sometimes you forget to put things back, but that's not going to harm anybody. Not putting the shopping cart back. That could potentially hit a car.
It's not harming anybody.
It could definitely hit a car.
I'm not saying you roll it into oblivion. You just let it.
Some people do.
I'm not pulling away while the cart's moving. Like, if the cart is on the fly, I'm not pulling it out of the
Some
parking
people just
spot.
leave it in the middle of the road.
That's bad form.
See?
I'm just saying, like, you'll see people that are
if you
like.
leave a box of Cheez-Its in the middle of the road, no harm, no foul.
That's different. I'm just saying, like, if you get out of your car, you stock your car up with the shopping cart, you get out of said car, or you get into the car and you just leave the cart next to where you were parked, it's more of a hassle for parking spaces, I feel like. But how often do you see a road cart just rolling somewhere?
All the time.
No.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
Go to the Oakland Safeway.
The carts are moving around by themselves all the time?
Yeah. Sometimes I have to drive in slowly to the parking lot so it doesn't hit me.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Sometimes there's people just pushing them on your way in.
You just shove them and you go?
He's like, yeah, give me some money. I'm like, no, please.
I don't know. I'm not buying that. I don't believe you.
All right. You don't have to believe me.
I don't.
Okay, that's fine.
I just don't believe it.
All right.
I don't understand. Carts moving around. Tim, you got something here on this?
I had a buddy that worked at Target for 2 weeks, and his only job was to return carts, and they would call him on the intercom, cart attendant Mike. And we never let that go. Even like years afterwards, we're like, oh, what's up, cart attendant Mike?
Cart attendant Mike.
Yeah,
you're screwing that guy.
Exactly. But think about cart attendant Mike at the end of the day, people.
You don't buy butter, huh?
Not often, no.
Interesting. All right.
Yeah, is that big of a deal?
I don't know. It was kind of a surprise to me.
Yeah, maybe next time.
We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, Rich Aurilia joins us, former Giants shortstop. You see him on NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game coverage of Giants baseball. Then Marcus Thompson of The Athletic at 3:50. Rich Aurilia, our main butter and egg man, joins us next on the Sports Leader.
Maybe margarine.
Was the original number 35 at third and King.
Kipper swings, rolls one to short, and a bad hop. Aurilia somehow comes up with it, races to the bank with a putout, and the side is retired.
And now he joins dirty work every week.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Aurilia hits one deep to left field, and this baby is out of here. A grand slam home run for Rich Aurilia, and it's his second home run of the season. And his first grand slam of his career. It is 4-0.
Forever Giant Rich Aurilia on the Sports Leader.
No sleep till.
We do it every week with Rich Aurilia, former Giants shortstop. He's part of pre- and post-game coverage on NBC Sports Bay Area. Richie is sponsored by the law firm of Ayala, Morgan, and Bazard. When you've been injured in an auto accident, you don't just need an attorney, you need a heavy hitter. Contact Ayala, Morgan, and Bazard, and sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Rich Aurilia joins us on the UMA guest line. What up, Richie? How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. What's up, guys?
What's up, Richie? We're plugging along, dude. I mean, we're truly in the dog days, it feels like, for the Giants, huh?
Dude, you know what I love when I come on this show? You never really hear No Sleep Till Brooklyn unless I was hitting or coming on your show.
Yeah, right.
And it really kind of bumps me up a little bit on a Friday instead of a Thursday. So,
all right.
I appreciate you guys playing that. It's not a very popularly played song on the radio.
Well, it's so funny. I remember the time I told my mama Susie about it. We were at a game, and you came up to hit, and I was singing the song, and she was humming along to it. And I go, he plays this because he's from Brooklyn. She was like, I'd never put two and two together, and I was like, it's the most I don't know, sort of obvious thing I thought, being that you were from Brooklyn. But dude, it's one of my favorites. I've loved that I grew up with the Beastie Boys and then got to hear one of my favorite players come up to bat to it so frequently. So I love that you still love it, man. Was that your walk-up song your whole career?
It was, yeah. And, the funny thing was, I grew up in Brooklyn going to high school in the middle of, I grew up there before the Beastie Boys were even big.
Of course. Yeah.
This was, mid-90s, I'm sorry, mid-80s. And, I'm in high school. I'm like, who are these guys? Who are these white guys that are rapping and whatever, and they became such a huge hit where I grew up in Brooklyn. And then once I got to the big leagues, when I got there were no walk-up songs. There was nothing going on like that. And I remember in 97 I think I had 102 at-bats, so I didn't really play that much. But I remember one of our PR guys, Jim Moorhead, with the Giants, God rest his soul. He's passed since, but he's like, hey, what song do you want to play when you come up to hit or whatever? And I'm like, dude, I don't play. I'm like, I don't come up to hit. I play randomly. I don't even come up there to hit. And I'm like, just pick something. And next thing you know, next game I play, I'm walking up there and I hear No Sleep Till Brooklyn. I'm like, whoa, okay, I know that from growing up in high school. And I'm like, that's pretty cool. And then every time I'd walk up, whoever the opposing catcher was like, dude, that's the coolest walk-up song ever, because nobody has it.
It's true.
Unless you're a music fan, nobody really knows it. So I kept it with me my whole career. I took it to Seattle when I went there, and I took it to Cincinnati, and then when I came back to San Francisco, and I took it to San Diego also. But when I came back to San Francisco in 2007, then that was the high, the high time of the Sopranos.
Yeah, right.
So they started doing the Sopranos theme song along with the No Sleep
Till
that. Brooklyn.
Yeah, I remember that.
And they did a video of the Sopranos thing where they were driving through the streets of San Francisco instead of Jersey. Right. So yeah, man, it's those. See, people always ask you, like, as a former player, like, what are your memories and what do you miss? And I'm like, that's the stuff I miss, dude. That was like the coolest stuff ever. And at some point in time, I'll show it to my kids and be like, yeah, this was the music that was like kind of hip back in the day for your old dad. So yeah, so it was great, man. I appreciate you guys doing that.
Besides your own, Richie, do you have a favorite walk-up song that you saw a teammate come out to?
I do, and it was with Cincinnati. Adam Dunn, for some reason, I don't know what it meant, but he had Sister Christian by Night Ranger.
Oh, nice.
What?
And I was like, what the heck? Like, but I was like, I grew up in that era where I knew the 80s stuff. And I'm like, dude, Night Ranger, that's awesome. And like, Adam Dunn was probably 10 years younger than me. And I'm like, oh, he must have grew up in an area that really appreciated like 80s rock or hair bands or whatever. But that was the one that really stuck out to me that I really liked.
Yeah,
Motorin', right? Motorin'.
Yeah.
That's a good song. Having a sing-along song is a good one. I think having a good sing-along song that people can get into is good. I mean, I tell you what, as a kid, I loved, because it was, you mentioned like when you got to the bigs, it wasn't necessarily about, like, you didn't, and not everybody had walk-up music, and it wasn't a big thing for everybody. For me, it was always like closers and relievers were the first ones to have it, right? I mean, the Hells Bells, and I mean, dude, Rob Nen coming out to Smoke on the Water was one of the, I thought that was the coolest thing with Ned and Flames on the scoreboard. That was one of my favorite things ever as a Giants fan, to get to watch the closer come out and have a cool, like a heavy metal rock song. Like that was sort of the theme for closers for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, the first one I ever remember, like, was playing the Cardinals in St. Louis, and it was Edgar Renteria, who I actually ended up being a teammate with.
Right.
But it was a Nelly song, because he was a St. Louis guy, right? Nelly's St. Louis guy.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was Hot in Here or whatever, but I remember that being the first one I ever heard. And I'm like, why is this guy getting a song played when he comes up to the plate? I'm like, nobody else does that. But then you fast forward, and it was like, I'll tell you what, man. Hoffy was a teammate of mine with San Diego when I got traded there in 2004, but that was at Petco. But I'll tell you what, man. Some of the most memorable things was like Hoffy coming into Qualcomm with 60,000 people there with Hell's Bells playing. I mean, that was like,
that was pretty sick.
It was so iconic. And then, we get Nenner at Candlestick and Oracle with Smoke on the Water, and then we get B Weezy with Jump Around.
That was pretty cool. That was a fun one.
Dude, it was like so many great memories, like with just music. And then, for me, I'm getting away from baseball right now. Sorry, but like, it shows you how much music means to our society, whether it's sports or just in general, like the things that we revolve around, the things that we remember.
Absolutely.
I just love the idea of, like you said, all the catchers loved No Sleep Till Brooklyn. I love the idea of you walking up to the plate and Eddie Tobbins, he's like, hey, nice song, bro. You got like Jason LaRue back there. He's like, nice song. That's sick, dude.
Dude, the best one was Piazza.
Yeah.
Piazza was like, great song, man. Like,
that's so funny, dude.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, he's down in the squad, dude, right behind you. Talking to Rich Aurilia. Nice to
Mike,
join us.
thanks, Mike.
Yeah. On the Uva guest line. Hey, so, I mean, where are we with the Giants now? I feel like whenever we talked to, like, Andy Baggerly yesterday, and when we're talking about the team now, unfortunately, because of where they are, it feels like we're talking a lot about the future. Like, which pieces here are sustainable? What's going to be back next year? What are we getting to look at? How have you taken in the last week or so of Giants baseball, since things have really kind of fallen apart for them, both at home now and on the road? They're 3-10 this year against the Padres. How are you viewing the remainder of this season?
Well, I worked the Monday, Tuesday games against the Padres, and they won one, they lost one. And just looking at the scenario of it, like you have to pass so many teams right now to get to that last wild card spot. And this was your chance, because you're playing the team in front of you, to like really go out and like make up a little ground. And you know what? They didn't do it. You lose 3 out of 4. And I think there's a point where you have to look forward. And I guess my concern is, if you're moving forward and looking towards next year, who's on the roster right now that you're really looking to like being a contributing factor next year, right? I mean, it's hard to decipher because you're going to have Chapman, you're going to have Adames, maybe you'll have Eldridge, you'll probably have Bailey, you'll have Jung-Hoo Lee and Elliot Ramos, right? But other than that, like, what does it look like moving forward? So I think there's a lot of questions to be asked and hopefully answered by the end of the off season, but I just don't know kind of what it looks like moving forward as far as, do we really feel like we can contend next year for a wild card spot, or without really saying it's a rebuild, do we rebuild? So that's where I'm at right now. I feel confident in the sense of, you got Logan Webb coming back, you have Landon Roop, who, not great outings coming off the IL, but you know what he is, and he knows what he is now. You got Robbie Ray coming back for one more year unless you decide to move him if you think you can't compete. And your bullpen's kind of still a strength, even though you lost two main guys in there. So I think it's going to be kind of a sense in September of what can we look at that can help us next year, and where do we go from here as far as free agency goes, or minor league free agents that we're going to take a shot on in the off season. Because I think at this point it might be a little beyond reach to think they're going to make the postseason.
Talking to Rich Aurilia on the UMA guest line. Yeah, Richie, I was watching you on postgame with Ron Wotus. What's it like to watch a game with Wody? You being one of your former coaches, is he still in that mindset of being a coach and kind of intense when you watch the games together, or is he kind of more laid back and chill now that he's in the media?
By the way, Wody is probably my favorite coach I've ever had.
He's a man.
Yeah. And I actually, when I was with Texas in the minor leagues, I played against him. I was in Tulsa. He was in Shreveport in AA. And I got to tell you, I hated him. I hated the guy because he argued every call. He argued everything. And I'm like, dude, you're making this game 4 hours long. Like, come on. And then the next year I get traded and I'm playing for WoWo in Shreveport. Yeah. And I've grown to love the guy. He's one of the best coaches I've ever had in general, but he is probably the best infield coach that I've ever had. He's very knowledgeable. He's a great teacher. He's got a great personality. He's just a great person. And I love working with him on TV because we have this relationship of, 15, 16, 17 years.
Yeah.
That we work together. And granted, on a different level where he was a coach and I was a player. And we had our disagreements at points in time, but we can talk through them. And he's my favorite guy that I think I've ever had, like full time. I had him for a really long time in my career, and I love the guy to death. And he's still involved with the organization, and he's involved with us at NBC. And I love working with him because his knowledge and insight on what he sees and what he does every day is second to none. And I would love to work with that guy every day if I could.
He's the best.
Nice.
He's the greatest dude, the longest tenured coach in Giants history, San Francisco Giants history, 34 years. He was a full-time coach for the Giants. Richie, always fun catching up, man. Love talking ball with you. Love talking walk-up music, whatever, man. It's so fun to run through that stuff with you. We'll do it again next week, Rich. Have a good weekend, man.
Thanks, Rich.
Guys, have a great hot weekend. Hopefully it's hot here in the city it is up here in Healdsburg, man.
Oh, yeah. Appreciate it, man. Talk to you later, Rich. The great Rich Aurilia. See him on pre- and post-game coverage of Giants baseball. Dude, it's so funny and so cool that he loves the No Sleep Till Brooklyn. Because really, I remember me and my mom being there, and she was like, I had no idea that was – she's like, I'd never put two and two together.
It's interesting that, who is it? Adam Dunn has the walk-up song for Motorin.
Dude, Adam Dunn might be the guy I wanted to be a Giant more than any player that was never a Giant. I loved that guy because he was just a big – all he did was strike out or hit home runs, but he slugged a bunch of them. The guy had to have hit close to 500 career home runs. I'd have to look it up, but yeah, he had Knight Rider.
Knight Rider. Sister Christian's the name of the song. You know what's the first thing I think of when I think of that song?
What's that?
You ever seen Boogie Nights?
I've never seen Boogie Nights.
Boogie Nights is a great movie.
That's a blind spot for me.
Tim, you ever seen Boogie Nights? Yeah, there is a incredible scene where they go to this drug dealer's house, and some guy's lighting fireworks in the background, and you can just feel the tension and someone's playing with a pistol, then everything goes crazy. I think it's Alfred Molina, who's Doc Ock in Spider-Man 2.
Good pull. Yeah.
It is a incredible movie, but that scene in particular is just insane.
This song shows up in the movie Superstar also, by the way.
Oh, does it?
Drugs are flying in that scene.
Yes, it is.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. We got Giants baseball coming up about 20 minutes away from Giants pregame at 4:10. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, best sports writer in the country, going to join us for his weekly conversation. And then pregame at 4:10 for a 5:10 first pitch. It's Dirty Work. It's only here on The Sports Leader.
Can't wait for the regular season to start?
That's too damn bad!
Well, join us tomorrow for the final preseason tune-up on Mike Holler's KSFO 810, pregame 2:30, kickoff 5:30. And make sure to tune into postgame because Larry Kruger will have takes.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Tony's Pizza Napolitana. Dude, Fridays, when I was a kid, I'd always think takeout on the weekends. I'd think pizza, and more pizza. I mean, it's the best thing to get when you're thinking takeout, especially for a Friday. That's the thing about Tony's Pizza. It's not just pizza. It's the gold standard of pizza. I'm picky about my pizza, and Tony's Pizza Napolitana in North Beach, literally every style they do is spot on. The Neapolitan, the New York, the Detroit Sicilian, grandma style, whatever you're into, it's perfection. Personally, I love the New Yorker. It's one of their specialty pizzas. It's big, it's bold, it's cheesy. The Diavola pizza, when I want that spicy kick, it's got some pepper, some sausages on there. And don't sleep, by the way, on some of their other dishes. The pasta's fantastic. The penne alla vodka pasta with that vodka sauce, one of my absolute favorites. Plus, none as famous wings. Or there's the honey fried chicken sandwich. Next level. It's phenomenal stuff. They've got something for everybody at Tony's Pizza. And here's the best part. I'm in North Beach. I live in North Beach. But you don't have to be in North Beach to get that great Tony's flavor or style. Tony's now has a location inside of SFO, so you can grab a world-class slice before you fly out, or you can hit up Slice House. They're all over the Bay Area, including inside of Chase Center and at Levi Stadium. If you've never been, I promise you, you're going to enjoy it. Make it happen. Tony's Pizza Napolitana. Go hungry, and trust me, you will leave happy. Again, it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana. Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call. If you want tickets to The Offspring, call right now.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Back on Dirty Work on a Friday. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb. Every Friday, we are joined by the Athletics' Marcus Thompson. Marcus, what's going on, man?
What's up, homies? How we doing today?
Oh, we're doing well. How was glamping?
It was lovely. I woke up without, a backache and all that.
Nice.
I got to stun on everybody else who slept on the ground.
Everybody else slept on the ground?
Yeah, a couple people snuck in some mattresses, but they didn't have a king size,
Oh, you were living large.
On top of, I always put mine on top of like this kind of like Tempur-Pedic foam mat I have.
Okay.
Because I don't want my mattress on the ground. So,
right.
I'm elevated like a pharaoh in that thing. It's top shelf.
Nice. Well,
it was great.
Well, let's talk a little 49ers before the season kicks off here. So what are your expectations for McCaffrey this season? Because they just acquired Brian Robinson today, and we'll see how, he fits in the equation and everything. But do you think it's fair to question if he'll be the same player given the injuries and his age? Or are we just hating on a great player much like people do with Steph Curry?
I mean, it's fair. That's always been the question mark about him. Even when he got to the 49ers, the question was, can he hold up for a whole season? So his like offensive player of the year season was like a big rebuttal to that because he stayed healthy. But like this has been the question about a guy who plays, every down, who puts himself in harm's way, and who's got hurt before. So the fact that they went and got this insurance policy, it's kind of like proof the 49ers think that's true too. And then it's also like how Shanahan uses him too, right? I don't think it's just a critique on McCaffrey to worry about it. It's also knowing that, man, when Kyle knows something works, he's going to run that thing. He's not trying to like be conservative about, putting his best player on the field. Like, so you need somebody to be able to say, hey, keep Kyle from himself and also protect you against overworking McCaffrey. And if he was overworked on a Super Bowl roster, you got to wonder about how much will you have to work this guy on this roster.
Right.
Like he becomes even more valuable in this situation. So, yeah, I don't think it's like a hating thing. It's a concern because there's no question like peak McCaffrey is among the best in the league. So the question is, can you keep him on the field?
Right.
How much does this help the offense in your mind? Because they're so shallow at the receiving core. And I was making the comparison earlier, like when a baseball team at the trade deadline can't get the hitter they need, but they're a good pitching team. They're like, well, let's just buy let's embolden and bolster what's already our strength. Is this the 49ers adding to a strength already in the backfield when they can't really add to the receiving core, or they're already shallow at the receiving core? Does this help any of that in your mind?
I do think like them being able to say we have other options to run the ball,
sure,
other options for explosive out of the backfield, like that's the double down thing, right? Like let's make sure, this is the thing we have. It was the interesting part is this has never been like a problem for the 49ers. They always have another running back somewhere, right? Like so. I do feel like this is more of that sense of we like to have three guys we feel like can play, can run, right? So to me, that's never been the issue with them. And it makes you wonder, like they must didn't feel that strongly about what they had in the backfield because, third string running backs will come in and rush for 900 yards for the 49ers. That's how it is with Kyle Shanahan.
It's standard,
but, this definitely feels like, let's be like really, really strong at running back because we just don't know what we have elsewhere. And if you gotta like this receiving core is gonna need 8 in the box, right? They're gonna need the defense to say we gotta gear up to stop the run. Like so, in order to do that, you got to be able to run without McCaffrey. Like I get it, it makes sense, but the 49ers have always been able to run the ball. It feels like.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the UMA guest line. Okay, As a sports writer, I guess for you personally, like, what do you prefer to write about, like, given the off seasons? A year ago was all about Brandon Ayuk and the contract extension and Trent Williams and the Super Bowl hangover. Or do you prefer to write about what's going on currently where it's just focused on football, but there's also injuries at play?
I'd much rather write about, like, the Giants not being able to score, the Valkyries making the playoffs. Let's go. What else we got? Give me some Lewis Hamilton struggles with Ferrari. Like, I can go anywhere, but
all right.
Like this time of year, there's one thing we're writing about. Like, there was a time where your editor's telling you what to write, and that's what you go out and do, right? So if I'm gonna go out here and write about, Dominique Cooney's injury, like that's what I got to do. But I've elevated past that. You feel me?
You tell them now.
Somebody's telling me what to write. So give me the quarterback and give me the quarterback again. And then give me the quarterback again. So I'd be out there writing Brock Purdy till I die. That's the only thing that matters this time of year. Quarterback. And that's me just judging by the numbers of things, right?
Yeah.
So, I was like, how does Garoppolo look? Remember the Trey Lance days? Jim Harbaugh got Trey Lance looking nice. But
I know.
Remember the days we was out there watching did you see how the zip on that Trey Lance throw? Like, we were lit about like the most meaningless snaps.
Nothing. Yeah, dude. Nothing,
right?
dude. Yeah. We were high, bro. You see the ball leave his hands? Oh man.
We were insane. Like, I was like, did you hear the pop on the catch? Oh, he's really slinging that thing. It was like, these are the most meaningless passes football ever has to offer. But we were analyzing them. And remember, they'd go to the other side of the field, and the media, we'd scurry around out and go over there. We're like, we got to get a close look at these passes. Like, it was this is a maniacal time.
Does the eye test on stuff like that ever tell you anything? Because, I mean, like, we have no idea what we're looking at in those situations, right? We're like, ooh, that looked good, but I mean, evidence would tell you he wasn't ready to be a starting quarterback in the NFL, and who knows what level they've got him playing at right now. But you're right. I mean, Harbaugh is kind of the quarterback whisperer. He looks like he's got him playing at least quality backup football, right? But, like, in your time covering sports, how much can you trust your eyes in situations like that?
In football, I'm just going to be honest with y'all.
Yeah.
I've learned it's zero.
Yeah.
Like, I have no idea. Like, I know what I think I'm seeing.
Right.
But first off, just judging by the sheer volume, I'm like, this can't be it. Like, they don't even do that much. Like, they'll be like, oh, he had a great. It was 7 pass rushes all day. Like, ooh. It's not. Like, I mean, if you just think about the volume, like, there's no point where they do a game amount of stuff.
Right.
So they're doing this, like, in short but all out bunches, and it's really hard. I don't know. I've just stopped deciding, saying I know. Like, in football, it's really difficult to look and say, "Oh man, he's killing." Did you see that swim move? It doesn't really match. Now, you could get the things you can see live is you can see athleticism, right? You could see like edge. You could get like a personality, like watching Fred Warner trash talk his teammates. Right, like you could get his leadership style out there.
Yeah.
But as far as like, hey man, that right guard is trash and this one is good. I have no idea. I don't even know what I'm watching. I'm just following like Tracy Sandler around asking questions.
Right.
Like what Matt Barrows? What are they doing now? I don't know. Football's such a different world. I used to be out there like. I'm telling you, I said, oh, did you see this? Oh, look how the quarterback, look how he turns his feet.
Yeah.
When I was an intern in Milwaukee, there was a guy named Bob McGinn.
Yeah.
Who he
Packers.
was so into this stuff. Yeah, Packers guy. Yeah. And I remember Leroy Butler almost hit me on one of them bikes because I know what was happening. Leroy Butler's like coming down at me like 20 miles an hour on a little kid's bike. And I'm like, and he was waiting for me to move, and I thought naturally the person walking gets the right of way.
Right.
I literally had to jump out the way. He like hits a little ding ding, you better move. I'm like, this dude almost killed me on a bike. It was crazy. But that dude, again, he used the notes and stuff he used to take, and like this is my first football training camp practice and like how just in and he's talking about it. He's like, watch this cornerback's hips and all this and that. I knew right there I would never be that.
Yeah.
Like in that moment, I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that. Like, give me the human interest story. Let's talk about the dude. Let's
talk about the person. Yeah, right.
Yeah. I was like, I'm not about to sit there. I knew right off the bat my first time. Like, watch how he gets that shoulder around. I was like, yeah, no, it's not for me.
That ain't me, bro. No. Talk about what he eats before the game. You know what I mean?
Let's go. Let's go. What's his mom doing? How is she? Let's go.
Okay, real quick, Marcus. I don't know if you've been following the Micah Parsons negotiations with Jerry Jones.
Yes.
In your time covering the NBA, how often has NBA owners tried to do deals with players without the presence of an agent?
Didn't Minnesota do it with Joe Smith and lost some picks? It's like,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that.
And we got you. Yeah, I think that was the last. That's what I heard of. But when they kind of circumvented the situation, they was like, sign for the minimum and we'll guarantee you the max next year. And somehow they wrote it on paper or something because that's what Minnesota does. But like, I've never heard a dude saying like, this is some old school like. Once we make the deal in the cigar room, like it's done.
Yeah.
Like it was like that. Like I already talked to you. This is something you tell a girl, right? Or a guy.
Yeah, right, dude. You nailed it. Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Hey, man, we already
went over this.
We already handled this.
Yeah, well, we still talking about this, man. We talked about this already.
Yep.
He hit Micah with some parking lot pimping negotiations. He said, why you got to bring in your friend?
Yeah.
This is insanity.
Yeah,
the
it is
craziest
insane.
Part is we're talking about Micah Parsons here.
Yeah.
Like this is not like this is your defense. This is one of the best players in the league, and he's really handling this. Like we already worked this out. Like you could tell it used to be that way too. Like that's how it used to go down. Like I'm gonna talk to you. We made this deal and make it happen. This feels like how Eddie DeBartolo used to do it, right? Ronnie, come talk to me.
Yeah.
Like I understand what your agent said, but me and you about to talk now. Like this is crazy to be happening in 2025.
Definitely.
That's insane. This might be the thing that breaks them. Like somebody has to say, "Come on, man, what you doing?"
Seriously.
Like for real, what are you doing? Like I just can't believe that that's what he's saying. Like I've used that same tactic before. Like let's talk over here on the side. We're gonna go in there. We're gonna go in there. We're gonna act like we got this squared away. And then Mike is tripping because he went got his agent.
His agent, right?
That's how we work this out. this is like as one who grew up a 49er fan in the heyday of both franchises. This warms the comedic part of my soul. To watch the Cowboys enthralled in this like blaxploitation version of negotiations. This is how like Dolomite would do it.
Exactly, bro.
I don't even understand. We talked about this. Why you got to bring in your agent? Like, what?
Doesn't make any sense at all, dude. He's like, we already discussed this stuff. I'm not really sure. Nothing confuses me more than having to negotiate with an agent.
I love Dolomite.
Yeah, and I do love Dolomite. I just don't want him integrating my high school. All right, Marcus, we got to run, dude. We got to get to Giants pregame. All right, man. Have a great weekend, Marcus. We'll talk to you soon, bro.
Later, Marcus.
All right, good stuff, dude. That was an all-time Marcus hit.
That was pretty good.
He said that's some stuff you would say to a girl.
Yeah.
Parking lot pimping.
Parking lot pimping.
We already talked about this. All right, we got Giants baseball in a minute. Let's put this show to bed here. Tim, you got a note to sell for us?
Note to self.
Yeah, you think I'd be ready. Note to self, Derek might be your Eggman, but he's not your butter and Eggman.
Definitely not the butter man.
Dude, not a butter man, yeah. Or a butter face, for that matter.
Thank you. Todd Husak is great and will never be replaced by, what was his name?
You took mine, man.
Jazipski, whatever his name is.
Giuseppe. By the way, Todd Husak hit me, texted me. He was like, damn it, dude, I got replaced. And I said, Kirk Giuseppe, bro. And he said, tough business. Note to self.
Note to self.
You can hear myself, Todd Husak, Tracy Sandler, and Kirk Giuseppe tomorrow at 2:30 over on Mike Holler's KSFO 810 before the 49ers and the LA Chargers wrap up the preseason. That's going to do it for Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Everybody have a great weekend. Enjoy the weather. We got Giants baseball coming up next. Thanks to our guest, Tracy Sandler, Rich Aurilia, Marcus Thompson. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier. Every day it gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the Dirty Work. But it does get easier. Giants baseball starts right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah.